I call this meeting of the Appropriations Committee to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's meeting. Today we'll be marking up our Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Measure for fiscal year 2026. This is our final regular appropriations bill for the fiscal year 2026. As with our previous markups, it's my intention to complete all of our work on this body today. While we'll take a recess for 4 votes as needed, we will otherwise be here today until our work is completed. With that, we will begin the markup. Again, our only order of business today is consideration of the Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2026. I'll now recognize Chairman Rogers to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, and thank you for the leadership that you bring to the House floor, this committee, and the entire process of appropriately funding our federal government. I also would like to thank Ranking Member Meng, Ranking Member DeLauro, and all members of the committee. The House Appropriations Committee does some of the most important work in the Congress, and it can't be completed without members' dedication to this effort. Additionally, I would also like to thank both the majority and minority staff for their hard work. Today, we are taking up the fiscal year 2026 Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Bill. Over the last 8 months, America has been revitalized under President Trump and ushered in by his administration. We're charting a course of recovery, of growth, and reinforcing our standing on the world stage. As a nation, we are putting the safety and soundness of the American people first. We're tackling immigration by securing our borders while standing up for what is right and just. We're addressing crime that has been infiltrating our neighborhoods and cities for far too long. We have a unified approach, and we're starting to see results. Unfortunately, the size of the federal government swelled over the last 4 years under the Biden administration. However, we have an answer to the mission creep of many of these agencies and the red tape that has plagued our businesses and prevented innovation. Through this bill and the other bills that have been marked up in this committee, we are right-sizing federal government agencies to ensure they're working on behalf of the American public, not against them. The CJS bill provides a total discretionary allocation of $76.8 billion, which is representative of a 2.8% decrease when compared to the total effective spending of the fiscal year 2025 enacted level. Wisely, the bill makes strategic investments in several agencies while appropriately reducing others. Despite recent progress in the fight against fentanyl and other opioids, overdose deaths continue to plague our communities and neighborhoods. Transnational criminal organizations, such as Mexican drug cartels, remain a serious threat to the United States. As a result, this bill continues to ensure the DEA within the Department of Justice receives the funding it needs to combat illicit drug use and dismantle drug cartel networks. And I'm proud to report that the funding level for the DEA is making a difference since January 20 of 25, the DEA seized approximately 246 million lethal doses of fentanyl. Additionally, the DEA has made over 2,000 fentanyl-related arrests. In August, the Department of Justice secured a guilty plea from the co-founder and former head of the Sinaloa cartel. This is important news, and this fight must continue. Moreover, the fiscal year 2026 bill strongly supports the men and women in blue that protect our families and neighborhoods by increasing funding for state and local law enforcement. This bill includes increased funding levels for the Burn JAG program and COPS hiring program to put our state and local law enforcement first. To ensure America is the leader in space explorations, maintains a competitive advantage over China, the fiscal 26 CJS bill also continues to sustain strong funding levels for NASA and its endeavor to return to the moon and beyond. The legislation also protects and reinforces constitutional rights, such as the Second Amendment, by reining in and refocusing the ATF. As shown by deadly floods in Kentucky and Texas and other places, now is the time to ensure the National Weather Service is equipped with the funding it needs to warn and protect our citizens. This bill does just that by appropriately funding NOAA's weather units. Overall, the provisions and funding levels in the fiscal year 26 CJS bill will protect our children, our families, our neighborhoods, and our country. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'd now like to recognize the ranking member, Ms. Ming, for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would first like to thank the Appropriations Committee staff for all of their work on this bill, Bob Bonner, Jamie Wise, Nora Fay, and Faye Cobb, and my individual office staff, Tom Diniger and Rebecca Lee. I would also like to thank my Democratic colleagues on our subcommittee, Congressmembers Ivey, Morelle, Dean, and Mervan. Mr. Chairman, although I know that you and I share many of the same priorities, I ultimately must strongly oppose this appropriations bill. This bill would abandon small businesses and hardworking Americans, weaken law enforcement, and surrender our nation's competitive edge. My hope is that we can work together to address my very significant concerns with the bill. As it stands, the $2.1 billion in cuts proposed today would be a betrayal of our fundamental responsibility to keep Americans safe and our economy strong. This bill does not fix the many problems caused by this administration's failures and Elon Musk's Doge team this year. In fact, it exacerbates many of these problems. Most importantly, we must address the high cost of living and stop the weakening of our economy. As last week's jobs data shows, the economy is weakening. We have lost 42,000 manufacturing jobs since April, when the Trump administration's tariffs first took effect. Layoffs are on the rise in almost every part of the economy, including a 40% increase last month. And for the first time since the pandemic, more Americans are looking for work than there are jobs available. Even for those who still have a job, wages are not keeping up with inflation, which is still too high. In New York City, average hourly wages are up only 50 cents since February. We are on the wrong track, and American families are struggling. But this bill sharply cuts funding for the agencies and programs that create jobs, boost American small businesses, and advance our economy. Economic Development Administration grants are cut by 36%, abandoning rural and distressed communities that are desperately in need of economic investment and well-paying jobs. Making it harder to start a new business and create jobs is the worst thing that we can do for our economy right now. Yet, the bill slashes funding for the Minority Business Development Agency, taking away opportunities from American entrepreneurs. It cuts funding for the International Trade Administration by more than 30%, weakening the federal government's ability to help American businesses expand exports and fight unfair trade practices. Americans are not only worried about the economy, folks are also worried about gun violence, hate crimes, and the opioid epidemic. But this bill delivers a devastating blow to the federal law enforcement agencies that protect them. For example, this bill slashes FBI funding by more than $500 million, forcing the elimination of thousands of FBI special agents and analysts, public servants who work with our local police to solve murders, stop drug trafficking, prevent terrorism, and combat cybercrimes targeting everyday Americans. The FBI's ability to catch criminals would be damaged, and public safety would be compromised as a result of this bill. This bill also decimates funding for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, which would lose more than 1,000 personnel who work with our state and local law enforcement to keep illegal guns off our streets, catch dangerous criminals, and prevent gun crimes. The bill further reduces funding for organized crime drug enforcement task forces, undermining our fight against the cartels and drug dealers that bring opioids into our communities, as well as for the Justice Department's National Security Division, which works to protect the U.S. against terrorism, espionage, and other threats to our national security. The bill also leaves women and children more vulnerable to violence by sharply decreasing funding for juvenile justice and Violence Against Women Act grants. It zeroes out community violence intervention and prevention grants, as well as hate crime prevention and prosecution grants. And the Justice Department's Community Relations Service, which for more than 60 years has worked honorably to help mediate and end community conflicts across our country, is eliminated. The Justice Department's OIG, whose work to prevent waste, fraud, and abuse at the department, should have strong bipartisan support, but is also cut by 30%. This cut opens the door to even more fraud and corruption. I believe that all of this is the wrong approach for the CJS Appropriations Bill. We should be investing more, not less, in the safety and security of the American people. Moreover, the Legal Services Corporation, which provides basic civil legal assistance to the poorest American families, seniors, and veterans, is cut by nearly half. Under this funding level, nearly 3 million fewer people will receive help with their legal problems, including over 8,000 in my district alone. This bill abandons our most vulnerable constituents who can't afford a lawyer when they're facing eviction, seeking safety from domestic violence, or are denied benefits that they have earned. Perhaps most short-sighted of all, this bill disinvests in the scientific research that drives American innovation, technological leadership, and economic competitiveness. This bill cuts the National Science Foundation by more than $2 billion, including a nearly total decimation of STEM education programs, abandoning the next generation of American scientists and engineers who will shape whether our country continues to be a leader or a follower in the global economy. As other countries are racing forward in space exploration and climate science, this bill would cause the U.S. to fall behind by cutting NASA's science account by over $1.3 billion. The bill also makes massive cuts to the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which has helped American industry overcome technical challenges, innovate manufacturing, and work on the cutting edge of technologies like quantum and artificial intelligence. I disagree with the bill's approach, and as I've said repeatedly, I believe that we should be doubling down on the investments in science that grow our economy and incentivize advancements that improve life for all Americans. Last but not least, this bill contains dozens of harmful policy riders that must be removed from the bill before it's enacted into law. I thank the chairman. However, because of these shortcomings and more, I must urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I ask my colleagues to work together in a truly bipartisan manner to produce a bill that invests in safety, economic opportunity, and scientific greatness. I don't believe that these are partisan values. They should be our shared goals as Americans. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. Thank you, Chairman Rogers, and thank you, Ranking Member Ming, Ranking Member DeLauro, and to all our members. The fiscal year 2026 Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Bill sets firm priorities, strengthening the safety of our communities, driving American leadership in science and innovation, and expanding opportunity in our economy. These objectives are achieved while enforcing higher standards of government accountability and protecting hard-working taxpayers. Each investment delivers real benefits to our nation and constituents. Our streets are made safer for American families and children. We confront fentanyl and the deadly scourge of addiction that has stolen far too many lives, a priority of this conference and President Trump. We also ensure robust support for local law enforcement and their work to protect our communities. This bill fuels American ingenuity, investing in NASA to push the boundaries of space exploration. Just as critically, it takes a firm stand against Communist China's efforts to steal U.S. technology, defending our innovation, protecting our enterprise, and securing America's leadership on the world stage. We meet these missions while securing savings to taxpayers and protecting the constitutional rights of Americans. We reiterate President Trump's efforts to right-size the federal bureaucracy and reverse the federal weaponization of the last administration. By confronting politicization and overreach at the Department of Justice and Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, we reaffirm accountability and the rule of law. Each investment makes America safer, stronger, and more prepared for the future. I thank Chairman Rogers for his thoughtful approach, and I strongly support this measure. With that, I yield back. I now recognize my good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, for her opening remarks on the bill.
I thank the chairman and Chairman Rogers and ranking member Meng. It's a pleasure to be with you today, and I thank you for yielding. Let me share my appreciation for the subcommittee staff on both sides of the aisle, and in particular, Bob Bonner, Nora Fay, Faye Cobb, and Jamie Wise. I oppose the bill before us today, which defunds federal law enforcement and threatens public safety, continues Republicans' attacks on America's scientific supremacy, promotes waste, fraud, and abuse, and hurts the middle class and working families. We are in the middle of a cost of living crisis. President Trump promised to lower costs on day one, but instead, he and House Republicans are making the cost of living crisis even worse. The big ugly law handed massive tax breaks to billionaires and the biggest corporations, while Americans continue to struggle with the costs of basic necessities. While President Trump brags about the money he is stealing out of America's pockets and from small businesses through his chaotic and senseless trade agenda. Today, we are considering the last House Republican 2026 funding bill, which will raise costs for struggling American families, jeopardize their safety, abandon rural communities, and undermine efforts to ensure our trading partners play by the rules. Since taking office, President Trump's administration has stolen resources for programs and services across the federal government, including several in this bill that help to lower costs for middle class and working class, keep Americans safe and our economy strong, and ensure America is at the forefront of scientific innovation and discovery. President Trump has frozen programs that provide seniors, veterans, rural families, and people with disabilities with the skills and tools they need to access the internet, as well as emergency funding to help the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to acquire weather radars and satellites that will help create life-saving forecasts. Over $4.5 billion in Department of Justice grant money, including COPS grants and the Office of Violence Against Women grants, has been frozen, stolen from the communities and the local police departments that are counting on these investments to improve their law enforcement capabilities. In fact, they are defunding law enforcement. They froze funding that supports reentry initiatives and violence prevention, prevents hate crimes, provides services for crime victims, and supports underserved communities. Stealing this funding makes the American people less safe and more likely to become victims of crime. Congress enacted and appropriated funding for these frozen and terminated programs in law. But President Trump and his unelected, unaccountable political appointees are substituting the decisions and judgment of Americans' elected representatives with their own ideas, turning Article 1 of the Constitution on its head. These cuts are not numbers on a page. They are not only felt in Washington, D.C., they affect all of our constituents. At the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the Trump administration has dismissed National Weather Service forecasts and other critical employees, endangering American communities. As a result of funding and employee cuts within NOAA, we have fewer forecasters, fewer weather balloon launches, and less reliable weather data and forecasts that families, businesses, and state and local governments rely on to stay safe and to stay open. In Connecticut, coordination with the National Weather Service has been critical for saving lives through everything from wildfires to blizzards to floods. Bill Turner, Connecticut State Emergency Management Director, said, and I quote, "It's a very fragile house of cards right now, and we need them to continue. It really could be catastrophic in a lot of ways for our state if they go down that path of stopping the National Weather Service and their functionality," end quote. I asked my colleagues, did anyone come to your town halls and complain that the National Weather Service has too many meteorologists to be accurate of forecasts, advisories, watches, and warnings? I don't think so. I know the chairman of the full committee has worked to impress upon the administration the importance of weather monitoring institutions in Oklahoma, but National Weather Service offices are needed across our country. We cannot leave critical weather monitoring capabilities to the benevolence of the president. That is why funding is appropriated by the Congress, not the administration. Unfortunately, this bill doubles down on Republicans' pro-billionaire, pro-corporation, anti-science, and anti-rule of law agenda. This bill turns its back on Republicans' promises to rural communities, underfunds programs that create jobs and revive economically distressed communities, especially in rural America. The president is driving a trade war against our allies and our biggest trading partners that will raise prices for Americans. This bill cuts funding for the International Trade Administration by nearly 30%, severely hindering our ability to fight other countries' unfair trade practices and help American businesses expand their access to international markets. This bill makes families, women, children, and all of our communities less safe. It slashes funding for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Forces, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, limiting federal efforts to help state and local law enforcement combat gun violence, drug trafficking, and organized crime. It cuts legal services, the Violence Against Women Act grants, juvenile justice grants, community violence intervention and prevention grants, hate crime prevention grants, and other resources that prevent violence. And why does this bill slash the Department of Justice's Office of the Inspector General by 30%? What are you afraid might be uncovered in Pam Bondi's Department of Justice? Americans expect a few things of their country: a strong economy, safety for their families, and respect for the rule of law. Consequences for corruption. This bill fails to deliver on each of these fronts. Americans cannot keep up with the ever-increasing cost of living, but instead of working with Democrats to make investments that can help to lower costs, keep Americans safe, and our economy strong, Republicans have put forward another bill that favors billionaires and corporations, another bill that does not fight waste, fraud, and abuse, but embraces it. I cannot support this bill, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, is recognized for comments about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say thank you to Chairman Rogers for his steadfast leadership and tireless work on writing this bill. And I'd also like to thank Ranking Member Ming and both the majority and minority staff for their hard work. As the Vice Chairman of this subcommittee, it's an honor to speak in strong support of this fiscal year 2026 Commerce, Justice, and Science and Related Agencies Appropriation Bill. This bill makes crucial investments in NASA, the Artemis program, strengthens America's leadership in space. Through the space launch system and advances propulsion technology, we will return Americans to the moon and set a course for Mars. I'm proud that my district, Alabama's 5th, is home to the engineers, scientists, and civilians driving the space launch system and propulsion technologies that makes this mission possible. These investments have our nation's proud tradition of exploration to ensure the United States remains the world's leader in discovery and innovation. Alabama's 5th district also is home to a significant FBI presence, where dedicated professionals advance our national security mission every day. We're proud to have them in our community and grateful for their critical work they do to keep our nation safe. Our time is now. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman, and Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, for remarks about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise, unfortunately, to say that this is not a good bill. The CGS bill really eliminates thousands of federal law enforcement positions. It opens our communities to more violence. It cuts resources to protect women and children from domestic violence. It does not address the cost of living crisis that families in America are facing. It slashes resources to promote economic development and to boost our exports and to fight unfair trade practices. And it actually attacks science and education in America. And I can't believe it. This bill actually defunds the police. It's not the liberals, it's not the left wing, it's not the progressives, it's not the socialists, but it's this Republican Appropriations Committee that's actually defunding the police. It's cutting funds for the FBI. $1 billion in law enforcement underfunding will force a loss of thousands of FBI agents, weakens our fight against violent crime, espionage, spies, cybercrime, national security, international and domestic terrorism. And it cuts thousands of positions from the ATF, which weakens our ability to prevent illegal gun trafficking and to assist state and local law enforcement to capture dangerous criminals in our communities. And it makes our communities and our families less safe. This bill, because of the underfunding, it opens our schools, our grocery stores, our churches, concerts, and our communities, makes them vulnerable to more mass shootings because it makes guns easier to end up in the wrong hands. It cuts juvenile justice grants, hate crime grants, and the other resources that prevent violence in our communities. The bill and this administration says that they want to make our cities safer, clean, and beautiful. Well, it does not do that. It does just the opposite because it guts the Economic Development Administration, which has the programs that create the jobs that revitalize our stressed communities, particularly inner cities and in our rural communities. It slashes funds. Let's say that we want to make America great again. Let's make America great again. They're doing just the opposite in this bill. What we're doing is we are attacking education and attacking science. It cuts billions from science, technology development, STEM education, aeronautics research, and the National Science Foundation. The United States of America is being outmatched by China and India. Over the last 2 decades, China has produced 10 times as many terminal degrees in the STEM disciplines as we have. India has produced 10 times as many as we have. And of course, if we continue this, we will lose the competitive edge that America has had over the years. We are not making America great again. We are making America dumb, and we do not need to do that. I could go on and on about the deficiencies in this bill, but I won't. I'll say this: we can do better. We must do better. We owe it to the American people to do better, and this subcommittee and this bill needs to come together on a pro-America, pro-ordinary Americans basis so that we can truly make America and our communities best. We can lower the costs, and we can make Americans all across this country thrive. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for opening remarks about the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I rise and thank Mr. Rogers for his leadership on this committee for a very long period of time. His picture is right over that door, representing the fact that he was the chairman of this committee and the leader of this committee for many, many years. I believe Mr. Rogers is one of the leaders of this committee who cares deeply about this committee, about its role, and about its independence and its positioning under the Constitution of the United States and its obligations to the people of the United States. It is unfortunate that not only his subcommittee, my subcommittee, on which I'm the ranking member, but many other subcommittees, and we heard it yesterday from Mr. Adeholt in saying we had limited resources. We do have limited resources. We need to be cognizant of our fiscal challenges that confront us. We need to bring down the debt. I'm one of those that has long felt that we need to be more fiscally disciplined. But in that context, we also need to understand that we need to invest in competing with the rest of the world, not to be competing to win the rest of the world, but competing so that our people have the kind of economy and growth and quality of life that we want them to have, and that our national security is kept intact, both abroad and here at home with our law enforcement personnel. Many of these come under the purview of Mr. Rogers' committee. So I rise reluctantly, as I think all of Democrats will be, that ultimately I will not support this bill. I'm hopeful that at the end, after we have a conference with the Senate or however this is going to work out, that I'll be able to support this. And I thank him, however, for his consistency in protecting this committee's integrity and using a judgment of this committee, not simply of an administration, whatever administration it might be. Though I oppose this bill, I do believe that the chairman has done what he could within the context of the 302B allocation he was given. There are many, however, deficiencies. Many cuts under fiscal year 25. One of those I'm concerned about, as the gentleman knows, is Goddard Space Flight Center. I have an article here written by a gentleman named Stephen Greenblatt, who's a physics, believe it's physics, professor at Harvard University. And he talks about Sputnik. Now, Sputnik, most of you don't know what Sputnik was. I happen to be, remember exactly the day I was driving in 1957. I just graduated from high school when Sputnik in 1957 went around the globe. And it, in effect, took America by the coattails and shook it because we were astounded that the Soviet Union had surpassed us in an objective that we had. And then John Kennedy became president, and John Kennedy said, we're going to compete. Republicans said we're going to compete. Democrats said we're going to compete, and America competed. The professor points out, at that point in time, some 70-plus years ago, America, having had this shock, decided we would compete. How did we do it? We invested. We didn't disinvest. We invested. We invested in science. We invested in engineering. We invested in STEM. We invested in people's going to college. Unfortunately, we are doing exactly the opposite now while we talk about competing with China. At that time, at that point in time, top 10 universities, China had 1 in the top 10 universities. Now, 8 out of 10 are from China. Number 1 is China, University of Science and Technology of China, in producing, as the gentleman from Georgia said, scientists, engineers, people who are going to make a difference 10 years from now, 20 years from now, in the competition between China and ourselves. Critically important economically and critically important from a national security standpoint. So when we see that, when we see Germany, by the way, and the United States are the other two. Harvard is the only college in the United States who's in the top 10 of those who are contributing to major science journals. I don't have enough time, so I'll conclude by saying we need to do better. I think Mr. Rogers would agree with that. I don't ask him to say it today, but we could do better. And we must do better. We must do better if America is going to be what we want it to be for our children, for our grandchildren, and in my case, for my great-grandchildren. And I look forward to working with the chairman to achieve those objectives as we continue through this process.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much. First of all, Chairman Rogers, for whom I have such great respect, Ranking Member Meng, equally, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, for your hard work on this really important bill. I rise in opposition to it. I wish I didn't have to do that. But this bill should make American families safer and better off in terms of the affordability crisis that they are facing. It does not. Let's start with the American economy. This bill cuts $144 million to the Economic Development Administration, one of the most important segments of this bill. Now, this follows, this proposed cut, the rescission the Trump administration has made of $3.7 billion, rescission of funds that had already been awarded to manufacturing firms across our country to improve their competitiveness and ability to meet fierce, unfair competition from unfair traders like China and Russia, diverting steel and other products around this world. And so this is another body blow when the economy needs lifting, if you've noticed what's happening to unemployment across this country. So with EDA having a 31% reduction, that's huge. Our country has lost 78,000 manufacturing jobs since the beginning of just this year. We should be investing in our communities to hang on to the jobs we have and creating jobs in places that are struggling. Surprise, surprise, one of those is Ohio, a portion of which I'm proud to represent. Okay, on top of this, in the middle of a nonsensical and chaotic trade war by tweet, as U.S. trade accounts amass more red ink, this bill cuts $183 million, or 29%, almost a third, to the International Trade Administration. That's like the diagnostic agency for where the disease really is. The other party always claims to want to help reduce the trade deficit. Well, folks, guess what? It's going up. And this is the key agency to help us diagnose a road forward, not backward, but it's being slashed. Trade wars have consequences. Trade deficits have consequences because they mean lost jobs and economic growth in our country. And our manufacturers in particular are feeling the brunt of it, and so are our farmers. China has not booked a single shipment of soybeans coming from America this year. Hello? Hello, if it were not for ethanol and biodiesel, half the corn and soy crop in my district goes into fuels. All those farmers would be bankrupt. Cattlemen are losing markets to JBS. Corn and soy farmers have lost markets to China that have been backfilled by Argentina and Brazil. Hello? In terms of keeping Americans safe, this bill fails by cutting the staff and budget for law enforcement. The FBI will lose thousands of agents. I used to want to be an FBI agent. I was rejected because I was a woman. That was back in the dark ages. This will reduce the FBI's ability to protect communities while threatening our national security as foreign states increase their cross-border cyber and information warfare and financial warfare against our country. Further, this administration has shown disregard for fighting certain kinds of crime and redirected funds from investigating and prosecuting white-collar crime and corruption. Sadly, my state of Ohio knows all too well how white-collar corruption has dramatically increased energy bills for millions of households, similar to their disregard of enforcing our tax laws against billionaires. The new administration seems to want to look away from any malfeasance committed by their rich friends. Mark my words, the super rich are already sweeping in and buying the farms, homes, and small businesses of the working class. They're already removing the law enforcement that investigates such crimes or stops them from creating more monopolies. This abandonment of justice for all will only embolden them further. Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Tim Cook, they don't donate to our campaign, all dine with the president, make false statements to appease him, offer the occasional gold bar as a gift so they can get their business deals approved, another government contract, and the roadblocks to their oligarchy removed. We already are in the Robin Baron era of our 21st century. Earlier this year, the Department of Justice removed information about the Violence Against Women's Act grant funding from their website, leaving nonprofits who help survivors in the dark. Now, this bill cuts $73 million from the Violence Against Women Act grants. The majority claims to be the most pro-law enforcement ever. Yet, this administration and the cuts presented in this bill don't show it. Why are they so hell-bent on reducing resources for the local police? Finally, I must close by raising my concerns about the future of American leadership in science. Funding for science helps drive cutting-edge scientific research in places like our heartland, the home of John Glenn, Neil Armstrong, the creation of the Wright and the Glenn Research Centers. It's sad what this administration is doing with the $2.1 billion from NSF and the cuts to NASA. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. It takes us backward, not forward, and urge my colleagues to join me in opposing it, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, is recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and Ranking Member DeLauro, as well as Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Maine for your tremendous work on this bill. But I rise in opposition to the legislation, and I associate myself with many of the objections that have been raised by my Democratic colleagues. This bill's cuts to the Department of Justice funding bring to mind this recent characterization of Republican ideology, and I'm quoting, "There must be in-groups whom the law protects but does not bind, alongside outgroups whom the law binds, but does not protect. This was the ideology recently expressed by a conservative ideologue and what I lived in the Jim Crow South when I was growing up. Now, Martin Luther King Jr. spoke to this issue in his letter from the Birmingham City Jail when he defined an unjust law that we were all violating, breaking. King wrote, "It is a code that a numerical or power majority group compels a minority group to obey, but does not make it binding on itself." The 1960s civil rights activities did much to eliminate unjust laws and the two-tier justice system of Jim Crow. Regrettably, just as the progress of the 1860s was reversed by the so-called Redeemers and culminated in Jim Crow, I fear that the gains of the 1960s are being jeopardized by the MAGA movement. While the primary in-group, out-group divide under Jim Crow was black and white, today, a different hierarchy is emerging. President Trump and his cronies enjoy the law's protection, but are free to break the law without accountability, while everyday Americans are less protected against lawbreakers. This bill lessens protections for victims of federal crimes by slashing FBI funding. It lessens protections against gun crimes by gutting the funding for ATF. It lessens protections for communities threatened by the opioid epidemic by cutting funding for organized crime drug enforcement task forces. This legislation lessens protections for children by cutting juvenile justice grants. It lessens protections for women by cutting Violence Against Women Act grants. It lessens protections for low-income Americans by cutting Legal Services Corporation's funding. The bill lessens protections by eliminating funding for community violence intervention and prevention grants, hate crime prevention and prosecution grants, and the Justice Department's Community Relations Service. These cuts come on top of President Trump's reckless pardons of nearly 1,600 criminals, which have deprived victims of $1.3 billion in restitution and fines. The Trump administration and many Republicans in Congress have made it clear that their law enforcement priorities are sneaky apprehensions, inhuman detentions, and mass deportations. I support the rule of law, including enforcing immigration laws, but we must do so in a manner that is in the best interest of the American people and public safety. The double standard being perpetuated today are sweetheart deals for the rich, powerful, and well-connected, while everyday Americans are left unprotected against high costs, illnesses, hunger, scams, and many other harms. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill and to join the efforts of getting our country back on the path toward being one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by recognizing my friend, Ranking Member Grace Meng, for her first presentation as a cardinal of a piece of legislation being marked up in the Appropriations Committee. It's a long time coming and well-deserved. Colleagues, we are on our last markup for fiscal year 2026, and I held out hope that we could end on a high note. But after reviewing the Commerce, Justice, and Science Appropriations Bill, it's clear we're ending with a bill and a budget request that is not ready for prime time. The cuts the president proposes are outrageous, and this bill attempts to codify them, starting with the deeply disturbing cuts to programs that protect women and girls, and more cuts to programs that combat and investigate hate crimes, including anti-Semitism. After we've all spent days talking about Jeffrey Epstein's victims, this bill shamefully guts or kills programs that could help women like them. To name a few, the Violence Against Women Act grants, cut. The Rape Survivor Custody Act formula grants, underfunded. The Missing and Exploited Children programs, once again, underfunded. Legal services for victims, cut. Protecting funding for the Sexual Assault Victims Hotline, denied. 1 minute, my Republican colleagues pledge to do all they can to help victims, and then this bill leaves them out in the cold. To somehow top that hypocrisy, I've listened to my colleagues endlessly pledge their dedication to fighting anti-Semitism in the United States. And while I'd like to believe that most of my colleagues mean it, this bill does not put their money where their mouths are. To fight anti-Semitism in a real way, in the words of Cuba Gooding Jr., show me the money. This bill actually eliminates the DOJ's hate crime prevention accounts, including the Shepard Byrd Hate Crime Prevention Act grants. Not a cut, not a limit on the department. This bill gets rid of it, gone. And community approaches to advancing justice grants, they are totally zapped out of this bill too. Even the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, which I mentioned yesterday, is engaged in a year-long investigation into surging campus anti-Semitism directed by Congress, gets cut. Instead of tackling the problem, this bill acts as if it's all been solved, shamefully jeopardizing their vital work. So if your pledge of support for the Jewish community truly meant anything, please work with me and all of us, either here or in conference, to protect and fund these vital programs. If the House is on fire, this bill just lets the administration turn off the water. The scourge of anti-Semitism and hate won't stop because we want it to. We must all fight it, online, in our schools, in workplaces, and throughout our communities. And finally, as people in Florida and everywhere demand we work to make life more affordable, this bill just looks away. The Trump tax on everyday goods squeezes our families' finances with unpredictable, erratic tariffs, and allegedly all this pain is meant to revive manufacturing at home. But the U.S. economy has lost manufacturing jobs for 4 straight months, 12,000 and counting. Trump taxes are the reason. And under this bill, the Hollings Manufacturing Extension Partnership goes underfunded, while Trump's budget would simply burn the program to the ground. Even the Economic Development Administration that's charged with revitalizing communities is slashed by almost $150 million. And I'll talk more about this later today, but as a Floridian, it's deeply disturbing that NOAA and hurricane programs throughout the Commerce Department are being cut and live under a constant threat from this administration. On a final, more positive note, I'm relieved the chairman included more funding for NASA's budget than the president's pathetic budget request. And with all due respect to my colleagues, some of whom have sent letters of support, if the NASA headquarters moves anywhere, it's coming home to Florida, home of the one true Space Coast. Mr. Chairman, I'm a show me person, not a tell me person, and I'm not much of a poker player, but the tell in this bill shows me that Republicans cannot really be counted on when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism and keeping Jews safe. I'm willing to work and committed to working with anyone to fix the issues in this bill, but for now I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized for remarks about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to join the chorus of many of my colleagues who say, unfortunately, I cannot support this bill, but I do want to congratulate Ms. Ming on her first markup and thank Chairman Rogers and others who've done the work on this bill. It just doesn't end up with a very good result. We've already heard a lot about the bad things in this bill, and I appreciate one of my colleagues who said, let's face the facts, this defunds the police. From the party that said it believes in law and order, we have cuts to the FBI, to the ATF, and even worse, cuts to legal services and juvenile justice, cuts to the grants that fight hate crimes and help with community relations, cuts to VAWA grants, Violence Against Women Act. How long have we been working on this? And this comes from the administration where the president just recently said, things that take place in the home shouldn't be called a crime. They call a little fight with the wife a crime. Now, I just got to tell you, this doesn't come off very well in a state like mine where we're a low crime state, but it's been estimated that about half of our murders are related to domestic violence. So how do you feel if you're a child who lost your mother, who might have been shot in the home after a little fight that took place in the home, and your own president says that shouldn't even be called a crime? Cuts to domestic violence grants, cuts to violence against women grants, that is a crime. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle should be fighting back against that. There are horrendous cuts in here to technology and science, to the National Science Foundation and NASA, all because of this ideological dispute where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to pretend that climate crisis isn't real and that anything they cut over there doesn't matter because it's okay not to research the climate crisis and leave these problems to our children and grandchildren. But I want to focus just a little bit on two agencies which have a particularly large impact on my state, and that's the cuts that are going on to NOAA and to the National Weather Service. There are cuts in this bill, there's already been cuts at these agencies, and the Trump administration to purge federal employees have already resulted in NOAA losing 600 of their staff and the National Weather Service 57. NOAA is our premier environmental intelligence agency. It collects data for public safety, economic development, food and energy security. If you are a fisherman in the state of Maine, you depend on their assessments. And without them, our fishing industry will not have the survey results it needs and will be locked out. The National Weather Service, of course, issues weather and climate reports and warnings to protect lives and protect our economy. You can't fly a plane without a weather forecast. What are you thinking? With the disasters that we're facing, whether they're unpredicted floods in Texas or tornadoes or hurricanes, our citizens need to know that our weather service will be there and be adequately staffed and have the resources that they need. A particular concern of mine is the buoys. Now, you may not know, you hear me talk about, I have to ride on a ferry, and I live in a community where fishermen get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. They need to know what the weather is going to be. And the buoys, the weather buoys, are a critical source of that. I thought you'd be interested, so I just looked up this morning the West Penobscot Bay buoy. Now, it's telling you that the wind is north-northeast out of the north-northeast with 7.8 knots, wind gusts up to 9. Now, if you're a fisherman, you say, well, that's not too bad, that doesn't look too windy, but north-northeast means it could be some bad weather coming in, and you might want to give that a little thought. Gives you the water temperature, the air temperature, 55. If you were coming to Maine today, you'd all have to put on your down coats because it's a little bit cool out there on the water and probably getting cooler based on the weather prediction. Our buoys used to be serviced annual. Then they went down to 3 years. Now they don't get serviced until they're broken. So that means you got to wait for somebody to come in and fix it. A buoy might be out for a long time. Well, that's critical information for a fisherman or someone who has to travel on the water, as we all do in my area every day. Now, if we don't invest in these things, forecasting the weather, data collection, we will fall behind. About 400 Americans currently die because of extreme weather disasters every year, and we all know they're getting worse. This isn't a problem unique to me. It doesn't matter if you live in Texas or California or anywhere across the country. You need to know that. This bill is horrendously underfunded. It does not fight back against the cuts that have been already made by DOGE and deeply damaging these agencies. It leaves us behind in the science war. It just does not give us the resources that we need to protect our communities and make sure that we're adequately protected in the future. I oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, for remarks on the bill.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member. I rise today in opposition to this bill because it will make Americans less safe. It will make us less safe from crime, less safe from terrorism, less safe from abuse, and less safe even from severe storms. It is a recipe for American vulnerability. To start, this bill cuts funding for the FBI by $370 million, which would force the Bureau to lay off thousands of agents, analysts, and investigators who monitor ongoing threats to our national security. It cuts funding to the ATF by $420 million, forcing this agency to eliminate more than 1,000 positions across their workforce. That's 1,000 fewer people tracking down illegal arms dealers, gun smugglers, and international criminals. This bill also cuts funding for the DOJ's Office of Inspector General by $42 million. As my colleagues are aware, the Inspector General is an internal watchdog. They make sure nobody within DOJ is abusing their power or breaking the law, so we know they're very busy right now. I can't imagine why this administration would want to defund that particular office. Even as communities across the country continue to recover from severe weather events, this bill cuts funding to NOAA by $390 million. NOAA conducts climate monitoring and research, carries out coastal restoration, tracks severe storms like hurricanes, and distributes information to the public so we can keep our families safe. As these catastrophes become more common as a result of climate change, we should be increasing resources for NOAA, not taking them away. As if making America more vulnerable to storms, to criminals, to terrorists, and to corruptions were not enough, this bill keeps on cutting. It takes $73 million from Violence Against Women Act grants, reducing resources that help victims of domestic violence escape their abusers, secure justice for themselves, and begin to rebuild their lives. It also slashes funding for the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission by $20 million and the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights by $1 million, hollowing out key provisions of the Civil Rights Act and clearing the way for discrimination and abuse in the workplace and beyond. So lastly, this bill cuts $20 million from Legal Services Corporation, which provides legal assistance for victims of abuse and other issues who otherwise could not afford a legal representation. If you're a victim of domestic violence, you can't afford a lawyer to get the justice that you deserve, or if you've been wrongfully evicted from your home, or if you've lost everything in a storm and the insurance company is giving you the runaround, then the LSC is there to fight for you. It's an office that exists to stand up for vulnerable people. Its mission is to fundamentally protect Americans. Its job is indeed to protect people. But that is at odds with what seems to be the goal of this legislation we are considering today, which is to make us less safe and less secure. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this bill in its current form and make necessary changes to prevent our country from natural disasters, from crime, and for terrorism, all of which can be avoided. And I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, is recognized for remarks about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first want to echo my colleagues' comments of appreciation for both the chair and the ranking member of the subcommittee for your obviously well-meaning efforts on this bill. I also adopt and embrace my Democratic colleagues' concerns with a wide range of areas of this bill, which unfortunately are seriously deficient. The comments of my two colleagues just preceding from Maine and New Jersey on, for example, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration reductions are particularly resonant because you could have just as easily taken your comments on Maine and translated them to the Pacific. Even though our waters are warmer, we have the same basic issues. And for Hawaii, having just dodged 2 bullets in the last 6 weeks. One, a tsunami, which could have done major harm, which we had the ability to detect early and to adjust to, versus being basically blinded in terms of what was out there, as well as the hurricane that just avoided Hawaii. NOAA's efforts and those of other federal agencies are really critical. And any reductions are penny wise and pound foolish. It would come back to haunt us at the end of the day. I do want, though, to focus on a fairly discrete and innocuous issue that nonetheless stands for a much broader principle that we have debated through every single one of our 12 bills this year, and that is the proper role of Congress in the discharge of our Article I powers, not just of Congress, but of this committee, because our Article I powers in this committee involve legislating, funding, and overseeing. And if we are not able to do all of those in an independent, objective way, exercising our own judgment, then we are ceding our authority. And we've seen many, many debates along these lines. And here's one very, very small example, but one example of what can go wrong. The Bureau of Prisons, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, operates, of course, prisons and detention centers throughout our country. They house some of our most hardened federal criminals, and they also have detention facilities, including one in Honolulu, which is a federal detention center, Honolulu, which has close to 1,000 beds. FDC Honolulu usually operates with some surplus, and so obviously other federal agencies are interested in utilizing that detention center when they need them for their own purposes, aside from the Bureau of Prisons. And these other agencies that are interested, include the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which routinely uses it for things like holding folks pending deportation overseas or for adjudication. It's not an unusual use of the Federal Detention Center. I received a very innocuous email in June from Bureau of Prisons, basically alerting me to the fact that quote-unquote, BOP will update its interagency agreement with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to house its detainees in additional BOP facilities, including FDC Honolulu. I, of course, asked the question back to them, okay, fine, I understand that. I want to know a little bit more about it for a couple of different reasons. First of all, what are you using my detention center for, quote-unquote, mine? How does it influence my employees who work in that center? How are you going to segregate the units, because ICE detainees are different from BOP detainees, and another number of other issues. Asked for a copy of the interagency agreement, asked them to update me on exactly how much use of FDC Honolulu was going to be provided to ICE, and what kind of adequate security, staffing, equipment, and detainee health and safety was going to be assured. Perfectly routine oversight questions for any member of Congress, any party, under any time. That's what any one of us would ask under these circumstances. And I received back a very surprising email from BOP, which said, hope this finds you well, appreciate that. The interagency agreement is a law enforcement sensitive, and so I'm unable to share it. A federal agency telling a member of Congress that a document that memorializes an agreement between two agencies that is directly relevant to my district and to the operations of this committee is denied to me. Now, that's not acceptable. And despite the fact that we asked for it a couple more times and asked for an update on what's going on, radio silence. Thus, this committee involved, and I appreciate the inclusion in the manager's amendment of a mandate that, in fact, an interagency agreement, a relatively innocuous agreement, which I highly doubt reaches the highest levels of national security, should be produced to this committee and to me. So appreciate inclusion in the manager's amendment, but our responsibilities include oversight, and we have the right to ask for this information. And when it is denied to us, we are denied the ability to do our job. So we should not let this mentality take hold, in this committee or otherwise, that somehow federal agencies can restrict information to us in the discharge of our oversight duties. With that, thank you again for the inclusion. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong opposition to the bill. Once again, House Republicans have written a bill that doubles down on the Trump administration's failed policies that are already hurting the families we represent. It cuts critical resources for children and families. It guts investments in science and economic development, and it makes our communities less safe. Yet again, that is not fiscally responsible. It's just reckless. One of the most glaring problems with this bill is the deep cuts that it grants under the Violence Against Women Act. These grants are essential resources for rape crisis centers and support services for survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. The Trump administration has already created chaos by freezing grants from the Office of Violence Against Women, and now House Republicans are piling on by slashing funding in this bill. And at the same time, the federal government has yet to release the full records on Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and associates. Survivors deserve answers, and Congress should be demanding accountability, not cutting the very programs that protect women and children. I have heard from organizations in my district that provide desperately needed assistance and resources for survivors, and they have warned that if these cuts are finalized, they will face severe operational challenges and be unable to meet the needs of my constituents. I would urge my colleagues to check on the organizations in their own districts to learn more about how these cuts would endanger their constituents too. We have all heard a lot from House Republicans this year about their alleged concern for women's safety, as long as it can serve as an excuse to limit our right to control our bodies or to attack transgender people. But when it comes to funding these life-saving programs that actually prevent and respond to violence against women, it's clear that women's safety is not a real priority. This bill also strips funding away from community violence intervention and prevention grants. It zeroes out support for hate crime prevention. And it slashes the antitrust division, making it easier for corporate monopolies to steamroll workers and small businesses. This bill also advances a deeply dangerous anti-science agenda. It slashes funding for STEM education programs at NASA and the National Science Foundation, jeopardizing the training and development of thousands of undergraduate, graduate, and postdoctoral researchers at institutions like Northern Illinois University in my district. That puts our future workforce, particularly students from underserved communities, at risk. These programs are the foundation of our economic competitiveness and national security. And when we slash science, we surrender our global leadership to our adversaries. And at NOAA, the National Weather Service is already struggling with short staffing and broken equipment after the Trump administration's dangerous DOGE layoffs. But instead of investing in the tools that help forecast hurricanes, wildfires, and floods, this bill doubles down on the damage by cutting NOAA by hundreds of millions of dollars. Once again, that's not fiscally responsible, it's just reckless. I urge my colleagues to reject this dangerous bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelle, is recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to, as well as a member of the CJS Subcommittee, offer my thanks to Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Meng for their hard work and for the privilege of being able to serve with them, and thank them for the leadership. But I do rise today and echoing much of what my colleagues have said with deep concern over the measure before us. And regrettably, I must urge opposition of the legislation before us. There's not enough time in the day to actually go through all the deeply problematic provisions in the bill, but I would like to mention a few in my the few minutes I've got allotted here. First, this bill proposes a $143.5 million cut to the Economic Development Administration, a move that would severely undermine regional economic growth, weaken local manufacturing ecosystems, and stifle job creation. And these are not just abstract numbers. They are lost opportunities for communities such as mine in Rochester, New York. When we shortchange investment at home, we hand our global competitors, particularly the Chinese government, an advantage which they will certainly seize. The bill slashes $2 billion from the National Science Foundation, threatening the very foundation of American innovation. This cut will decimate research grants, STEM training, and discourage early career scientists and delay the breakthroughs that fuel our future industries. If we fail to invest in the next generation of scientists, we risk losing our edge in a fiercely competitive global economy, and that's a theme that is recurring throughout this bill. The $1.3 billion cut to NASA's Science Mission Directorate is no less alarming. These reductions will delay key scientific missions, disrupt our high-tech workforce, and cede American leadership in space exploration, particularly, again, to the Chinese government. They also jeopardize critical efforts in climate monitoring, planetary defense, and the development of cutting-edge technologies that bolster our economy. Adding to this instability is the fact that NASA currently lacks a Senate-confirmed administrator. At a moment of intensifying international competition, this absence of steady leadership places high-stakes programs at greater risk, and sadly, during our appropriations hearings, we did not hear from NASA to present its argument for its appropriations. Compounding these concerns are troubling cuts made to key public safety initiatives. Critical law enforcement agencies like the ATF and FBI are being asked to do more with much less. The FBI's budget is cut by an astonishing $368 million, and the ATF is cut by $418 million. During a time when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle repeatedly claim to care about public safety, there is no question these cuts undermine our ability to enforce gun laws, investigate violent crime, and protect our communities. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a few of the egregious policy riders included in the bill, like preventing the ATF from regulating ghost guns, which have flooded into states like New York from states without strong laws and weaken ATF's ability to combat firearms trafficking. America is awash with gun violence, and instead of allowing ATF to use its lawful authority to issue regulations to prevent gun crime, which Congress has authorized them to do, the majority is intent on preventing them from using any money to carry out the mission. Lastly, while the Department of Justice received an overall 1% increase in funding, I rise with serious concerns about how this funding is being stewarded. In addition to outrageous actions like destroying the department's voting rights section, which works to enforce the Voting Rights Act, and the Public Integrity section, which literally investigates political corruption, a disturbing pattern has emerged at the Justice Department. Since the president's return to the White House, over 330 lawsuits have been filed against his administration. 35% of those cases where courts have issued substantive rulings, DOJ attorneys have been accused of outright defiance, ignoring court orders, falsifying information, withholding evidence, and quietly circumventing judicial oversight. It is disgraceful. The president is unilaterally dismantling the independence of the DOJ. From hiring his own criminal defense attorneys as top legal officers to using the top federal law enforcement agency as a tool for political retribution, the president is treating the DOJ as his own personal law firm, shifting the mission of the Department of Justice from serving the American people to serving just one individual. As appropriators, we wield the power of the purse. It is not only our right, but our responsibility to ensure federal funds are used not to subvert the judiciary or undermine democratic institutions. So, in good conscience, I cannot pretend like this is business as usual. My foundational pillars of the rule of law are under siege from within. I urge defeat of the bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
I thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Meng. I rise today in opposition to this important bill, the Commerce, Justice, and Science Bill. I'm honored to serve on the subcommittee. On behalf of women, children, immigrants, LGBTQ+ community, workers, educators, families, everyday Americans who are struggling to afford groceries, rent, and medicine, I rise in support of science, justice, democracy, and the rule of law. To be clear, this bill defunds law enforcement and makes America less safe. It slashes funding to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, by $418 million. If passed, these cuts would force ATF to cut its workforce by more than 1,500 workers. That's out of, and I think a lot of people wouldn't understand this or wouldn't think about it. ATF is only about 5,100 members, employees. So if we cut 1,500 positions because they're forced to by taking nearly $500 million, $500 million from them, that would be a loss of 186 agents. And remember, ATF is tasked with helping combat violent crime. 186 agents off the streets. ATF is the primary federal law enforcement agency tasked with addressing violent crime, and its partnerships with state and local agencies are essential to preventing, and to solving shootings. Crimes are inherently more violent when a firearm is involved, and ATF makes America safer by helping local law enforcement keep illegal guns off the street. Federal and state local law enforcement agencies and officers across the United States rely heavily on ATF to prevent illegal gun trafficking and to combat crime. Local law enforcement agencies also heavily rely on ATF's gun tracing programs to not only solve individual gun crimes, but to also uncover and disrupt larger firearm trafficking networks that threaten community safety. These cuts to ATF threaten public safety and make it easier for criminals to get guns. This bill also slashes funding for the FBI by $368 million, which would effectively force FBI to reduce its current workforce by thousands of positions. And then there's the cut to state and local law enforcement, which I was so disheartened to see. The bill cuts Violence Against Women Act grants by $73 million. Juvenile justice grants by $48 million, and completely eliminates other local law enforcement grants, such as, this is eliminating, community violence intervention and prevention grants, hate crime prevention grants, and juvenile delinquency prevention grants, funding that the local law enforcement relies upon to combat crime. Simply put, this bill, the Republican majority's bill, defunds law enforcement, makes it easier for criminals to get guns, and makes us less safe. I'll be offering amendments today to support local law enforcement and to make Americans safer, but I cannot vote for this bill as written, and I rise today to voice my opposition. I yield back.
Seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I would like to recognize Chairman Rogers to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 1. And I would also ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman, Chairman Rogers, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this manager's amendment contains technical and non-controversial changes to bill and report language agreed to by both sides of the aisle. That's it.
Okay. A gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized to deliver remarks on the manager's amendment.
I rise in support of the chairman's amendment. This amendment accommodates changes from both sides of the aisle and makes a number of technical corrections. I ask my colleagues to please support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for comments on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Rogers and the ranking woman, Ms. Meng, also for this amendment. I support it also. In particular, I want to thank both the chairman and the ranking member for adding a provision that talks about early detection and warning for severe weather and flooding events. In particular, something that would help and would have helped there in the hill country in Texas, the floods that we had where we lost a lot of kids there in the Mystic camp. I went to go visit that camp, and again, if we would have had some of the warning that we had, we would have prevented the issues that we had. When you talk to the first responders, they took me around, and they were, they would tell me they would find people 30, 40 feet up in the trees. That tells you how high this situation was in central Texas. Communities across the country, in particular in rural areas like the Hill Country, Texas, have faced devastating floods, not once, but just recently also, more than once. Too often, outdated hydraulic models and data leaves families with little time to prepare and worsening both property damage and the loss of life. By directing NOAA to strengthen real-time flood detection, improve modeling, launch pilot programs to high-risk rural areas, this language will ensure that small towns and rural areas, flood-prone communities are not left behind. Those efforts will give the local emergency managers better tools, improve coordination with community stakeholders, and ultimately save lives when the next storm or flood arrives. This common sense, proactive step, investing in better detection and warning systems will reduce the cost of recovery later while giving families the time they need to protect themselves and their families, like we saw in the Hill Country. So again, Chairman Rogers, thank you so much. Ranking Member Meng, thank you so much. And thank you for adding this amendment. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from the state of Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized for remarks on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was talking, I had a roundtable at with some corrections officers and learned that their life expectancy is only 58 years old. 58 years old for average life expectancy of a corrections officer. They have a suicide rate 7 times higher than other law enforcement. And when I talked to these folks, I said, these officers, I was like, what can I do? How can I help you? And they kept telling me what they really need. But one of them told me, whether or not I can give a detainee a roll of toilet paper is going to determine whether that detainee sees me as an adversary for the rest of the time that they are in detention. Whether or not I can give them toilet paper means the difference between whether or not I'm going to get maybe assaulted, ejaculated on. And so what they're asking for is more agency to do the job that they are called to. And so I'm very encouraged by the inclusion in the manager's amendment, not only recognition of the mental health crisis they're facing, but also an investigation of what strategies, what latitudes do they need to be able to have agency in their life and their work. When I looked around at what was available, what I could help with, I found many avenues to fund a chatbot for suicide prevention. But our chaplaincies receive no support. They're not often considered eligible. Why are we funding a chatbot to talk somebody out of suicide when they don't even want the chatbot, but not supporting the chaplaincy programs that are saving lives? These people see some of the worst things in the world, and they counsel these officers afterwards. And so we have to meet people where they're at. We can't presume a technocratic solution to everything. And I also just wanted to share with the committee my appreciation of the inclusion on removal strategies of sea lions. If you don't know, a sea lion is not a seal. It is the size of a Corolla. It is 11 feet long. They're massive. Here's a seal, here's a sea lion. These are murderous, and they're decimating salmon runs. And the current removal strategies are not sufficient for them to be able to exercise all of their permits So I'm very excited by the inclusion of that and the forward progress we can have to have more effective removal strategies. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Rogers for 1 minute to close.
In favor? You got 1 minute to close, is that it? That's it.
Okay. Question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. I now recognize Chairman Rogers to offer a Republican en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, Rogers Amendment number 2. I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Chairman Rogers is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment includes important additional provisions associated with FBI counterterrorism, opioid, and fentanyl detection, as well as information sharing. These are important updates that will enhance the fiscal 26 Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies bill. I would like to thank my Republican colleagues for working on these additional items, and I urge the adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ranking Member Ming is recognized for response to the Republican en bloc amendment.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. Unfortunately, it adds to the list of controversial provisions that will move us further away from the bipartisan compromise that will be required to get this bill done on behalf of the American people. For example, this amendment includes even more gun riders that don't belong in this bill, on top of those already in the base bill. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
Thank you. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the en bloc amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Rogers for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask for favorable consideration of this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delora, for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I rise to offer this amendment to protect the American people who support our law enforcement officers and expect the Congress to do the same. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, which performs vital law enforcement duties ranging from financial crimes to combating drug cartels and keeping Americans safe from terrorism, used to be a bipartisan priority for this committee. Just to choose a few high-profile examples from the last year, the FBI has saved over 6,475 victims of cryptocurrency investment fraud, totaling nearly $400 million, arrested top leaders of the Sinaloa drug cartel for their role in leading the drug trafficking enterprise, and stopped domestic terror attacks, including plots to target polling centers during the last election and domestic terrorist plans to destroy an energy facility near Nashville. There is no question that the FBI responds to real and pressing threats every day. And yet, this majority has proposed cutting the FBI by more than $500 million, defunding this vital law enforcement agency and taking federal agents away from critical cases that affect Americans' savings, communities, and their very lives. It is impossible to see this cut as anything other than political revenge for the FBI's role in investigating President Trump. This is how democracies die, when certain individuals and groups are seen to be above the law, and when those in power dismantle the ability of law enforcement to hold them accountable. And remember how Republicans howled for years about how Democrats were trying to defund the police? Imagine our surprise when this majority promptly attempts a devastating cut to our nation's premier law enforcement agency, defunding law enforcement. This amendment restores a funding level that the FBI's director, Kash Patel, told the CJS subcommittee would be needed to avoid further FBI staffing losses. Director Patel told us, and I quote, "We need more than what has been proposed." And if I can just, the exchange, the proposed budget that I put forward, this is Patel, is to cover us for $11.1 billion, which would not have us cut any positions. In fact, OMB recommended $10.1 billion. And in a direct question to him, I said, okay, what do you need? Do you need $11.1 billion? He says, approximately. I said, what would happen? So would there be no additional positions deleted from the FBI if you get that amount of money? He said, that is correct. However, we have seen a loss of FBI personnel in 2025 and 2026. And it seems that Kash Patel and Russ Vought were in contradiction of one another. And this is President Trump's handpicked director of the FBI, confirmed on a strictly partisan basis. If there's anyone who would be listening to him, you would think it would be this majority, whose only question the president says jump is how high. Russ Vought may believe that OMB can control the funding for every government agency, but Director Patel evidently feels differently. He sees what we all see. This funding request is insufficient for federal law enforcement officers to be able to do their job. And you know, I applaud his courage in this singular matter. I have a feeling he was taken to the woodshed, but at least he fessed up and spoke directly to us at the CJS hearing. I look forward to hearing their support, my colleagues' support for Director Patel and for our brave law enforcement officers by adopting this amendment. I am proud to propose this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The chairman of the subcommittee, Chairman Rogers, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
This amendment would increase the funding level of the FBI, which is funded in this bill at approximately $10.1 billion. While Director Patel has quickly reformed the FBI after 4 years of mismanagement, the FBI's salaries and expenses account all is directly tied to the committee's defense allocation. Therefore, any increase in the FBI salaries and expenses account would violate the committee's allocation levels. For that reason, I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in strong support of Ranking Member DeLauro's amendment. The FBI has long been a valuable resource to our state and local law enforcement agencies, helping them prevent and solve serious violent crimes. Yet the bill before us today cuts the FBI by more than $500 million below the current level, which would force the FBI to cut its workforce by thousands of positions. This is not a controversial amendment. It merely provides the FBI with the level of resources that FBI Director Kash Patel himself told us is necessary to avoid further reductions in the FBI's workforce. The FBI's special agents, analysts, and other professional and support staff perform invaluable work at the FBI's headquarters, field offices, resident agencies, overseas offices, and other critical facilities. They protect the American people not just from violent crime in their local communities, but from cyber attacks and other threats coming from adversaries outside of the U.S. I urge adoption of the amendment to ensure we are providing our law enforcement with the support they need, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the amendment. I too was at the hearing where Director Patel actually told us that he not only needed additional money to maintain the level of agents that he had, but he wanted additional agents. If I recall, it's like 1,300 or something along those lines. So he spoke very strongly in terms of the need for additional resources. And as a former prosecutor who had a chance to work with the FBI, and I did criminal defense work against the FBI in those cases too, I know that it had been anyway, an outstanding investigative office that was doing great work. Unfortunately, there have been a lot of attacks against the FBI during this current administration. I know senior FBI agents were summarily removed. Some were punished and demoted. Some were forced to retire. And I think apparently that is in connection to their involvement with respect to the prosecution of January 6 cases and or investigations with respect to now President Trump. That's not the way this is supposed to work. Law enforcement agents, just like career prosecutors, should not be punished for the work that they do. In fact, they should be commended for the work that they do because they had done outstanding work in those cases. But on this particular issue with respect to the additional funding for salaries, I would note this. We just heard a few weeks ago that the FBI is actually going to lower the standards for hiring FBI agents. And that apparently is because they're having trouble attracting and retaining FBI agents given the turmoil that's going on over there. But by contrast, the Trump administration, in an effort to attract more ICE agents faster and faster for, I think, the type of work that can be less consequential than what the FBI does, especially with respect to the investigations and prosecutions of cartels and gangs here in the United States. They're offering new ICE recruits $50,000 signing bonuses. So, let's get our priorities straight here. And you can't tell us it's about the money because he found the $50,000 per agent. We don't even know what the maximum amount of that's going to be. Pulled it out of nowhere in order to find the money to hire more ICE agents off the top of his head. And the last point I'll make on this too is with respect to law enforcement. The militarization of Washington, D.C., I won't go into particulars of that, just the money, $1 million a day. $1 million a day out of the blue. No particular appropriation designated for that kind of expenditure, especially since it's probably illegal. But, we can find the money when we want to do it. The Trump administration does it on a routine basis. We really ought to do it here. And you cannot tell me that we don't need the number of FBI agents that we have. Allowing this kind of reduction and cut to the FBI at this critical juncture makes absolutely no sense, especially since the FBI, we talked a little bit about the cartels and the gangs, but think about the impact from the standpoint of national, international espionage that takes place. We rely on the FBI to help us address those kinds of concerns with respect to China stealing our top secrets and information from us here in the United States. Let's not cut those people that keep us safe, not only on the streets every day, but in the suites as well. So I certainly support the amendment. We certainly don't want to be defunding the FBI at this critical time. I think one of my former colleagues, Mr. Gates, was selling T-shirts for defund the FBI. I don't think that's what we want to be advocating right now. I think we want to stand in support of the FBI, give them the resources that they need, because from a law enforcement standpoint and from a national security standpoint, we absolutely need that funding going to them right now more than ever. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues, the Ranking Member and Congressman Ivey, and I appreciate your background in this, which can only help to broaden the scope of this amendment and give it some more depth with your experience. I just think you confirmed a director of the FBI. He came before us with real clarity and courage, I might add, and said $10.1 billion is not enough for me to do my job, for me not to be laying off more FBI personnel when we need to be recruiting more and using the numbers, whether it's 1,000 or 1,300 more, with the work that they do. And we mentioned the cartels, was that adding the national and international espionage efforts there, the domestic terror attacks, the broadest base of what the FBI encourages. Let me just remind people, I think the American people want to be confident that criminals and fraudsters and gangs are being shut down. They want to know that our communities are safe. They want elected representatives that support the police and law enforcement in the same way that they do. The amendment gives that certainty, gives my Republican colleagues a clear opportunity to support the law enforcement officers that they claim to care so much about. Urge your support for the amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient report has been shown, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Oh, that. Somebody said aye. Okay. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming.
Aye.
Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle. Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? The gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Lalota, no.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Alford, no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Ms. Dean, aye.
The gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Hoyer, aye.
Are there other members wishing to be, oh, sorry, gentlelady from Texas?
Ms. Escobar, aye.
Again, any other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and request unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which would strike Section 543, an extreme policy rider that would make Americans less safe. Section 543 would prevent the ATF from regulating ghost guns, which are untraceable firearms that any member of the public can build just from kits or separate pieces. Ghost guns have been used in school and mass shootings, domestic violence, domestic terrorism, and police shootouts. This policy rider would endanger law enforcement. It would allow anyone to purchase all the pieces needed to easily assemble a gun. And because these guns can't be traced, they make it harder for our police to solve crimes and catch the bad guys. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join me to make this common sense change to defend our communities from violent crime and strengthen our law enforcement. And I also want to thank Congressman Espaillat for his collaboration.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Rogers, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
This amendment, Mr. Chairman, seeks to double down on efforts from the Biden administration to push the boundaries of regulating lawful gun ownership. I cannot support an amendment that validates the ATF's regulatory overreach we witnessed during the prior administration, especially when it involves such hallowed rights enshrined in our Constitution. For that reason, I oppose this amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Flores, recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment, which takes a stand against the continued proliferation of, quote, ghost guns. I didn't know that ghost guns were lawful. These weapons, untraceable firearms without serial numbers. They can be assembled from components or kits bought anonymously online and are a major threat to public safety. They can be constructed by anyone with minimal instructions, undermining every state and federal effort to prevent firearms from getting into the wrong hands. These firearms are uniquely dangerous because they are uniquely difficult to track. Detective Nick Clearly of The Madison, Wisconsin Police Department said, Mr. Pocan, "We cannot stop the flow of them," this is a quote, "because we do not know where they come from. We basically just left with a dead end that can shoot bullets," end quote. And these weapons are becoming more prevalent with every passing year. Between 2016 and 2021, the number of ghost guns recovered by law enforcement agencies across the country increased by over 1,000%, with over 19,000 recovered in 2021 alone. In 2023, ghost guns represented nearly 10% of firearms recovered by the Boston Police. Only halfway through 2024, Baltimore police had already recovered 169 ghost guns. Overall, the ATF received nearly 45,000 reports of suspected ghost guns recovered by law enforcement between January 2016 and December 2021. Of those, 692 involved homicides or attempted homicides. Hundreds of people are being killed by ghost guns. These are not just a theoretical danger, they are being used to kill every day. It is deeply irresponsible to ban efforts to protect Americans from this dangerous technology, which even the current Supreme Court agreed 7-2. This Supreme Court said 7-2 that ghost guns could be regulated as firearms under the Gun Control Act. Congress must act against this growing threat before we see more tragedies like the one in Lake County, Montana this February, where a man shot and killed his girlfriend, then ambushed a police officer with a military-style ghost gun that fired armor-piercing ammunition from a high-capacity magazine. The American people are sick and tired of having their streets flooded with dangerous weapons, while their elected representatives stand by and do nothing. Thoughts and prayers are great, but it's about action to help prevent these tragedies that will mean something. Every moment that we delay regulating this dangerous technology is a moment that we put more of our constituents at risk. I urge my colleagues to support the ranking member's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat's recognized to address the amendment.
Chairman, I'm pleased to join our subcommittee ranking member, Congresswoman Grace Meng, in offering this amendment, which strikes Section 543. This section prohibits the ATF from using funds to implement and enforce rules that the last administration issued, which aim to curb ghost guns. Section 543 is yet another exhibit of my Republican friends putting the interests of the powerful gun lobby over the interests of our communities. The use of ghost guns across the country has been dramatically increasing. According to ATF, the number of ghost guns recovered and traced by law enforcement went from 1,629 in 2016 to 19,273 in 2021, a more than 1,000% increase. Without serial numbers or traceable features on the gun frame, slide, or other components, tracking weapon movement from sale and thefts is nearly impossible. When you go to IKEA or you go to Home Depot and you buy furniture, you assemble a dining set. You roll up your sleeves, get the equipment, and assemble a bed. When you get a ghost gun, you assemble a 9mm gun, a deadly weapon that shows up in the corners of many of our districts on the weekend where young people are shot and killed. That's what happened. Without the ability to trace the gun, often in the hands of someone that should not have the gun. So this is a deadly situation, and the last administration addressed this, and we're trying to get it back on track. Even with tracking capabilities from casting, ghost guns create significant investigatory and safety challenges. especially since most of the ghost guns weapons are able to be seized or are possessed by, as I said earlier, by persons prohibited from owning a firearm. So I am proud to join the subcommittee ranking member in offering this amendment. I think this is an amendment that will make our streets safer. It will save lives. We may not have to spend money on the National Guard if we had this amendment, as much as we're spending now, because the streets will be safer. I know that the local district attorney in my district has told me that there is a dramatic increase in recovering ghost guns out there that land up in the hands very often of very young people, 14, 15-year-olds. They assemble them at home. It's a kit that you get at home. And when you come out, you have a 9mm weapon, a weapon of death. And there's no way to track it because it doesn't have a serial number. There's just no way of tracking where it came from, who bought it, etc. So I join in this amendment, and I hope that my colleagues could do the same. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the concerns of my Republican colleagues with respect to the Second Amendment. And I've heard repeatedly the issue about, or the complaint about, overreach by the Biden administration. But that's not what happened in this particular regulation. And you don't have to believe Glenn Ivey, you can actually believe the Supreme Court. In the case of Bondi v. Vanderstock, just in March, by a 7-2 majority, the Supreme Court upheld the Biden administration regulation that this language would overturn. And the author of that was Mr. Justice Gorsuch. All three of the Trump appointees to the Supreme Court upheld the Biden regulation. I was just as surprised as you all apparently are about that, but it was a pleasant surprise from my perspective. And it's for the reasons that we've just discussed a few moments ago. Ghost guns, there's absolutely no reason that they should be legal. They're made for the sole purpose of circumventing investigation, preventing the tracing of guns because they don't have serial numbers. They can circumvent background checks because you can just print it out in your house. You don't have to go buy it from a dealer. They don't have to rely on it being shipped anywhere where it can be crossing state lines, because if you've got a 3D printer, you can put it out in your house. And as the Supreme Court pointed out, the assembly is pretty easy. It's probably too small for you to see, but in a rare effort by the Supreme Court, they don't usually put photos in their opinions. But Justice Gorsuch thought it was so important to do it here that he did it twice. And in this one that I'm holding up, there's little red circles you might not be able to see, but the two guns are totally identical. The only difference is the one on the bottom is a ghost gun. And so the only difference of what had to be made or changed for it to be fully assembled was just removing those two parts. He had an additional photograph or set of photographs in his opinion as well, illustrating basically the same thing. So look, we've got legislation here in the Congress. Mr. Espaillat's one of the sponsors for, the lead sponsors for a bill that would affirm the regulations that have been in place essentially, but they're not even fully necessary based on the Supreme Court ruling unless there is an effort by the Congress to circumvent what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court upheld the regulation that was drafted and published by the Biden administration. I think the Supreme Court, if you look at their opinion, goes through the rationale behind that and says it was done with good reason. It's clearly grounded well in the Gun Control Act, which was produced 50 years ago, right on the heels of the Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy assassinations. The Gun Control Act was passed by the Congress and signed by the president to try and address these exact types of problems that we're facing today, times 10. Because even back in 1968, tumultuous year, the stuff that started going on the streets after that, especially during the crack era, unimaginable at those times. And what is, I think, shocking from the standpoint for most Americans is that Congress would actually try and take steps to legalize These types of firearms being readily available here on the streets of the United States makes absolutely no sense. It totally undermines public safety, and there's no rational basis for it. Last point, a court in Baltimore, just I think a week and a half ago, found in favor of the plaintiffs who sued one of the companies that makes this product, I believe it was Polymer 80, and won a $62 million verdict against them. That's where that community feels about it. I know the president's been pointing at Baltimore, saying they're not doing enough to make their streets safe. Safe. This is one of the steps to try and do that. And I hope that we can stand in support of jurisdictions like Baltimore, Washington, D.C., cities across the country, states that have banned ghost guns, recognizing how dangerous they are and how irrational it is to make them available on our streets, stand with the Supreme Court by a 7-2 ruling that supported the Biden regulation, and make sure we're doing everything we can to keep the streets safe. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean's recognized to address the amendment.
I thank you, Chairman. I'm so enlightened. Thank you, Representative Ivey, for adding to the conversation. I was not aware of the Supreme Court support in this way, majority Supreme Court, even including illustrations. But that goes to show you that what happened when the framers wrote the Second Amendment didn't anticipate ghost guns. As technology changes, deadly technology changes, we have to change. It is upon us in Congress to make sure we do something about it. And so I want to be really clear. In my own community, suburban Philadelphia, my local police departments are calling me, are talking to me, and telling me that ghost guns are prevalent. Ghost guns are a problem. They are finding them at the scene of a crime. And of course, that's the point of a ghost gun, to not be able to trace it beyond that point. They are as deadly as non-ghost guns, as other weapons, and yet they are not traceable. Therefore, it makes sense that we would have this regulation as upheld by the Supreme Court. The other thing I want to say is read the language of this. Again, this isn't tearing at the parchment of the Second Amendment. This is literally this simple statement. Section, and of course this amendment would strike out this bad language. None of the funds made available by this or any other act may be used to implement, administer, apply, enforce, carry out, or defend any part of ATF's rule entitled Definition of Frame or Receiver and Identification of Firearms. That's it. It is not tearing up the Second Amendment. It is simply saying, of course, it is appropriate that we have to update regulations around firearms that are dangerous and deadly in the hands too often of children in our communities. It is appropriate that Congress do this. And why in God's name would we want to say, sure, more ghost guns on the street, more crime that we cannot trace? I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, you know, the term ghost guns is a terrible term. It's an attempt to try and redefine what are actually privately made firearms. These are firearms that have been legal ever since the entire Second Amendment of the Constitution was written in the 1790s. I mean, if you do not allow privately made firearms, then you eviscerate the Second Amendment of our Constitution. Because this right of self-defense, otherwise, because of the Gun Control Act of 1968, would be totally and completely regulated by the federal government. So we would have a constitutional right, the Second Amendment, all right, having to ask permission of the government in order for firearms to be transferred from manufacturers to individuals. And that can never be allowed. We never should have to ask permission of the government in order to exercise an unalienable, God-given constitutional right. So for the folks in this room to say that ghost guns, all right, or the term ghost guns, privately made firearms, do not, and banning them does not affect the Second Amendment is simply not true. And then to say that, that they're untraceable, there's all sorts of means to trace firearms today. You know, you've got tracing by rifling, tracing by firing pin imprint, tracing by imprint on the breech face of a firearm, on the cartridge. There are all sorts of ways. You don't need a serial number, not for guns involved in crimes. So I stand against this amendment, and I ask all my colleagues to stand against it as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. A gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you. I rise in support of this amendment, and I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you to my colleague. I just want to be clear about what was just said. That's totally contradicted by the Supreme Court, even under the new version of their constitutional interpretation. So if you go back to Brewer, where they changed the rule and said basically the Second Amendment only applies where there's a historical antecedent to one of the gun regulations. So they were marking these guns back before 1791. You had jurisdictions in the United States that required marks. And the court pointed to that and upholding these statutes to allow basic regulation. And then secondly, in all of the cases, the one I just read from Vanderstock, from Brewer, and other ones written by Justice Scalia, for example, they always say there's room for regulation, reasonable regulation, limited regulation, like background checks, to make sure that these weapons are handled in the appropriate way. So it's just, I think, incorrect, and I can't really let that stand. According to the Supreme Court that Donald Trump put in place, basically, it's clear that regulations are permitted. It's clear under Vanderstock that ghost guns can be regulated by the regulation that was passed by the Biden administration under the Gun Control Act, which has been upheld over and over and over again. As I said, it's half a century old, and it's withstood constitutional challenges over and over and over again. So it's clearly incorrect to say that ghost guns, that basic gun laws don't apply to ghost guns. And then the last point about the serial numbers issue, that's the thing. There are no markings on these ghost guns, and intentionally so. They send the pieces separately. None of the pieces have markings, like the frame, for example. And the Section 921 of the Gun Control Act talked a little bit about it, but the thinking was that we should add the regulation. Just to be clear, and apparently the Supreme Court agreed by a 7-2 vote, with Gorsuch writing the opinion, and the only two dissenters were Thomas and Alito. So I think it's very clear the regulation that's in place is constitutional according to the United States Supreme Court just in March. And I think it makes common sense, frankly, that we should be able to regulate ghost guns that can't be traced, ghost guns that are becoming a weapon of choice for criminals across the country, ghost guns that are being used by terrorists and international organizations to commit these crimes for that exact reason. Let's be reasonable and rational about this and avoid setting these limits. I yield back.
Reclaiming my time. This is a good, common sense, anti-crime, pro-life amendment. It helps the safety of the American people. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to address the gentleman from Florida? Mr. Rutherford's recognized to address the amendment.
Several times here this afternoon, it's been mentioned that ghost guns are not traceable. That is absolutely false. Ghost guns are traceable, and the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, NIBIN, is used to trace those guns and others, and also to tie one gun to multiple different crimes. So they are traced through all the methods that my good friend Mr. Clyde spoke of earlier, whether it's the bullet, the casing, and the receiver. Those are all traceable. They are all unique and admissible in court. So we need to stop saying that these guns are not traceable. They absolutely are traceable, not only back to a particular gun, but to a series of crimes that they may have been involved in. I just want to clear that up. Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I, again, want to urge my colleagues to help us to prioritize the safety of our law enforcement officers, to prioritize public safety and our constituents from getting hurt over protecting ghost guns, which, according to the Supreme Court, can be constitutionally regulated. And even if some are traceable, there are at least some that are not. And that's why regulation is needed, and that's why this amendment should be passed. Ghost gun owners should adhere to the Supreme Court decision and follow the same rules as other gun owners. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it.
Roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been shown. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? No. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei? Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle? Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Texas.
Ms. Escobar, aye.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
Are there others? A gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye.
Are there others wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the clerk dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment that would strike the funding carve-out for the campus grant program authorized by the Violence Against Women Act. I want to be clear. This amendment is not about reducing funding for the campus grant program. It is not about reducing funding for stopping violence against women on campus. In fact, my amendment keeps the grant program funded at exactly the same level. Furthermore, it is not about denying resources to any category of schools. Rather, it is about ensuring that every dollar Congress appropriates is distributed based on need and merit, not by congressional earmark. We should ensure that the Office of Violence Against Women at the Department of Justice is empowered to award funds for the campus grant program where they are needed the most. By carving out half of the available funds for only 2% of the institutions, we risk denying support to other campuses facing equally urgent violence against women challenges. Every student, whether they attend a large public university, a private college, a community college, or a historically minority-serving institution, deserves the same protections and the resources to prevent sexual assault, domestic violence, and stalking. My amendment restores fairness and flexibility to this program so that no campus is excluded from equal consideration. I urge adoption of this amendment so that funding is fairly and equally distributed based on need rather than by predetermined carve-out or earmark. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. This campus program supports historically Black colleges and universities, Hispanic serving institutions, and tribal colleges and universities to strengthen their institutional response to domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking on campus. This program helps give all college students access to critical support services. Students at these institutions often face unique barriers to reporting and receiving support for domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. Many of these schools operate with limited resources compared to larger or wealthier institutions. This grant program helps to close those gaps. By making campuses safer and more responsive, students stay in school, graduate, and thrive, particularly those from historically underrepresented communities. Just to take a look at some statistics, Latina women aged 18 to 24 have a higher prevalence of physical violence, 29.7%, rape 6.2%, and stalking 6.8% in their lifetime. Nationally, 45% of Black women experience sexual violence, physical violence, and/or stalking in their lifetime. We should not roll back the progress that we have made to ensure equal opportunity for all. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, Mr. Rogers, to address the amendment.
I urge a yes vote.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge a yes vote on this amendment to ensure that all women on campus are treated equally. It's a terrible thing when there's violence against women on campus, and I think that every campus, regardless of the institution, should have these funds available in an equal way, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient show of support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. No. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Aye. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amadei. Yes. Mr. Amadei, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. No. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Aye. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, no. Mr. Loro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. No. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, no. Mr. Lalota. No. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. No. Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. No. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan. No. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
Are there any members wishing to vote or to change their vote? The gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye.
The gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, aye.
The gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Klein, aye.
Gentlelady from Minnesota?
Off aye, on no for Ms. McCollum.
Gentleman from Mississippi?
Mr. Guest, aye.
Gentlelady from Texas?
Ms. Escobar, no.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania?
No.
Go, girl. Okay. Gentleman from California?
Mr. Harder, no.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? See, a gentlelady from Florida. Gentlelady is not recorded.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. No. She's not recorded.
Gentlelady's not recorded.
Thank you.
Ms. DeLauro, no.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm gonna talk about.
Oh, gentleman from New York. I do not believe the gentleman is recorded.
Mr. Espaillat votes no.
On this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 26. The amendment is adopted. Before the chair moves to the next amendment, he'll just note for the record that thanks to the gentlelady from New York, she put out a plaintiff plea, New Jersey, put out a plaintiff plea yesterday for American food for lunch.
Oh.
You owe her a thanks, and then you owe the Chairman Rogers, who responded nobly to that plaintiff plea, a thank you as well. Okay, gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk and ask it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Dear friends, my amendment would increase funding by $160 million for the first A in NASA, aeronautics. The current mark in the bill is $775 million, and my amendment would increase that amount to $935 million. I chose that figure because it's the same amount that was included in fiscal 2024 budget, and then, of course, that was repeated in the FY25 continuing resolution. My goodness, somebody's calling us right there. Please don't take that away from my time. Now, also as a percent of the amount of debt that the President Trump's budget added to the U.S. debt in the billionaire bonanza bill, what I'm proposing is 0.00004% of that $4 trillion that he added to the national debt. It's so teeny weeny, it doesn't even show up on my screen when I start dividing it. So I offer this amendment because I fear our country is continuing to backslide in our investments in aeronautics. Aeronautics is a foundational science. It is an art, and it's all about propulsion engineering of air flight capable machines. In 1998, aeronautics made up 6.6% of NASA's budget, but today it's about half that amount. That is not in the defense interests of this country. The president's budget request was even worse and included only $589 million, a giant cut from last year. Of course, I'm prejudiced, being from Ohio, the home of flight, the Wright brothers, the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and the home of John Glenn and Neil Armstrong, who gave their lives to America's aeronautical advancement. NASA is a jobs engine. It contributes to our national economy and scientific knowledge on space and defense fronts. Aerospace industry employs around 2.2 million highly skilled Americans in living wage jobs, and it generates over $125 billion to our export economy to maintain global advantage and strong capability here at home. We have to invest in the future, where historically we have been leaders, but we can't afford to rest on our laurels and watch as China passes us by. I'm worried we will end up with a sizable cut. Thus, I just want to say I hope this account won't be seen as a source of funds for other priorities as negotiations occur as we move forward in the appropriations process. And I'm happy to withdraw this amendment now, but I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to raise this issue, and I hope that we'll be able to work together to fund this important account soon. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and I look forward to working with her. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Oh, okay. Francine. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the clerk dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to reduce the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission EEOC account back to fiscal year 19 funding levels to address the weaponization of this agency against my constituents. While the EEOC was created to help make employment fair, I have serious concerns that the agency has been weaponized against businesses through its lack of transparency, bureaucratic overreach, and deep-seated DEI practices. This is evident in the story of a constituent company in my district that has been unfairly targeted in an ongoing EEOC investigation. This thriving, family-run business employs many men and women and upholds a high standard of excellence in the community. They frequently hire new drivers, and that hiring is based on merit, which I think should be the basis of all employee hiring at every business that wants to be successful. They also require every applicant to have a CDL, commercial driver's license, driving experience, and no at-fault accidents, which disqualify candidates due to strict insurance requirements and simply common sense. In 2021, the company did not hire a female CDL applicant because of her recent at-fault accident record. Following this denial, the applicant filed an EEOC complaint alleging sex discrimination, and the case was taken up by an Atlanta-based investigator. The company quickly provided a detailed position statement and supporting documents showing the objective basis for the non-hiring decision. However, the investigator ignored this and expanded the investigation, requiring them to provide all driver applications from 2019 to 2022. Out of the hundreds of applications, only 12 women applied, and none of them were qualified for the position. Despite the detailed documentation proving otherwise, the EEOC determined in 2024 that the company discriminated against women, yet the agency never provided any meaningful explanation or summary of evidence supporting that conclusion, as required by its own compliance manual. They even accused the company of discrimination against one female driver who had never even applied for a job at the company. The EEOC falsely created that charge out of thin air and was eventually forced to retract it. Then in December 2024, under a new investigator, a conciliation agreement was reached requiring the company to pay over $1 million to the class of female applicants for lost wages and to compensate for vague emotional distress harm. Additionally, they implemented an unlawful quota of hiring 4 female drivers per year. This quota ignores the reality that very few women pursue CDL licenses or apply for these positions to drive big, heavy vehicles. Once again, the EEOC failed to explain how damages were calculated or how the hiring quota was determined. So this fabricated issue crossed multiple investigators and management at the EEOC and was not limited to one rogue individual. Despite the company's efforts to litigate and comply with the EEOC's demands, in July 2025, the EEOC declared that it had failed conciliation, again with no explanation. This pattern of secrecy and arbitrary decision-making made it impossible for the business to even understand how it had violated the law. But I believe that was the whole point. The business had not violated the law at all, but the EEOC was using the process as the penalty. These unlawful hiring quotas, lack of transparency, and DEI-driven allegations violate President Trump's Executive Order 14173 and undermine the stated priorities of the acting EEOC director. As this company now faces mounting legal fees and an uncertain path forward, the very existence of this family-run business is now threatened. It's past time to teach the EEOC a lesson. You cannot violate an agency's own stated priorities and expect funding increases every year. I would hope that this very modest budget cut would get their attention. Mr. Chairman, I stand for fairness. But without transparency and reasonable explanations, the weaponized EEOC is wasting our taxpayer dollars to promote woke ideology and issue standards that are both impossible and unfair to small businesses across our nation. The business in my district is a prime example. For now, I withdraw this amendment, but I will bring it back and bring it to the House floor should the EEOC not immediately make a course correction to follow the actual facts and stop making the process into the punishment. And I yield back.
The amendment's been withdrawn. I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have Wasserman Schultz 1 at the desk and ask for unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment that would help address the gaps in current federal law and procedures that allowed for Jeffrey Epstein's secret sweetheart plea deal to be upheld in the first place. Specifically, this amendment would insert report language directing the Department of Justice to assess their compliance with the Crime Victims' Rights Act that passed in 2004. That identifies shortcomings in DOJ practices that are a barrier to crime victims exercising their rights and recommends specific reforms to strengthen enforcement of crime victims' rights within the DOJ. It also requires DOJ to report these findings to Congress to provide us with a clear understanding of how we can strengthen victims' protections and rights, especially in cases like Epstein's where charges aren't formally filed in court. I think we all want to make sure, or at least I would hope, that a plea deal like Jeffrey Epstein got can never happen again without making sure that the victims under the Crime Victims' Rights Act have the law followed and get the opportunity for them to face the person who hurt them and ensure that they can have their say on the plea deal. I have long fought for Epstein survivors to get justice and to ensure future survivors don't face similar mistreatment. And this amendment would advance that years-long effort one Congresswoman Frankel, former Representative Jackie Spear, and I have championed alongside Epstein survivor Courtney Wild, a Florida native who bravely fights to reform a system that cruelly mistreated her. The Crime Victims' Rights Act, which is current law, was meant to protect the rights of all crime victims, to ensure their voice was heard in court, and to make sure they received timely notice of any major development in the defendant's case, including a plea deal. Yet Epstein's victims were never notified when U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta gave Epstein a sweetheart plea deal. This serial sexual predator got only 13 months in county jail, most of which he spent on a work release program. It's a plea deal that gave Epstein and any co-conspirator immunity from federal prosecution. It protected the very people we're still fighting to uncover and bring to justice. These survivors clearly deserved to be notified and have their day in court to speak out against this egregious deal. That was the original intent of the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Courtney thought so too. Yet now she found herself on a new mission that she should never have had to face, going to court against the U.S. government to fight for all the victims who, just like her, were left in the dark about Epstein's lenient plea deal. She fought for decades, only to have the court rule that because Epstein's charges had not been formally filed, she and his other victims were not guaranteed the rights outlined under the CVRA. As she still fights for this justice, I commend Courtney's unwavering determination. She's shining a light on these ambiguities in current law. And we all know that more survivors, far more than the ones Epstein preyed on, they also fight for the same right. VAWA, a victims' rights advocacy group here in D.C., documented various situations where prosecutors provide only vague mentions that a plea is under consideration. And again, it happens without victims being informed of all terms, timing, or the possibility of restitution. These victims then lose the chance to fight for agreements that reflect their needs and interests, just like Epstein's victims. This just shows us that unless the law is clarified to require meaningful and timely consultation on pleas, more victims will be marginalized at critical stages of criminal cases. But until we change the law, which my bill, the Courtney Wild Reinforcing Crime Victims' Rights Act, would do, we can pass this amendment to at least get a more clear picture of the scope of this problem and whether DOJ policies uphold the intent of the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Does it really protect all victims? And in what way should these protections be expanded? Because all survivors deserve transparency. They deserve justice. The immense strength of survivors like Courtney to share their stories and fight for accountability should encourage all of us to muster up just a fraction of their courage. No survivor should have to tell their story over and over again, like many of the Epstein survivors have. They have been forced to do it under intense scrutiny from the public just to try to get the justice that the law owed them in the first place. Please stand with them today and stand up for those who suffered a terrible injustice by the ambiguity in current crime victims' rights law. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady and the gentleman from Kentucky. Distinguished Chairman Rogers is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Oversight Committee is currently investigating this matter. The Department of Justice is complying with the investigation and has given every commitment to continue doing so, and the White House is also moving forward. Transparency is in motion. The Oversight Committee's initial August 5, 2025 subpoena to the department was broad. The Justice Department provided the first round of documents on August 22nd of 25 and indicated more are on the way. In fact, the Oversight Committee is pursuing and receiving information beyond the Justice Department, including records in the Epstein estate's possession, custody, or control. Not only must we allow sufficient time for the department to fully comply with the oversight subpoena, but we must also give the Oversight Committee a chance to investigate everything it requests. Take the time to do this investigation thoroughly and discover the truth. For these reasons, I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Ming, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I rise in strong support of this amendment. As my colleague noted, the DOJ failed the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. In 2007, the DOJ failed to adequately notify victims as it cut a sweetheart deal with Epstein, allowing him to serve only 13 months in jail for his crimes and giving victims no opportunities to be heard. And while the Epstein case is now an infamous example of the federal government failing to protect victims and keep them informed about the prosecution of those who harmed them, it is very likely not the only case. This amendment begins to force the DOJ to account for where it has failed so that survivors of crime can be active participants in seeking justice, and so that our country does not once again fail the victims of some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment has absolutely nothing to do with what the Oversight Committee is doing. That's a specific, significant case that we need to make sure we get to the bottom of and that those files are released. The Crime Victims' Rights Act is federal law. And not only in this case, but in other cases, as I cited in my opening remarks, we have victims that are not being given the opportunity to weigh in on plea deals that are negotiated by prosecutors. and they are circumventing the ability of victims to have their day in court. So I have legislation that would address that, but this amendment would simply say that we should have DOJ identify shortcomings in their practices that are a barrier to crime victims exercising their rights. They should recommend specific reforms to strengthen enforcement of crime victims' rights within the DOJ, and it would require them to report these findings to Congress to provide us with a clear understanding of how we can strengthen victims' protections and rights, especially in cases like Epstein's where charges aren't formally filed in court. It is incomprehensible to me that anyone on this committee would not vote for this amendment and make sure that we can ensure that federal law is followed and that victims are able to get the justice that we gave them when the Crime Victims' Rights Act was passed in 2004. I would appreciate the members' support, and if you actually support victims and want to make sure that they have an opportunity to be heard, you'll support this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Laloda. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming.
Aye.
Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Ms. Underwood.
Aye.
Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California.
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentlelady from California.
Mrs. Torres, aye.
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Laloda, no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cloud, no.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. The gentleman from Nevada? Does gentleman from Nevada wish to vote?
Mr. Amadei votes no.
On this vote, the ayes is 26, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the clerk dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to offer an amendment to the committee report accompanying the FY26 Commerce, Justice, Science, and Appropriations Bill. This amendment provides a sense of Congress regarding the definition of an interstate sale. Specifically, it states that an interstate sale will be considered as occurring at the location of the place of business where the payment is received and accepted, or from where the product is shipped at the choice of the business if those are different locations. This language is guidance to help clarify congressional intent. Since the Supreme Court's Wayfair decision in 2018, small businesses have faced significant compliance burdens from a patchwork of state and local sales tax regimes. A clear and consistent understanding of where an interstate sale occurs would help reduce confusion and help ensure that small businesses are not forced to shoulder disproportionate costs just to remain compliant. Sales occur at the place of business and not some nebulous place across the country. This language reflects Congress's commitment to foster clarity and fairness in an interstate commerce while recognizing the realities faced by small businesses across state lines. Interstate authority was ceded by the states to the federal government in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 of the Constitution. So, I urge adoption of this amendment to the report. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady, yes, sir. I don't know. Has a copy been distributed? Well, the gentlelady over here does. Well, evidently the gentlelady from Minnesota does. Thank the gentleman. That's quite all right. Thank you for bringing it up. Gentlelady from New York is recognized, Ms. Ming, to address the amendment.
Sorry to say I rise in opposition to this amendment. I'm not sure this is appropriate in an appropriations bill, and I yield back.
Okay. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? If not, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Chairman, before-
Oh, yes, sir.
Would the gentleman yield for a question? Mr. Clyde, would you yield? I don't have time. I'll yield some time.
Okay.
I have time. Will you yield for a question?
Well, let me recognize the gentleman from Maryland first, who's requested recognition. You can go ahead and ask the gentleman if he wants to yield for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clyde, would you yield? What is the impact of this? I've read the language, and what engendered the language that you want clarified or the issue that you want clarified? I heard your explanation, but I want to, is there a case that you're particularly interested in? Did something happen?
There are multiple cases. When small businesses have to comply with 49 actually, 50 if you consider the District of Columbia too, 50 different sets of rules across the country for sales tax and registration where they have no nexus whatsoever in those states, all right, but yet they're being forced to do that. The Supreme Court looked for some congressional clarification in the Wayfair decision, and so I think this is an appropriate time. We're seeing small businesses, we're seeing states come against small businesses all across the country now, and it's been a real problem. And so this is an opportunity to clarify that, and it's not in the bill itself, it's in the report.
I see it's a report.
Thank you.
And I hope report language has meaning. We've had that discussion in the past. And it'll have meaning if the agencies believe that we're going to take it seriously and expect them to follow that report. Has this been discussed with the authorizing committee? I'm not deeply into this, but I'm just confused because this clearly attempts to deal with the law case you're talking about, which would normally be an authorizing issue. It's not a none of the funds amendment. Well, I'll see what Chairman Rogers has to say and go from there.
Well, actually, Chairman Rogers did not claim time, but I think the other gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
Just a follow-up question. Is it South Dakota v. Wayfair? Is that the decision you're referencing?
Gentleman from Georgia, I believe the gentleman from Maryland was directing a question. Am I correct in that, Mr. Ivey? Did you have a question for?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Well, you would need to yield him time to answer.
I would yield you time to
If you
answer. The
care.
question is South Dakota v. Wayfair the case you're referencing? Yes, okay. And so this would go to the determination of how sales tax would be imposed?
It would be the authority of the Judiciary Committee on the authorizing side.
Okay, but it only goes to sales tax? Is that the point? Okay. All right, I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to claim time to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the gentleman's amendment is accepted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in your desk. This is an amendment that was filed as a result of conversations, so I want to just make sure the right one is pulled up, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment. One quick question. I want to make sure we've got the right amendment.
Yeah, me too.
We got it? Okay.
No,
Gentlelady,
yeah, let me just look.
just make sure.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think that we all can remember the reporting that occurred on the president's plan to close nearly all weather research labs across the country, including significant hurricane research labs. I'll just quote one article from The Hill several months ago. The Trump administration wants to zero out climate research at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, according to a newly released budget document. The document calls for no funding to go to the agency's climate laboratories or regional climate data and information. It also wants to zero out research at NOAA's weather research program and weather laboratories, as well as its tornado and severe storm research. The budget document also calls for a shutdown of weather and climate laboratories around the country, including a lab in Mauna Loa, Hawaii. Sorry, apologies to Ed Case, that tracks greenhouse gas emissions, and another in Miami whose research includes hurricane studies. Our bill before us does not reflect those requests in the president's budget, but there are significant cuts, but they don't follow the president's budget, thankfully. But the risk is real, given that the president has pretty indiscriminately decided to withhold funds and fire individuals and make closures without consultation with Congress. So I rise to offer an amendment with my colleagues, Mr. Alford, Ms. Frankel, and Mr. Diaz-Balart, that directs NOAA to maintain their current facilities and capabilities so we do not erode the safety and security of all our families facing deadly hurricanes or extreme storm threats, floods, and other natural disasters. Because too many of us here do not need me to detail the horrors that our overheated climate can inflict on a community. Texas appropriators are still mending broken hearts from the deadly floods that Tropical Storm Barry left behind. And our Carolina and Gulf Coast colleagues likely still nurse storm-inflicted wounds, not only from years gone by, but from Milton and Helene that devastated across the coastline and our region last year. I know we all heard those cries of pain coming up from Camp Mystic. Just Monday, I visited communities on Florida's Suncoast who withstood the worst that our state has seen in recent years, and not one of them stood up to say we sure could have used less data and less information before those storms. Not one person demanded we dial back, dilute, or destroy the timely research that NOAA gives us to brace for these extreme storms. In fact, they all wanted just the opposite. They all knew every minute of warning means thousands of lives saved. As these storms prowl our coasts and stalk the Gulf of Mexico, our neighbors want every data point they can get. Just that few extra hours of warning means hundreds fewer funerals. More accurate cones of impact will allow more families to put smarter prep and evacuation plans in place. And that's exactly what NOAA provides for all of us and has provided much, much more predictable pathways for these storms and disasters. Look, it's peak hurricane season right now, and while it's calm right now, we know deadly storms are brewing in the Atlantic. Yet even as these threats loomed, we were losing top researchers, and there were serious proposals to close over a dozen weather and climate sites. Even Miami's Atlantic Oceanographic and Meteorological Laboratory and NOAA's Hurricane Research Division. At the start of this hurricane season, South and Central Florida NOAA facilities were understaffed by 20 to 40%. John Morales, our most senior meteorologist in South Florida, raised doubts on air that he may be unable to provide accurate forecasts due to a lack of critical data. What a horrible thing to have to tell your community. And you can't look at any of this in isolation. That's why I'm proud to work with my colleagues in a bipartisan way here in the committee to protect the vital mission that NOAA has. Look at that. We're being appropriators, not Republicans and Democrats. Another example of why this amendment is vital is the Miami lab, which provides the scientific backbone that we rely on back home to forecast storm intensity and paths. This would be a generational loss in public safety and science. To shutter any of these world-class weather and climate labs would risk losing 75 years of research history. And we know what happens when we silence these early warning systems. And I know we all see the value of NOAA and the life-saving work the facilities and its employees conduct. Supporting this amendment will help protect these critical assets. I'm thankful to have worked with my colleague, Mr. Alford, Mr. Diaz-Balart, and Ms. Frankel has joined us to ensure that we can continue to get our constituents all the information they need to keep themselves safe. I know I won't give up the fight to protect vital programs and work like the work that NOAA performs for our communities. And I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, extend my appreciation to Mr. Alford and my friends on the other side of the aisle. And I yield back and urge members' support of the amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. And the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, distinguished chair of subcommittee, is recognized to address the amendment.
I want to thank gentlelady for working with Mr. Alford on this matter and coming to a good conclusion, and we urge a yes vote.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this bipartisan amendment. NOAA's labs and cooperative institutes conduct work that is important to our economy and public safety. These labs and cooperative institutes help us to plan and prepare for changes in the Earth's climate and help to improve our country's weather forecasting. This gives emergency managers and the general public more time to prepare for and respond to severe weather events such as hurricanes, floods, and wildfires. This proposal is bipartisan, and I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, is recognized to address the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems we have 3 Floridians and 1 Missourian teaming up together. This ought to be good. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Wasserman Schultz, for her important amendment. And while I love the spirit of her original amendment, I could not support its language as it would have severely hobbled the administration. Like Representative Wasserman Schultz's district, Missouri's 4th Congressional District has been hit hard and hit frequently with natural disasters and catastrophic storms that have ripped apart homes, communities, and lives. I personally, in 2011, covered the Joplin tornado that killed more than 160 Missourians. You know, for many of my constituents, the difference between life and death is the life-saving alerts and up-to-date information that the National Weather Service through NOAA provides. and the professional relationship that the meteorologists in these offices have with the meteorologists at television stations, many of whom I worked with in my career, and radio stations. I share Ms. Wasserman Schultz's deep concerns about ensuring that NOAA remains able to provide the best possible service for our constituents and keeping offices like the one in Pleasant Hill, Missouri, in my district, open and operating with humans and not just artificial intelligence. Again, I thank the gentlelady from Florida for her passion and for working with us to negotiate an amendment that will not hobble Secretary Lutnick, but give direction to protect the integrity of NOAA to continue to save lives. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. It sounds, the chair, like we've had 3 hurricanes and 1 really big tornado work together for good. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman from Missouri, and I congratulate Ms. Wasserman Schultz on her amendment. I have had a relationship with NOAA over the years. They have offices in my district, and now I think essentially in Mr. Ivey's district. We share things back and forth. I rise in strong support of this report language. The President's administration's effort to dismantle NOAA is a textbook example of what I call you're on your own. You're on your own when the hurricane batters your town. You're on your own when the floodwaters rise and wash away your home. You're on your own when tornado flattens your community. The administration apparently doesn't want to monitor these natural disasters to provide early warning to those caught in their path, firing so many federal workers that some of the National Weather Service's regional office can no longer operate 24 hours a day. Obviously, weather operates 24 hours a day. The administration has also taken steps to shutter the NOAA Center for Weather and Climate Prediction in College Park, Maryland, just outside my district and in Mr. Ivey's district. It's home to teams of hardworking scientists who provide Americans across the country with the weather forecasts that we rely on every day. I agree 100% with Mr. Alford that AI may have a lot of assets, but it's still not a human being that can respond in an effective way all the time. The administration apparently also wants us to study storms, not study storms or the climate crisis that makes them more frequent and more intense with each passing year. The budget would have zeroed out the agency's climate research completely. We didn't do that. The chairman didn't do that. The committee didn't do that. I congratulate them for that. This amendment would prohibit the president from using funds, and I know it's been modified somewhat from my remarks, but it does make sure that it stays whole in every community so that it can do the job that Americans want it to do and need it to do. And I rise in strong support and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Okay, thank you for this bipartisan amendment, because I would just say this. Florida knows hurricanes, and just to put this in lay terms, you got to have these warnings so you can get your flashlights, your water, your food, you put up your shutters, and if you need to, you get out of town. So this is a good amendment, and I'll just end by saying hurricanes do not know whether you're a Republican or Democratic or have no party affiliation. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the amendment, and I'm so encouraged that if even for just a minute or two that politics have been set aside, we all represent communities that depend on accurate weather data. Farmers timing their planting and harvest, ranchers safeguarding their livestock, fishermen navigating dangerous waters, first responders preparing for wildfires or for tornadoes, and families deciding whether to evacuate ahead of a hurricane. Shutting down NOAA labs, trying to underfund them, wouldn't just silence a few scientists, it would leave every one of our districts less prepared for costly disasters. In 2024 alone, the U.S. suffered 27 separate climate and weather disasters, each causing more than $1 billion in losses, a record number of billion-dollar disasters in a single year. These events, floods in the Midwest, hurricanes in the Gulf, and wildfires in California, didn't check party registration before wreaking havoc. They hit red states and blue states alike. Every dollar we spend on accurate forecasting and advance warning saves lives and protects property. Doing anything to harm NOAA labs would roll back that progress. It would mean slower warnings, less accurate forecasts, and greater losses of life and property. Simply not good stewardship. It's penny wise and pound foolish. I've heard some say that private companies can do this, but even private forecasts rely on NOAA's foundational data. Without NOAA's model and measurements, many collected in the very labs we're discussing, the private sector cannot produce reliable products. Eliminating NOAA's capacity would cripple the entire weather enterprise. And let's be clear, this is not about ideology. I know all my friends here care deeply. I care deeply about my coastal community. I know we care about our farmers. We care about our small businesses. We have constituents who, in some parts of the country, wake up early to check the forecast before deciding what to do about their crops or whether even to send their kids to school. And they trust that the information comes from rigorous, nonpartisan science. And we cannot betray that trust. Beyond the immediate safety concerns, weakening NOAA's climate research also blinds us to long-term risks. Carbon dioxide levels grew by 3.7 parts per million in 2024. That's the fastest rate on record. Our wetlands and forests are increasingly stressed, reducing their ability to absorb carbon and buffer our communities from floods and fires. Ignoring these facts will not make them go away. It will simply leave us unprepared. So I'm grateful to my colleagues for thinking about the families in your own district who depend on timely warnings, thinking about the small businesses whose insurance premiums skyrocket after every billion-dollar disaster, thinking about the sheriffs and the emergency managers who rely on this data to decide whether to evacuate a neighborhood or to deploy resources. I'm glad this is not a partisan vote. It's about keeping Americans safe, protecting our economy, and respecting good science that serves us all. And I hope, maybe, just maybe, we've cracked the door open just a little bit to consider other ways we can work together to protect science in the public interest. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of my friend, Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz's amendment, and would like to draw the membership to the Mid-Continent region. Not the, we've heard from the West Coast, the East Coast, the South Coast. Well, there's another coast, the longest coast, and it's the Great Lakes coast. And I particularly stand on behalf of the people of our region where fresh water is our life and our livelihoods. The Great Lakes are the largest body of fresh water in the world, and we are the third largest economy. We share our lakes with Canada. It is an extraordinary responsibility, and this amendment will, as others have mentioned, prohibit the bill from closing, consolidating, or eliminating any NOAA laboratory or cooperative institute, including our Great Lakes Environmental Research Lab, which has a terrible acronym they call GLERL. If I couldn't find a better name than that, I'd really wonder. That stands for Great Lakes Environmental Research Lab. For example, we remember too well in our region the summer of 2014 in Toledo, Ohio, when a Lake Erie harmful algal bloom poisoned the public water supply. And I guarantee you, if I took you out on Lake Erie right now and you had a decanter of water we pulled up, you would die because of the dissolved reactive phosphorus that has leaked into our water systems. And in 2014, they were completely shut off for 3 days, and over 500,000 people had no water for 3 days. Flint, Michigan had a related crisis at that time, but we in the Great Lakes have major challenges ahead of us, and the Great Lakes Lab was critical in helping us analyze and, for the moment, restore livability to our communities. These scientists from the Great Lakes are the backbone of our ability to forecast and plan for these harmful algal blooms. One misstep on an average day can result in a big crisis. But it is this lab that turns raw data from our satellites, buoys, and other monitoring systems into life-saving information for people across our region, for farmers, for fishermen and fisherwomen, and for all the people that rely on Lake Erie for their fresh water. They study flooding. People have talked about flooding in other regions. Ice cover, which is a little bit thin now on the Great Lakes. My own lake doesn't freeze over anymore, Lake Erie. Invasive species. All these are building blocks for restoration of our freshwater Great Lakes ecosystem and the communities that rely on it. The closure of these labs would erase decades, and I'm telling you, decades of hard-won expertise, vital data, crippling our ability to respond to environmental crises, which we have. We have tornadoes out our way. Abandoning the 40 million Americans who depend on this irreplaceable, life-giving freshwater resource. It is a critical asset, not just to our region, but to the country, as well as to Canada, and it's not optional. It is foundational. The lakes and this research lab deserve more than neglect. They deserve respect, and we can't close our eyes to the future. I am pleased to stand to support preservation of this lab to protect our largest freshwater body system on the face of the earth that provides life to our people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Diaz-Balart, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first thank the chairman Chairman Rogers for working with us. This is 4 members that got together, and this is what happens, Mr. Chairman, when you do a little bit less messaging and you actually try to get together to pass an amendment versus just message on an amendment. It can actually happen, and so I'm grateful to my 2 colleagues from Florida, and also to Mr. Alford, who, while relatively new in the committee, continues to demonstrate what leadership is all about. So thank you all. I do think, by the way, that the more we talk, the less support we're going to get. So I'm going to shut up and yield back.
Okay.
The gentleman sets an admirable example for the committee. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
After him, is that the idea? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleagues, Ms. Wasserman Schultz in particular, for your leadership. The bipartisan effort on this front is greatly appreciated. I have 2 NOAA installations in my district. Obviously, this has been a tough year for many of the employees who live in Prince George's County and the surrounding area, and really across the country. But they've been doing outstanding work, those scientists at NOAA. I appreciate the fact that that's being recognized here today and the difference that it makes from a public safety standpoint. And I thank you all for the work that you've done and look forward to continuing to work with you all in the future. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Chairman Rogers and Mr. Alford, Mr. Diaz-Balart, Ms. Frankel, and all of my colleagues for working together to help ensure that really our collective sentiment to make sure that these incredibly important NOAA lab facilities, climate research facilities, and research funding is not shut down because we know that lives hang in the balance. And I just am really glad that we were able to demonstrate that it is possible to come together and actually really find common ground and agreement. That is the tradition of this committee, and I'm glad that we were able to come together to contribute to that. I yield back and urge members' support of the amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment is adopted.
Who was that troublemaker?
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for the purposes of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is the amendment that I've been offering every appropriation bill that I'm hoping that sometime in the near future, every chairman and ranking member will seriously consider this. As you know, under Article 1, Section 9, and then Clause 7, we have the right to appropriate, but we also have a responsibility for oversight. And again, once we provide dollars to the agencies, how many times do we really sit down and look at what they're doing with those dollars? You know, we might see something in the media and then we decide to react, but we need to have a systematic overview. Setting up the right measures, the right missions is important. We did start some of the work back in 2010, as I mentioned, the modernization of the Performance Act that got passed in the 90s. But we need to do our work. And I envision one of these days having this language and actually having, as part of the report, some of the performance measures that we ought to look at to see if the agencies are following the instructions and the dollars that we sign. So with that, members hope to have this conversation later on. And hopefully we can add this language in every single appropriation bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I offer and withdraw my amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank the gentleman very much. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading be dismissed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't want to inflame things. I like the kumbaya moment, but there's a few things we have to talk about when we talk about violence against women that have been said recently, particularly by the president, where he was quoted as saying about crime in D.C. was virtually nothing except for lesser things that take place in the home they call crime. Quote, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say that was a crime. So now I can't claim 100%. Now, respectfully, if the president wants to clarify that, that would be helpful, but it is, as stated, deeply disturbing. What doesn't need clarification was that in June, he suggested that we make massive cuts to the Office of Violence Against Women, and by suggesting that we consolidate into the larger Office of the Justice Programs. Now, let's be clear. The Violence Against Women Act requires OVW to be a separate and distinct office in DOJ, and for good reason. Having a separate office for violence against women means we can approach this type of violence with specialized, survivor-centered policies. Look, my first real job, I spent the summer between my junior and senior year of high school working as a counselor at a domestic violence shelter in Chicago. So I lived there, and in the middle of the night, a woman would come in with her traumatized kids, and she was beaten severely and carrying things in bags and cardboard boxes, and you saw just what the devastation was. And I guess what I learned was you really have to have a safe place for women to go when someone is experiencing this kind of crisis. And when I became a Cook County Commissioner, one of the first things I was able to get done was a separate courthouse for domestic violence victims so they could be isolated from their abusers as they entered, and they weren't deterred from coming in. To successfully respond to assault and domestic violence, we need to consider the legal, health, social, and financial impacts. Unfortunately, the bill in front of us today cuts funding for the multi-pronged programs. These cuts include transitional housing, effective policy, policing initiatives, training programs, and services to end violence against older women and women with disabilities. But while this funding is going down, demand for the programs is going up. The National Alliance to End Sexual Violence found that 58% of sexual assault services providers reported an increase in demand. 60% reported an increase in demand for prevention services. Now, like many of you, I've met with local domestic violence service providers, including ones that receive grants through VAWA. Just one story. A woman in Chicago who was in a horrible situation for several years, but because she only spoke Mandarin, she didn't think she could go any place for help. A culturally specific service grant through VAWA allowed this organization to hire staff who spoke many languages, including this. So when she found them and reached out, they were able to get her out of the situation. She was able to leave her abusive marriage and is now economically independent. The traditional housing program allowed this woman to leave an unsafe situation, get back on her feet, and even further her career. Without the VAWA program supporting these transitional housing, for example, these survivors would not have been able to leave these situations or rebuild their lives. It's the combination of all these programs that make it possible for survivors to escape violence and heal from it and reclaim their independence. My amendment adds $100 million to the Office of Violence Against Women and adds language prohibiting the Attorney General from consolidating the office into the rest of DOJ. I'm offering this amendment to make sure that these resources remain available for the people who need them and to make sure that violence against women remains a national priority. Thank you, and I urge your support.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, the distinguished chair of the subcommittee, is recognized to address the gentleman's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House CGS Fiscal 26 bill maintains strong support for programs that support domestic violence victims by providing approximately $641 million for the DOJ Office on Violence Against Women. Additionally, this bill increases the Crime Victims Fund obligation cap, allowing for more grants to go out to state and local domestic violence shelters. This amendment would seek to increase funding for OVW by $100 million without a proposed offset. Additionally, this amendment includes language prohibiting the consolidation of OVW within the Office of Justice Programs. The Fiscal 26 House bill maintained OVW as a separate office and grant-making component at the Department of Justice. I appreciate the intent of the amendment, but I must oppose it. The House bill was strategically crafted with member input, and every funding level has been carefully considered. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, the ranking member of the subcommittee, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment. The Office of Violence Against Women is the only federal office that directly represents the needs of victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. As many of our colleagues have shared with Attorney General Bondi, any delays or reduction in funding for OVW will have devastating consequences for the countless individuals who rely on these resources for safety, legal protection, and recovery. It should also be unacceptable to all of us on this committee that the Department of Justice is unwilling to uphold the law that ensures OVW is managed as a separate entity. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in support of this amendment. As many of you know, domestic violence is a real scourge that has a corrosive effect across the board in many communities, but especially in families. We talked the other day about trying to figure out red flags for mass murderers and active shooter scenarios, people who commit homicides. When you go back and look at the family history for many of those people, they come from homes where domestic violence was rampant. And there's also, I mentioned the sins of the father kind of deal, the replication of that when you go from generation to generation. This act and the office that manages it is one of the few that really is aimed at targeting and fixing and addressing that problem. When I was the local prosecutor, we had a clear issue and we really didn't have a unified approach to how to deal with it. I had someone in the office that when I came in who'd been there trying to set up an office for domestic violence survivors, and not just a house where they could come until they had a chance to find somewhere else to go, but a place that provided wraparound services for them from the standpoint of finding whether it was additional job opportunities, educational opportunities, assistance with their children, because many of these domestic violence survivors had young children in tow, and also assistance, whether it was with respect to law enforcement, for enforcing stay-away orders that had been put in place. But there's a whole range of services that was needed, and they were all scattered out across the county. Made it difficult for individual women, well, not only women, but primarily women, to get access to those services and ramp them up and use them in a way that could be most effective. With the funds from that program, we were able to establish that unit, and I'm proud to say that 23 years later, it's still up and running and doing great work in Prince George's County, and it was actually modeled after the type of office that is in other states and other jurisdictions, probably like many of yours. But it makes a difference to focus on this program, to target this program, to make sure that we're providing domestic violence survivors, many of them who feel they don't have any place else to turn, the types of support that they need to get through it and find a path forward for themselves and their children and their families. So I thank you for offering this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote in support of it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I've been told they're two separate issues, but in reality, I don't think they are. This amendment stands on its own and deserves support for all those victims and to those that we want to prevent from being victims. But there's a lot of dispute I hear from others about releasing all the documents with Jeffrey Epstein. I can hear the arguments now, but the fact of the matter is, no matter how you feel about that, we have failed the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. In honor of them and to prevent future victims of any type of assault and abuse, let's approve this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? No. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei? Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Mrs. Henson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur? Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? No. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle? Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California? Gentleman from New York?
Mr. Levin, aye.
Gentlelady from Florida?
Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Dr. Harris, no.
Gentlelady from Connecticut?
Ms. DeLauro, aye.
Gentlelady from Ohio? Did gentlelady vote?
Ms. Kaptur votes aye.
Gentleman from Montana?
Mr. Zinke, no.
There's somebody over here. Gentleman from South Carolina?
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
We have other members wishing to vote or change their vote. Seeing none, the clerk will tally.
I heard him say positive as he walked out.
Who?
I do not have Mr. Cuellar recorded.
You did?
I-
Clerks will tally. If members can't be here to vote, then. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whoops. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed
Without
with.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, the bipartisan, and I want to emphasize the word bipartisan, Pregnant Workers Fairness Act was passed to ensure equality and dignity in the workplace. It says employers must provide reasonable accommodations for pregnancy, childbirth, and related medical conditions unless it causes undue hardship. So we're talking about simple, common sense things like maybe an extra water break, no heavy lifting, time off for recovery, or leave for medical appointments. The law ensures that no worker has to choose between her health and her paycheck. My amendment strikes Section 602 of this bill, which prohibits funds in this act from being used to enforce the Equal Opportunity Commission's April 19th, 2024 rule that makes it clear that elective abortion is a related medical condition requiring reasonable accommodation. In other words, this bill unfairly and dangerously carves out abortion care as one medical need where a woman can still be singled out, punished, or denied basic accommodations. And to me, that is cruelty beyond belief. In fact, it's a level of cruelty that defies reason. It's one thing to oppose abortion. It's another thing to punish a woman for having one by damaging her ability to make a living, by stripping her workplace rights. And incidentally, the courts have actually ruled that abortion is a medical event. And like any medical procedure, it can involve recovery time, it can involve doctor follow-ups, and as many of you probably know, in many states, abortion services require travel to distant cities, compliance with mandatory waiting periods, or multiple visits. These realities mean that workers need flexibility with scheduling or short-term leave to safely and legally access care. Now listen, my amendment doesn't force anyone to agree or not agree or not agree with the very personal decision that a woman may need to make to end her pregnancy. What my amendment does do, it protects her right to keep her job, her wages, her health care coverages, regardless of whatever the reason led to that medical occurrence. Because personal disagreement with abortion is not a license to strip away workplace rights and to take away, again, I want to say this, to take away a woman's ability to make a living. So I'm urging my colleagues, support this amendment, strike Section 602. Let's not make this a debate about abortion. It's about protecting women's health, and it's ensuring she can keep her job, her paycheck, and the ability to support herself and her family. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, to address the amendment.
I oppose this amendment. I'm proud that the fiscal 26 bill rolls back the out-of-control Biden-Harris regulatory agenda. This amendment proposes to let it flourish. This provision prevents the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission from conflating the definition of reasonable accommodation to include abortions. For that reason, I oppose the amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this amendment. I support women and their right to make whatever healthcare decisions are best for them. That is up to them and their doctors, and we should all trust women to make their own decisions in privacy. Through the Bipartisan Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, Congress put laws in place that would prevent discrimination against pregnant women and require companies to make accommodations so that they can continue to do their job while they are expecting. It seems perfectly reasonable that such accommodations would include providing pregnant workers time to obtain necessary health care. Section 602 of this bill undermines that protection and is an insult to the women Congress stood up to protect through the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. I thank my colleague for offering this amendment to strike this harmful and unnecessary provision and urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Well, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. It's a very personal decision that should be made by a woman, not by a politician, whether she should either start or add to her family. Many times, there's not even a decision being made. It's in a medical emergency. But with that said, I'm going to say opposition to an amendment that would make it clear that a woman having an abortion still gets the protection of the Pregnancy Fairness Act. It is to oppose that is an insult to the women of this country. Women of this country have a right to make a living, to support themselves and to their family, and that's what this amendment does. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support's been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Morelle. Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Moore, no.
Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Pocan, aye.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Ivy, aye.
Are there other members wishing to, gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Rutherford, no.
I think he voted.
No.
Yeah, gentleman from Montana.
Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Here we go again, another good day for the women of the country. My amendment strikes the poison pill rider that blocks the Equal Opportunity Commission from enforcing its updated workplace harassment guidance. Incidentally, this guidance was the first major update in nearly 25 years, replacing guidance that was written back in the 1980s and 1990s, and the guidance finally reflects today's workplaces. The new guidance addresses harassment tied to pregnancy, childbirth, and related conditions. It gives hundreds of practical, real-world examples of harassment. And it's updated because it talks about now video calls and online chats. The guidance does not write the law. It clarifies it. And it gives employers, it gives employees, and even the courts a roadmap on how anti-harassment protections apply in modern workplaces. It helps workers understand their rights. It helps employees stop harassment before it starts. And it ensures that every workplace is safe and fair and productive. Because listen, I think we all know harassment is not just immoral, it's costly. A healthy workplace is more productive, it's more engaged, and better for business. The Equal Opportunity Commission is critical in making that possible, issuing guidance, providing technical assistance, and holding bad actors accountable. And did you know, if you don't, I'm going to tell you, sexual harassment is the single most frequently reported form of workplace harassment. 1 in 3 women will face it at some point in their careers. And our bipartisan women's caucus, we've held hearings on this, and the stories we heard were painful. Hotel housekeepers forced to carry panic buttons to protect themselves from assaults by guests. A welder who walked away from her trade after the constant barrage of crude jokes and comments. A waitress who endured humiliating remarks and pinches just to earn tips. A Silicon Valley executive who left her own startup after repeated derogatory comments in the boardroom. It doesn't matter, all walks of life, harassment is occurring. And workforce harassment forces people to make heartbreaking choices, sometimes to turn down promotions, sometimes to leave jobs, sometimes to entirely abandon careers. It damages health, it damages livelihood, and it ripples into their families and communities. And the EEOC guidance, the EEOC, that's the commission which the Republicans are blocking, designed to prevent the harms. I think I'm going to say that again in just logical terms. The Republicans are blocking guidance to stop the protection of our workers. That's why I'm going to ask a question. You always ask the question, right? You're always, Mr. Pocanza was asking the question. So I'm going to ask the question. Here's the question. Why in the world would anybody in this room want to push an agenda that would make workplaces more hostile and more difficult for hardworking men and women to make a living? Why? Can anybody tell me that? If you could tell me that, I'll even yield my mic. I have 1 minute and 6 seconds. Listen, I urge my colleagues, support this amendment, strike down the dangerous rider in the bill, stand up for safe, fair, and workplaces for all Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, to address the amendment.
This amendment would increase the funding level of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which is funded in the bill at about $435 million without an offset. Despite this tight budgetary environment, the fiscal year 2026 recommendation is about $15 million more than this committee's recommendation in fiscal year '25. The recommendation balances the needs to sufficiently fund agencies to do their jobs and cut government spending. For that reason, I oppose the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this amendment. In 1986, the U.S. Supreme Court held that workplace harassment can constitute unlawful discrimination under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. Decades later, as noted by the EEOC, harassing conduct remains a serious workplace problem. Between 2019 and 2023, more than a third of the charges of employment discrimination received by the EEOC included an allegation of unlawful harassment based on race, sex, disability, or another statutorily protected characteristic. The actual cases behind these numbers reveal that many people experiencing harassing conduct at work that may be unlawful, as the EEOC pointed out in its enforcement guidance on harassment in the workplace issued last year. This guidance addresses how workplace harassment based on race, color, religion, sex, national origin, age, disability, or genetic information is defined under EEOC enforced statutes. However, Section 603 of the bill before us today prohibits funding to implement or enforce this important guidance from the EEOC. This rider absolutely does not belong in this bill. I urge adoption of my good friend's amendment to remove this harmful rider from the bill.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Rogers may be talking about the next amendment, because my amendment does not add any extra money to this bill. Mr. Rogers, I could yield to you if you want to take a look at that. Well, in any event, here's the thing. I'll tell you again what my amendment does. What my amendment is striking a rider in the bill that blocks the commission from enforcing guidance. Very, very good guidance. Modernizes really what's going on in the workplace. It's guidance to both employers and employees on how to protect and keep workplaces safe. That's what it's about. I think it's the, with no disrespect to the next amendment that Mrs. Coleman will have, I think that is the one that puts a little bit more money. Yeah. It's a good one, but it's not mine. All right, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for understanding. Obviously had a mix-up here. You good? Are you okay with the amendment? Still opposed to the amendment? Okay. All right, just to clarify, Chairman remains opposed to your amendment, so, okay, but thank you. Are there any, question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call is requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart.
We're almost halfway through the amendment.
Mr. Edwards.
14 of the 13.
Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to cast their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California?
Mr. Calvert, no.
Gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania?
Ms. Dean, aye.
A gentlelady from Minnesota?
Ms. McCollum, aye.
Gentleman from Indiana?
Mr. Mervan, aye.
Gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Klein, no.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
A gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Are there any other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Florida? Gentlelady is not recorded.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye.
Are there any others? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from New Jersey, as Watson Coleman is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk, and I seek unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of it.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment will restore the funding for the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. This bill in its current form defunds the EEOC by $20 million and would have defunded it another $35 million had Mr. Clyde had his way. Defunding the EEOC is just another way to rig the game against working people. Not only do corporations and wealthy executives need tax breaks, Well, apparently they need greater leeway to abuse their workers as well. The EEOC is part of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, landmark legislation that affirms it's not your race, it's not your skin color, it's not your religion or your gender or your identity that matters. What matters is your ability. But all too often, that is not how things shake out, because qualified candidates are passed over for hiring and promotions because of prejudices, because of racism and sexism, or just personal vindictiveness. The EEOC stands up for qualified workers. It's a guardian of merit. It fights for folks who deserve more dignity than they've been given. It's a guardrail that stops bosses from exercising total control over their workers. Workplace discrimination won't go away if we defund the EEOC. In 2023, they adjudicated more than 80,000 claims. Defunding this commission only means more abuses will be permitted and more workers will be mistreated. And we all recognize that we are operating and living and working in an environment where the worker is mistreated, is disdained, and is taken for granted, and is discriminated against because of race, creed, color, or national origin, ancestry, or any other that there is. Earlier in my career, I served as a director of the Office of Civil Rights at the New Jersey Department of Transportation. So I know what workplace discrimination looks like. And even earlier before that, my first job was working with the New Jersey Division on Civil Rights, enforcing the New Jersey law against discrimination against in housing, employment, and accommodations, and investigating those cases amplified for me just how racist, sexist, and other discriminatory people had control over housing, employment, and even public accommodations for people who should not have been treated that way. I know how devastating it is to be bright, to be young, to be talented, to be a professional, to have their career derailed by an abusive boss. I even know what it feels like to be a person who's filed a discrimination complaint because of my sex against an attorney general and a director of a division on civil rights, which was designed, created to protect those rights. And I want to let you know I won that case. So I wholeheartedly want to support this additional $20 million to the EEOC. It is heartbreaking for me to have worked in this field for some 50-some years and to see that I'm still fighting the exact same fight I did in the beginning, and that is equality and justice for all, irrespective of my race, my religion, my ethnicity, who I love, or what I look like. And so I urge my colleagues to please consider what justice should look like in this, the most diverse country in the entire world, and to accept my amendment. And with that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would increase the funding level of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which is funded in this bill at about $435 million without an offset. Despite this tight budgetary environment, the fiscal year 2026 recommendation is approximately $15 million more than this committee's recommendation in fiscal year 25. The recommendation balances the needs to sufficiently fund agencies to do their jobs and to cut government spending. For that reason, I oppose this amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same, and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, who addressed the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my colleague's amendment to restore funding for the EEOC, which plays a critical role in ensuring that all Americans can work in a fair and inclusive workplace and helps both workers and employers by resolving disputes quickly and fairly. Cutting funding for this agency only risks delays and weaken enforcement of the law. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I believe in you have not because you ask not. So I'm going to ask Jeff Bezos, who spent $55 million on his third wedding, if he could find $20 million to give to the EEOC so that we can enforce the laws against discrimination and protect the rights of everyone for their employment, irrespective of their race, creed, color, or national origin. So I ask my colleagues, would you ask Jeff Bezos with me? Let's send him a letter and ask him. He's very generous, and if he isn't, his first wife is. So with that, I ask that you would support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New Jersey. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Yes. Amendment's been, roll call's been requested. Sufficient support having been demonstrated, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean.
Yes, yes.
Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming.
Aye.
Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar.
No.
Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Aye. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Aye. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cuellar, aye.
Gentlelady from Florida,
Ms. Frankel, aye.
gentlelady from Nevada,
Ms. Lee, aye.
gentleman from California,
Mr. Levin, aye.
gentleman from New York,
Mr. Lalota, no.
gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Siskamani, no.
Are there others wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Missouri?
Mr. Alford, no.
Are there others wishing to change or record their vote? Not, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of it.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't be asking for a roll call vote for this, but I do want this to be part of the record. My amendment would reverse dramatic cuts to the Legal Services Corporation that are included in this bill. The Legal Services Corporation, or LSC, is an indispensable resource for low-income Americans who need legal services but cannot afford them. Let me be clear about who the LSC is serving. Their clients are victims of domestic violence, seniors, veterans, children, survivors of natural disasters, etc. These are folks living on less than $19,000 a year. In 2024 alone, the LSC helped 6.4 million people with legal services. That includes nearly 1 million children, more than 300,000 seniors, 45,000 veterans, and 200,000 cases related to domestic violence specifically. Yet this bill proposes to slash the LSC's budget by 46%. This would have a devastating consequence for low-income Americans who are already vulnerable. It would strip crucial resources from struggling families who do not have the means to defend themselves and to pursue the justice that they are owed. The LSC serves communities in each and every congressional district across the country. Each and every member of this committee has constituents who are served by the LSC. If anyone is curious about the impact of these cuts on their districts, well, I've got the sheet right here. Chairman Rogers, if you're curious, the cuts in the bill would mean 159 fewer veterans, 800 fewer seniors, 3,000 fewer children, and 710 fewer victims of domestic violence would be able to access legal services from the LSC in your district, Kentucky's 5. Across the country, these cuts mean 3 million fewer people get the legal support they need. Nationwide, that's 450,000 fewer children, more than 140,000 fewer seniors, over 20,000 fewer veterans, and over 94,000 fewer survivors of domestic violence getting the legal services that they are entitled to. The LSC is not a partisan body. It does not help people based on ideology or political inclination. It helps people based on their need, and we're all better off for it. For every dollar that we devote to the LSC, taxpayers get $7 back in increased economic activity. It's one of the most efficient services that we fund. Through the LSC, we save ourselves money in the long term and provide the protection of the law to struggling families who otherwise would not be able to receive it. It's a good program, and we should make sure that it has the resources it needs. I therefore encourage my colleagues, please support this amendment. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
This amendment would increase the funding level of the Legal Services Corporation, which is funded in the bill at about $300 million without an offset. The fiscal 26 CJS bill required difficult decisions on how to best spread thin resources. I rise to highlight that. While funding for the Legal Services Corporation was reduced, it was not eliminated. I think it's important to recognize that fact. This amendment takes for granted the difficult balance of sufficiently funding agencies to carry out their missions while recognizing the need to reduce government spending. For that reason, I oppose the amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same, and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, ranking member of the subcommittee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this amendment. Legal services are fundamental to the justice system's integrity and the rule of law. They ensure low-income and working-class families can get help with the most basic civil legal problems. This can include family law matters ranging from domestic violence, child support and custody, and housing concerns such as evictions and foreclosures. These issues are life-changing for so many of our constituents, and we know how important it is for them to have proper legal representation. The bill we're considering today cuts funding for LSC nearly in half, meaning millions of Americans, including children, seniors, veterans, and survivors of domestic violence, would be denied the legal assistance they need across all of our districts. In my community alone, that would mean nearly 9,000 fewer people would get help. Children facing instability at home, domestic violence survivors seeking legal protections to escape abuse, veterans struggling to access benefits, and seniors facing eviction would all go without assistance. The investment we make in LSC every year helps make sure that our most vulnerable constituents have a fair shot when faced with hardship. It also saves taxpayers money by resolving legal issues early and reducing the burden on shelters, healthcare systems, social services, and law enforcement. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Washington is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, before I address the amendment, for the last couple of days, well, for this entire season, I've been sitting here. My view of the committee hearing room, I have the beautiful visage of former Chair Nita Lowey. And as you all know, yesterday, the members of Congress, former and current, that we lost over the last year were recognized in the statuary hall. And I just wanted to, just for a second, bring up Ms. Lowey's name and that we all recognize her service and remember her. Also, the brother of our friend, Mr. Diaz-Balart, was part of that group as well. And I'm sure many of you had people from your own states that were recognized. So I just wanted to mention that. And thank you, Chair Lowey, for keeping me in line here on a daily basis. But I do want to address the Legal Services Corporation. And I'm sure everybody is familiar with the program, and you know, as the fine sponsor of the amendment talked about, it ensures that Americans in every corner of our country have access to civil legal services, which truly is a fundamental tenet of the American society. 130 LSC grantees provide civil legal services to over 2 million Americans every year. They help homeowners and renters avoid wrongful eviction or foreclosure. They help seniors and veterans avoid fraud and abuse. They help families escape domestic violence and help resolve barriers to employment. And I would note as well that federal law restricts LSC-funded programs and organizations from providing legal assistance to non-citizens, with certainly some statutory exemptions. But the numbers speak for themselves. As the fine sponsor said. Every dollar invested comes back 7 times over in economic value, which is a strong economic return in anybody's estimation. The need for these services is real. To meet the urgent needs of the low-income Americans, LSC's fiscal year 26 budget request seeks an increase of $335 million over last year's fiscal year. All of which goes to organizations in our communities that provide civil legal services to these eligible Americans. Even with that increase, the need is much greater than the resources provided. The unaddressed legal issues resulting from a lack of access to legal resources lead to economic instability, which negatively affects families, businesses, and I would say all of our communities. So certainly I appreciate and understand that the fiscal constraints that we are working under, and we must be responsible, but I just want to say there's value to these programs, and I certainly look forward to working with the sponsor, with the chairman, to ensure that LSC has the resources necessary to ensure that all Americans have access to civil legal services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thanks, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have tremendous respect for my colleague who spoke on behalf of LSC. We worked together on some other things. He's just a good guy, and I appreciate it, and I hope that he has the kind of influence that he should have because of his wisdom and his righteousness with his colleagues. With that, I ask for support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady inadvertently called me Mr. Speaker. I thought you were my friend. Nobody wants to be the speaker
I
right
would
now.
be your friend, and I would be the friend of the entire House of Representatives.
I know you are.
That could be the case.
The gentlelady, I just want for clarification, you want us to proceed with the vote? You mentioned you were going to.
No, sir. No, I do not want a, I want to
You
vote.
want a
I don't
voice
wanna-
vote?
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, all those in
No,
favor?
I do not want a roll call.
Okay, all those in favor of the, amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
The ayes have it, right?
No, I don't think so. Nice try, though. The amendment is not agreed to, but the debate was appreciated. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment and ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman and Subcommittee Chairman. My amendment would prohibit the Department of Justice from using taxpayer dollars to pay settlements to January 6 insurrectionists. It would also prohibit the Department of Justice from negotiating and entering into settlements with insurrectionists. January 6 was a violent attack by a violent insurrectionist mob and an act of treason. Ashley Babbitt was a willing participant of that violent mob trying to overturn a democratic, fair election, trying to kidnap and murder members of Congress, and trying to hang the Republican Vice President Pence. The officer who stopped her from entering the floor while members were trapped inside protected members of Congress and our democracy in this institution. That officer, his reward was violent threats against him and his family. In contrast, President Trump rewarded these insurrectionists with a $5 million settlement paid in full by hard-working taxpayers' dollars. The same hard-working taxpayers who pay the cost to clean up and repair the damage that these insurrectionists and violent mob caused. The settlement is a betrayal that puts those who protect us at greater risk. It is a stain on the officers who were doing their job, the brave policemen and policewomen who saved lives and protected this institution. So what message is the president sending to those who beat our police officers with the American flag? Those who attacked the U.S. Capitol in a failed attempt to overturn a fair election with a $5 million reward. After this $5 million settlement, 5 other Proud Boy members of a right-wing extremist group filed a lawsuit against the U.S. government for $100 million. The 5 insurrectionists were convicted of plotting and taking part in the January 6th insurrection. And President Trump's response on his very first day and first few hours in office was to pardon all 1,500 of their closest violent agitators. More of these lawsuits are expected, and that is why we must ensure that our constituents, the hard-working, law-abiding taxpayers we pretend to represent, do not have to foot the bill for these violent insurrectionists. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, not because it has Taurus D next to it, but because it is the right thing to do for our democracy, for the rule of law, and for the next generation of Americans that we protect when we ban abortions. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Rogers, to address the amendment.
This amendment ties the hands of prosecutors by limiting their discretion to settle cases when justice may require it. I can't support an amendment that categorically limits the abilities of some defendants but not others. For that reason, I oppose the amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Meng, to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of this amendment, which simply says that we will not pay the people who attacked our U.S. Capitol on January 6th. On that dark day, our democracy itself was attacked, as were many of the people on both sides of the aisle in this room. It is bad enough that the president chose to pardon the criminals who rioted, trespassed, destroyed property, and violently attacked our Capitol police officers. It would be an even more serious mistake to allow the Justice Department to compensate them for the consequences of their decision to attack our Capitol and threaten the peaceful transfer of power. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelle, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to my friend and colleague, the gentlelady from California, for offering this amendment. Mr. Chairman, it is truly a sad state of affairs that we even feel the need to debate whether American taxpayers should be used to settle lawsuits with those individuals who attacked the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. These individuals who attempted to overturn the 2020 election and in many cases violently assaulted the law enforcement officers protecting us are now suing the federal government, claiming they were the ones who had been wronged. This is truly an Alice in Wonderland moment. Under a normal administration, Republican or Democrat, this amendment would be unnecessary. But this administration has shown time and time again it will stop at nothing to rewrite history and cater to and coddle those who violently attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Within hours of taking the oath of office this past January, President Trump issued a blanket pardon for hundreds of violent offenders, including many who had assaulted law enforcement during the insurrection. Since then, the Department of Justice has continued to look for ways to expand the scope of these pardons, arguing that the pardons even cover crimes completely unrelated to January 6th in a switch in just several days after the administration took office. The pardons language specifically references offenses related to events at or near the Capitol on January 6th, not crimes committed in other states on other dates and with no real nexus to the events of January 6th. January 6th. When the Attorney General came before our subcommittee earlier this year, I asked her specifically about the department's changed position on these cases, and she repeatedly refused to answer the question. Mr. Chairman, what message does it send when the President and his Department of Justice pardon, attempt to expand the scope of the pardon, and then potentially pay millions of dollars to those who laid siege to the United States Capitol? The message is clear. Political violence is acceptable as long as it's committed in the service of Donald Trump. At a time in which threats to members are at an all-time high, and after President Trump unleashed an army of insurrectionists into our communities, it is astonishingly reckless to provide financial assistance that incentivizes future acts of political violence. It's also deeply unfair to law enforcement. I'll associate myself with the words of former Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger, who recently said with regard to the $5 million settlement for Ashley Babbitt, which was referenced by Ms. Torres. He said this settlement sends a chilling message to law enforcement nationwide, especially to those with a protective mission like ours. So much for supporting law enforcement. Mr. Chairman, these actions make it clear this administration will do anything to support these violent insurrectionists and demonstrate that Ms. Torres' amendment is sadly very badly needed. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The other gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized to address the amendment.
And, we have been advocating and fighting in this committee through the Lech Branch Committee, where I am the ranking member of, to install a plaque honoring the men and women, the Capitol police officers that defended our lives, defended democracy, defended our lives. Didn't matter whether you were Democrat or Republican. They didn't ask you to raise your hand if you were Republican or Democrat and then proceeded only to help one side and not the other. They were here to protect all of us. Many of them were severely hurt by this insurrectionist violent mob. And we have been fighting to install a simple plaque that will honor their duty, their service, their commitment to this house. And we have been, up until today, unsuccessful in doing that. I am sure that it is not a very expensive endeavor. I am sure that it is not a complicated one, but this body has yet to acknowledge properly and formally the men and women of the Capitol Police that defended our lives, ushered us to safety, put their bodies on the line, were severely hurt. Some of them retired, some of them committed suicide after the incident, one death. So we have not been able to do that yet. Here we are trying to financially settle with members of this violent insurrectionist mob. Un-American, egregious, unbelievable that we're doing that. And we go out there and we walk right past these Capitol police officers and we see them doing their job. And we cannot acknowledge them in a proper way, yet we're willing to settle with these insurrectionists that came in. They were bipartisan in their violence. They say, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence was a Republican. Where is Nancy? Nancy Pelosi is a Democrat. They make no distinction as to who they wanted to hurt. In fact, when I went over to the Ways and Means room where everybody was huddled, I saw Republicans and Democrats there. Some of us looked very scared from both sides of the aisle. And yet we have failed to properly honor these police officers. And now we want to give a handout to this violent mob? Un-American. I strongly urge you to vote against this. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly support this amendment. I want to say that normally after you have a case where, as a prosecutor, you get a conviction, and the conviction goes up on appeal, and it's affirmed, and there's no evidence of any kind of prosecutorial misconduct. There's no evidence of any kind of misconduct by the police, like, say, for example, fabricating evidence or something along those lines. You're immune to any kind of settlement challenge. If you get sued personally, or if the state, or in this instance, the federal government gets sued, it's a walkaway winner because there's no evidence there was any injury done to these people that was inappropriate. These people clearly deserve to go to jail. The ones that were prosecuted, many of them pled guilty, many of them went to trial. I think there were a handful that were acquitted, but roughly 1,500 of them were convicted. All of their appeals went up. If you plead guilty, you don't get an appeal, but if they went to trial and appealed it after a conviction, they were all affirmed. There were some where a count was overturned, but everybody's cases got affirmed. And what that meant was that these cases were proper. The evidence was proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The juries that imposed those verdicts of guilty did it based on the evidence and did it appropriately. The judges that sustained those convictions acted appropriately, and the appellate courts did too. So under these kind of circumstances, it is totally irresponsible for the federal government to award settlement dollars to these defendants. They don't deserve it. Nothing more was done wrong to them. They were the bad actors. They were the ones that committed a wrong. They're the ones that committed violent acts that led to the deaths, as we just heard a moment ago, of, in some instances, police officers and the countless attacks that took place that day. We should not be giving any money to any of those individuals. They don't deserve it under the law, and certainly not from a moral standpoint. So why we're doing this is unclear, I think, on those grounds, but I think it's pretty clear that President Trump really wants to try and change the history of this. He's concerned about how it'll look down the road. He's tried to make every kind of argument you can to pretend like it's something different than what it actually was. And the reason they want to do these settlements without going to court is because if it went to court and the government moved to throw these out on summary judgment, they'd win every time. So giving the money away, and that's exactly what this is, giving away money, millions of dollars, and creating a precedent for this going forward is a problem not only for the Treasury, and we've been talking about many of the amendments you guys object to is based on a lack of funds. This would actually save money for the federal government, and rightly so. Save it from people that don't deserve to have it and shouldn't be getting it under any circumstances. So I urge you all to support this amendment. It's the right thing to do. It sends the right message with respect to the prosecutors and police who were out there working these cases, frankly, the judges who were probably mystified about the pardons that were given here, and to the American people, folks like the folks in my district who look on this and just kind of wonder what the hell went on with this. There was a stretch there before President Trump got reelected where he kept talking about 2 tiers of justice and complaining that he was getting some kind of lower standard of justice. Well, the fact of the matter is he got more justice than anybody deserves or ought to get by far. He still got convicted on the 34 criminal counts. But the folks who got convicted on these cases and the people who were victimized by these attackers on the Capitol, they didn't get the justice they deserve. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The other gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
I agree emphatically with my colleague from Maryland, who's an outstanding prosecutor, but more than that, views fairly justice. I think we're about to see again the rationalization of criminal insurrection. I don't know how people who rationalize what happened on January 6th can look at themselves in the mirror. I was outraged. I am outraged today at the actions of the President of the United States in pardoning insurrectionists. I am convinced that the reason he did it is because they did exactly what he asked them to do, which means he was a co-conspirator and is equally guilty. And if you think that those words are too harsh, it is the truth. 1 penny for any of the insurrectionists is too much. Not just for the taxpayers, but for justice. Why do we incarcerate people? A, to penalize them, but also to disincentivize actions that they took being taken by others. You sit there silent. You shake your head. You're part of the incentive for the angriest and most criminal of the American people to do this action again. Let me tell you, and I've said this before, I was there. We were taken out of the Capitol, all of the leadership. There was not one of us, Republican or Democrat, who was not as outraged as I'm trying to reflect right now. I know most of you in this room. Some I don't know well, but I know some people well in this room of very high character, of very high morals, of very high standards. And to send a message to the American people, this is okay, is beneath our duty and our responsibility and our oath to the Constitution of the United States. I cannot believe that we are letting down the Capitol Police, the Constitution, and the American people by rationalizing this behavior. It ought to be beneath us, and certainly beneath the President of the United States. But none of you, none of us, urged them to do, I hope, what they did. To do one of the very few assaults on the Capitol of the United States. The British did it in 1812, and they burned the Capitol. This is going to be a big vote. Not because politically, but morally and ethically, in terms of what we're going to say to the American public about their conduct. Both sides have very angry people on each side. I want all of you to think about the consequences of the vote you're about to take and the message it sends to people who will march down Constitution Avenue, come on the Capitol grounds, assault police officers, protecting not us per se, but democracy, the right of a government to act freely and within the law. This is not about whether we spend $10 million here, $10 million there. That's important decisions. This is about who we are as a Congress representing the Constitution and laws of our country. Not one of the 1,500. They were convicted. This is not an allegation. They were convicted or pled guilty to the crime of assaulting the government of the United States and trying to prohibit the Congress of the United States from doing its job, which it constitutionally had sworn to do. Now, colleagues, I have great affection for many of you and respect for all of you as members of Congress, chosen by your neighbors and friends, the only way you got here. Don't let them down. Have the courage to stand up and do what you know is right. If a Democratic president had done this, you would all be up in arms. Please do not make a political judgment here. I have to support the leader judgment here. I don't want to be Liz Cheney decision. Do what's right for our country. Do what's right.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the Tories' amendment to prevent any funds from being used for settlements with January 6th insurrectionists. On January 6th, the hallowed grounds of our capital and our very system of governance that has sustained our country for more than 2 centuries came under attack. How do I know this? I was among those trapped in the Capitol on that fateful day in the gallery against my will. That never happened to me in my life before. Certainly never happened to me in the Capitol before. Just as some of us in this room were, I'm curious how many people who remain serving in Congress today on this committee were trapped inside the Capitol that day. Could you raise your hand, please? You see, there are some that hope for faded memory. But for those of us, the vast majority of people on this committee did not raise their hand. Because you know the truth? The truth is that most members of Congress weren't in the chamber that day. Some had been on the floor and were drawn off into the Rayburn building or other buildings to protect them. But for those of us who were in the Capitol, we represent a minority of those who were serving and responding to our congressional duty to be there that day for the recording of the official count that had come to us from the states. So what shocked me that day was that the majority of members were not on the floor. Now, earlier in the day, when the official proceeding began, the members there, when the insurrection started, were herded off the floor. And so they were put in special rooms. I still don't know to this day where they were. But for those of us who were trapped in the Capitol, friends, it was a complete new experience. And we didn't leave for hours. We were trapped on the floor. The insurrectionists tried to bang in the doors, and the guards on the inside, the police on, tried to hold them back. We had some members truly, I think to this day, had PTS. I grew up in a working class neighborhood, so I don't have PTS, but I know what happened up there. We heard when the tear gas went off. If it weren't for Dr. Raul Ruiz, I mean, I didn't know how to use a tear gas mask and all the rest. So he's a hero in my eyes, and how he tried to bring calm to the people in our corner. This was not a walk in the park, and none of you experienced it. So you shouldn't even vote on this. But for those of us who did, we have a responsibility to the Republic, all right? So I was stunned at the chaos, at the tear gas, at the wild behaviors. We could hear people, we could hear them coming. They're trying to get through the transoms on the doors. We heard stuff hitting the doors from the outside, and the damaging intent of what was enveloping us, and we didn't really understand what it was, all right? So together, we watched as Capitol police officers defended our Capitol and the thousands of lives inside of it. I can't imagine what happened to the people who were in cleaning crews, people who just were wandering in the Capitol that day. I have no idea what happened to them. So the American people saw more than we did, what was on the outside. And what is very telling to me, because I've read every word in the record, and I recommend you do that too, for the people who spoke right before hell broke loose, see who they were. Look who was on the floor. And some of what they said indicated they knew exactly what was going on outside. Okay? So it's in the record. I say that to all the people who didn't join us that day. All right? So it was the most recorded constitutional crime in our nation's governance in the whole history of the country. It was an insurrection. For those of us who were on the inside doing our job, what do we deserve for the hours that day and for all the harm that could have been done to people? To this day, I know of some of the people that were in that room where we were up in the Capitol, in the gallery, who have remembrances that are not pleasant. They can't sleep at night to this day. What about them? Lots of them left Congress. They said, this is it. I've had enough, right? Okay, is that the attitude that we want, to pay those who did this to our own people, to our country, to our Congress? We're going to pay them? They should do work in service to the country. All right. Now, we know many police lost their lives and had injuries. Many quit. That night, I went back to the place where I'd been held because I just wanted to see what was there. It was after, 10 o'clock at night or something. And I walked over there, and one of the sergeant-at-arms personnel was sitting outside the door, and he was just staring. He was of age, I wouldn't guess at least 60. And I said, sir, are you okay? He said, Congresswoman, and he just stared straight. He says, I've never seen anything like it in my 30 years of being an officer. I never saw him again. I never knew what happened to that man. As I was leaving the chamber, all right, what was going on? We were forced to the floor upstairs because we saw the guns on the outside of the chamber and the guns then on the inside of the chamber pointed out, all right? And we were told, get down on the floor. We don't know if we can exit you quickly, all right? We don't know who's on the other side of the door. Okay, put your wife in that position. Put your daughter in that position. Think of what, I was so afraid for some of our members as we had to evacuate because we were on one side of the gallery, we had to go to the other side of the gallery, and there were a lot of people that couldn't make it under those gold bars, under those brass bars, nor over them. What about them? I worried about them. How were they going to get out? So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear the gavel, but I just want to say, I would ask the members in this chamber, if you were not there, if you did not experience this, you shouldn't vote. You shouldn't vote on this because we never, other than recording our experience, okay, if you don't know what happened, really, you shouldn't even vote, all right? And so I just say that it was not a pleasant experience. I urge my members to support this amendment because those who were harmed in one way or another never got justice, and these people shouldn't get money for what they did. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Delors, recognized to address the amendment.
I wasn't intending to speak on this, but I listened to Ms. Kaptur. And we were up in the gallery that day, listening, because Connecticut was not involved in the vote, etc., but it was a moment to listen to what was happening. And all of a sudden, we see people being evacuated from the floor. And we're like, what the heck is going on? Capitol Police come to the podium and just say, stay in your seats, everything is going to be okay. We sat down, not a few minutes later, Capitol Police come back and say, get out the gas masks. I've been here 34 years, I didn't even know, goddammit, there were gas masks under our seat. We pulled out the gas masks. I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know how to do it. Jim Himes, my colleague from Connecticut, was there. I said, Jim, what the hell do we do with these? And then they said, there's no time. We got to move. We got to go. And so you ever see, you're up in the gallery on the 3rd floor? It's up and down. It's up and down over the bars. And it wasn't just us. There were a lot of young members of the journalists up there, young women who were scared to death. And yeah, were we scared? You know, and it was one of our, it was Crow who said, take your pin off. Stay low. He was a former Ranger. Stay down. And then there were the shots. And they said, hit the ground. And they had the barricades up against the chamber walls. The windows had been smashed. And what happened outside in the lobby there, if they had broken through, they'd have been on the floor of the House of Representatives. That's how close it was. We hit the floor. I had my phone with little juice in it. And I wanted to make a call to my husband. And I was afraid because I recalled 9/11 and those last phone calls where people called loved ones. But I made the call. And I just said to him, just tell the kids I'm all right. They're going to get us out of here. The Capitol Police will get us out of here. And the Capitol Police got us out. And Marcy says it right. We got to the doors on the other side. And again, it was Crow who stood up. And he said, don't move, because we don't know who's on the other side of the door. And we waited until it was safe, and they opened the door. And when we walked out that door, there were all of these insurrectionists on the floor, spread eagle, with the Capitol Police over them, and they got us the hell out of there. Those folks were heroes that day. They saved our lives. My God. Every time we see them, I know every time I see a Capitol Police officer, I say, thank you. Thank you. And to think that we would be willing to compensate people who put not our lives at risk, our staff's lives at risk. One of my staff members was barricaded in the office that I had as a leadership office that now Mr. Cole, poor Harper, he barricaded himself in there, and you know he couldn't go into the Capitol for months. He's a young guy. He just couldn't do it, to go back into the Capitol. I tried to get him as we were being pushed down the steps to go, and Capitol Police said, no, you can't stop, just keep going. And we weren't able to get him out of there until the end of the day. I don't know where some of you were, because some of you were here. I don't know where you were. I don't know what your experience is. This is our experience. We're personal experience for some of us here, maybe all of us here who were there that day. It wasn't an ordinary day on Capitol Hill. It was a day where people were determined to overturn an election and overturn the government. And I don't care who they are. They should not be rewarded or compensated. As it is, they were pardoned, which is almost, there's a Catholic word, there's a sacrilege that happened. But so be it. But now let's not add insult to injury and compensate them for what they did of nearly taking down the United States government. God help us, who we are, what we stand for. There's more than just being elected to this office. It's about what we hold dear, what makes us do what we want to do, what are the values that we uphold in this institution. That is what is central and what makes this government work. That's what our jobs are, is to make this government work for people. And that day, there were those who wanted to destroy the government and not make it work. Please, God, do not allow them to be compensated. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Votes have been called. So without objection, the committee stands in recess. We'll obviously resume where we left off, subject to call of the chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Start right back here, but I don't see any reason to sit here when members have left. We're not going to be able to get to a vote. We come back.
I'll withdraw the objection, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
This is a very serious vote, and to interrupt it and go walk around and
I have 1 minute to close.
I think is wrong.
I didn't
but I'll
interrupt
withdraw the
it. The
objection.
votes interrupted it. So, we're subject to recall of the chair. Thank you very much. Committee will come to order, and we will resume debate. Thank all of you for getting back here. We were on the Torres Amendment. I believe Mr. Levin was next up. Okay. And I believe after that, Ms. Watson Coleman was next up. So the gentlelady is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of my friend and my colleague's amendment because I believe that giving 30 cents of taxpayer dollars to a bunch of insurrectionists who tried to kill anybody they could get a hold of and threaten to hang the Vice President of the United States is abominable. It's awful. It's distasteful, disgusting, indefensible, repugnant, odious, outrageous, vulgar, shameful, objectionable, loathsome, vile, shocking, foul, detestable, ghastly, repugnant, scuzzy, offensive, and downright wrong. And for all of those reasons, I support my colleague's amendment, and I pray that my colleagues across the aisle will recognize just what a terrible precedent this would represent and how they're going to go down in history in supporting people who intentionally try to kill a vice president, kill democracy, and tear down our democracy. I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think one of my colleagues quoted former Capitol Police Chief Manager when he said, after he found out about the $5 million settlement, he said, I am extremely disappointed and disagree with this settlement. In 2021, the DOJ investigation determined no wrongdoing by the police. This settlement sends a chilling message to law enforcement nationwide, especially to those with a protective mission like ours. Every single day, we salute our flag. And that salute ends with liberty and justice for all. And all of us here in this room are against political violence. I know that. I've talked to many of you about what happened on that horrible January 6th. Many of you were not here, but it happened. And I can't tell you how difficult that day was. From reverting back to my 911 dispatcher days, ensuring that everything that happened was recorded, was noted, because I wasn't sure if the cameras were still rolling. Running from one side to the other to hold a member's hand who was also shouting at the floor, at the vile comments that were being said. Political violence should not be tolerated, not on January 6th and not today. And we should not reward anyone by giving them $100 million for committing political violence. I urge you to vote in support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Oh. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Utah.
Ms. Malloy, no.
Gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Alford, no.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Klein, no.
The gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Clyde, no.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma.
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Gentleman from Hawaii.
Mr. Case, aye.
Gentleman from Texas. There's actually
Mr.
another
Elzey, no.
gentleman in Texas. And then there's yet another
Mr.
gentleman in
Cuellar, aye.
Texas. And this is
Mr.
hard for
Carter,
me as an
no.
Oklahoman to admit. There's a fourth gentleman in Texas.
Mr. Cloud, no.
Okay, who else have we got? I know. Yeah, in Oklahoma, that's one Oklahoman against three Texans. We call that a fair fight. Are there any other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
My amendment would reverse the $10 million cut to the transitional housing assistance grants for victims of domestic violence, dating violence, stalking, or sexual assault. 38% of domestic violence victims become homeless at some point in their lives. More than 90% of homeless women have experienced severe physical or sexual abuse at some point in their lives. It takes unimaginable strength to stand up to those abusers. And survivors face significant barriers when looking for housing and support services. This program provides 6 to 24 months of transitional housing with support services for victims who are homeless or in need of a safe transitional place to stay, and for whom emergency shelter services or other crisis intervention services are unavailable. It also funds 3 to 4 months of follow-up support services after they exit the program and provides them with legal assistance. In fiscal year 2024, this program received $50 million in funding. This bill cuts that funding by 20%. I wish that I could stand here and say that the need for this funding has been reduced by 20%, but sadly, that is not the case. And although there is much more this committee should do to fix this bill, this one area is where we can correct this mistake. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, while I appreciate the intent of this, the fiscal 26 CJS bill required difficult decisions on how to best spread thin resources. Despite this tight budgetary environment, grants administered by the Office on Violence Against Women was approximately $8 million higher than last year. Our House bill, at $135 million above the President's request for fiscal 26. For that reason, I appreciate the amendment, but must oppose it, and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this amendment, which restores funding for programs that provide a critical safety net for survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking, who are fleeing dangerous situations. These wraparound services are essential to helping survivors rebuild stable, self-sufficient lives. Investment in this program is a cost-effective use of federal funds. This investment reduces the long-term costs associated with homelessness, emergency medical care, law enforcement response, and child welfare involvement. Especially at a time when violence against women is on the rise, we should be doing all we can to help. I appreciate my colleague's amendment to restore critical investments in the Office of Violence Against Women Transitional Housing Program and urge your support. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague, Ms. Torres, for offering this important amendment, and I rise in strong support of it. The Transitional Housing Program is a critical lifeline for survivors of domestic abuse, sexual assault, stalking, and other forms of violence predominantly impacting women. For so many of them, this could be the most important lifeline that anyone gives them. Its funding offers survivors the assurance they need to leave their abusers, knowing they have a safe place to lay their head at night. These programs also connect survivors with the support services they need to navigate from immediate life-threatening crisis to hopefully a life of long-term stability. I fought for years to expand protections for these survivors to be able to move from transitional housing to long-term stable homes. And I'm so proud to lead a bipartisan, bicameral bill, the Fair Housing for Survivors Act, to protect survivors of abuse from the discrimination they too often face in the private housing market. But instead of working together to increase protections, this Republican bill actually takes us backwards. It basically abandons vulnerable women. This bill slashes $10 million from this program, right alongside multiple deep cuts to women's safety and anti-discrimination programs. And it happens all while violence against women continues to be a widespread problem in our country. This cut also ignores the fact that there are large gaps in services for these survivors, because even under current funding levels, there is still not enough emergency housing for these survivors and their children. The National Network to End Domestic Violence tells us that during just one day, in 2024, over 8,000 women across the country who requested emergency shelter, transitional housing, or rapid rehousing programs were denied that essential housing due to a lack of resources. To put this in perspective, around 15% of survivors who were seeking housing within a 24-hour period were left without a secure place for them and their children. We need to be expanding funding for these programs and protections for survivors, not shrinking them, because we know that access to shelter is a matter of life and death for those confronting domestic abuse, and especially because we know how closely violence against women and homelessness are linked. I just recently saw, when I went to the Flight Center in my congressional district, a center that helps women who are trying to escape human and sexual trafficking, as well as get services as a result of domestic abuse. I met several different women who at some point in the past year had been living in their car with their children or had been completely homeless and sleeping on park benches with their children. It does not have to be that way, and it should not be that way, ever. Especially because we know how closely violence against women and homelessness are linked. We need to make this a priority. More than half of homeless women have experienced violence at the hands of an intimate partner. That is so often what causes their homelessness. When a survivor makes the brave decision to leave their abuser, it is our job to ensure that they have the support and resources they need to break abusive cycles. Restoring this funding means thousands of survivors will be able to rebuild their lives without worrying if they will have a roof over their head. I thank the gentlelady for introducing this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a good program that helps victims of domestic violence get back on their feet. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle. Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
That's clearly really good barbecue. Do any members wish to vote or record their vote or change their vote? Start with the gentleman from Florida,
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
gentlelady from Louisiana,
Miss Letlow, no.
gentlelady from Oklahoma,
Mrs. Bice, no.
gentleman from Ohio,
Mr. Joyce, no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Elzey, no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Cloud, no.
gentleman from Virginia,
Mr. Klein, no.
gentleman from North Carolina,
Mr. Edwards, no.
gentleman from California,
Mr. Carter, Mr. Calvert, no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Cuellar, aye.
gentlelady from Florida,
Ms. Frankel, aye.
gentleman from Georgia,
Mr. Bishop, aye.
gentleman from Tennessee,
Mr. Fleischman, no.
gentleman from South Carolina,
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
a gentleman from California. Gentleman from California. Had you already voted? Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Ivy, aye.
Are there other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. If this amendment looks and sounds familiar to all of you, it is because I've introduced it in several other bills. And while we've had very close votes before, I am hoping that today we can find an agreement. The amendment simply requires that our government follow the law and provide due process for veterans facing deportation. Veterans who swore an oath to defend America and put their lives on the line have earned their right to due process and should have access to legal counsel and receive a fair and full hearing in accordance with the law. But in Trump's America, some are kicked out of the country they swore to defend in the dead of night with no chance to assert their rights. In April, ICE rescinded its former policy of considering military service a significant mitigating factor and issue a new policy less protective for service members and their families. How is it that military service, the highest act of service to our nation, putting your life on the line for our nation, is not a significant mitigating factor? It's outrageous. Who was the dumb appointed official who came up with that? The fact is that we have no idea how many veterans have been detained or deported because this administration cannot or will not tell us how many. The last time I offered this amendment, I mentioned the Purple Heart Army veteran that is self-deporting to South Korea after living in the U.S. for nearly 50 years. This is U.S. Army veteran Se-Jun Park. I also want to point out that ICE is doing the same for undocumented or non-citizen family members of American veterans. In June, while conducting a violent raid, federal agents were recorded repeatedly punching in the head and neck, tear gassing the proud father of 3 U.S. Marines. Right here. ICE is also detaining veterans who are citizens, which is why I've made revisions to this amendment to include all veteran citizens or non-citizens. In July, federal immigration agents were recorded surrounding the car of a disabled U.S. Army veteran who was a United States citizen. They broke his car window, sprayed him with tear gas, pepper sprayed him, and detained him for 3 days. Military service is a family sacrifice. We should not allow masked federal agents to arrest, detain, and deport service members without their due process, the color of their skin, the ability to speak a second language, or the zip code should never be used to meet an illegal deportation quota. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
I appreciate this sentiment, but I don't see the necessity for this amendment. In June of 2025, Immigration and Customs Enforcement changed a directive stating military service by non-citizens or their immediate family members can be considered as a positive factor in immigration enforcement actions. The current administration, as I'm sure we all do, value the contributions of everyone who serves in our armed forces, and their directives are showing it. For that reason, I appreciate this amendment, but must oppose it and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
I support this amendment, which provides constitutional protections for those who have served our country. This amendment does not say people are immune from prosecution should they commit a crime, nor does it say they cannot be deported. But due process is a fundamental right in the U.S., guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment. We must ensure the constitutional rights of the men and women who served our country and who fought to protect all of our constitutional rights. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman. Veterans who have served our country with honor deserve more than just empty words. They deserve the protections of due process and access to legal counsel, before any deportation. This amendment is the bare minimum, the very, very bare minimum to ensure those who served get due process. We cannot allow a broken system to continue stripping away the rights of veterans who have given so much to our country. I urge every member of this chamber to stand up for our veterans today by voting yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. We see a few more hands. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle. Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Frankel, aye.
Gentlelady from New Jersey.
Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Harder, aye.
A gentleman from Georgia.
You're recorded as a no.
Are there other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. This vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 29. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
I rise today to offer a simple, common-sense amendment. The Department of Commerce oversees a wide range of agencies, including the Patent and Trademark Office, NOAA, the Minority Business Development Agency, the Economic Development Administration, and the National Weather Service, and the Bureau of Industry and Security. These agencies collect an enormous amount of data, some of which, names, addresses, and other identifiable information, can be incredibly sensitive. My amendment makes clear that none of the funds in the bill may be used to share that identifiable data with the Department of Homeland Security for civil immigration enforcement unless DHS obtains and brings a warrant from a federal judge. This is important because Americans trust these agencies with their personal information for very specific purposes, whether it is applying for a patent, checking the weather, or accessing small business support. That trust is broken if the same data is quietly handed over to one of the other agencies. This amendment is about privacy, due process, and ensuring that personal data collected for legitimate purposes is not turned into a backdoor tool. I urge the adoption of this amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
This amendment is unnecessary and sends the wrong message. Title 13 of the U.S. Code already makes it illegal for the Census Bureau to disclose information that identifies individuals. Title 13 also requires that the data the Bureau collects is only used for statistical purposes. For these reasons, I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I support this amendment, which safeguards the privacy rights of individuals by preventing the sharing of sensitive personal data without judicial oversight. This is a very timely amendment. Sharing names and addresses without a warrant risks violating constitutional protections. People must be able to trust federal government programs like the census. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Chairman, again, this is not controversial. It's about due process. This is about protecting the privacy of everyone who interacts with these government agencies. The names, addresses are provided to the department for patent, weather alerts, and other businesses, not to DHS. If they want access to the information, they should go to a courtroom and get that access. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Pen of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelle, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment, number 1 at the desk. It's labeled revised.
Would the gentleman care for it read, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the gentleman has asked that the amendment be read.
An amendment offered by Mr. Morelle of New York. In the report at the appropriate place, insert the following: releasing the Epstein files. Not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Attorney General shall submit a report to the committee, including all records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the United States Attorney's offices, that relate to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The report must also include certification that all available information has been provided for, or if not, an explanation of what is being withheld and why. It shall be submitted in unclassified form, but may include a classified annex if necessary.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the amendment, and thank you for reading it, is actually very simple. It merely directs the Attorney General to provide this committee with a full and unredacted report on all files related to the records, documents, communications, and investigative materials of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. To be clear, this is about basic accountability. There has been an astonishing lack of transparency from President Trump and the Department of Justice around the deeply horrific Epstein case. The report from this amendment would allow this committee to assess the extent of the egregious crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein and exactly who was involved. So the committee, I think, needs to exercise its responsibilities, get to the truth, and give some measure of comfort to Jeffrey Epstein's victims. And with that, I ask for approval of the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the reasons I stated before, I oppose the amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same, and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, the ranking member of the full committee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I usually don't like amendments that cut salaries because I think in almost every case, those in public service are genuinely trying to do the right thing. Unless there is fraud or gross incompetence, we should not penalize people financially because we don't like how the decisions they make or the way that they do their job. But I am going to support this amendment because of how disappointing it is that the AG has not taken this issue seriously. On February 21, the Attorney General stated on national TV that Jeffrey Epstein's client list was sitting on my desk right now to review. On February 27, the AG made a show of claiming to release the Epstein files, handing out empty binders. And yet, just a few months later, the AG is now claiming that there is no client list and there are no files to release. But the AG did, according to multiple news reports, inform the White House about the president's name appearing in the Epstein files. Either the AG is misstating the facts or something much, much worse is happening. Either way, the fact that the majority would shut down the House of Representatives early rather than allow Democrats to get to the truth of this matter raises extraordinarily serious questions. It's critical that we get transparency and accountability on this case. Unfortunately, the Justice Department has failed to deliver either thus far. This amendment will help us get both, and it will help get the American people the answers that they deserve.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
I thank the chairman for recognizing me, and I'll yield to the sponsor of the amendment to clarify. I think the subcommittee chair, ranking member, was thinking about the old amendment, but I think the gentleman has replaced that.
Yes, thank you to my distinguished colleague and friend, Mr. Hoyer, and I do just want to point out that the revised language is a report back to this committee within 30 days to get the information. I appreciated what the ranking member and my longtime friend from New York had to say, and I think conversations I had with Mr. Hoyer, Ms. Meng, and others persuaded me to revise the amendment so that it does not reduce the salary or withhold salaries. And I think that's in the longstanding tradition of the members on this side, particularly last year when there was a lot of efforts in this committee to withhold salary. And initially we drafted it, and I thought better of it. This is really just about transparency. So I appreciate the gentleman yielding and appreciate my good friend and colleagues.
I thank the gentleman. I may point out to the members on the other side of the aisle that I opposed regularly in the last Congress these reductions to $1. And I talked to my friend and said we need to be consistent. Now, it's somewhat ironic that we just voted down an amendment which would have required accountability from those who committed insurrection. Now we may vote down an amendment that requires greater information on a child molester, a pedophile, if you will. I'm giving people time to think about those two votes together. I have 2 minutes and 38 seconds left. Where are our values? We've talked a lot about values through the years. You don't think our values are so hot, and you tell people regularly that that's the case. I say you, the members on the Republican side. I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what the message we're sending to the American people. We don't want to hold accountable people who pled guilty. They said, yes, I did it, and yes, it was a crime. And they were sent to jail. And now, as my colleague and dear friend Glenn Ivey pointed out, they didn't have an appeal because they admitted they did it. But now we want them able to get money from the federal government, from the taxpayers, because somehow they've been wronged. You would not do that for any other group of criminals, period. And you talk a lot about holding people liable for criminal activity, as you should. And now we have an opportunity to say, let's see what this guy did. Let's see what others may have done to children, 14, 15, 16, 17 years of age. And you once again are going to vote no on an amendment that tries to hold them responsible and give victims and possible victims information. I suppose you rationalize it somehow, but I can't figure it out.
Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments of my distinguished colleagues. To be clear, this is really just about basic accountability. President Trump and the Department of Justice's suspicious actions and lack of transparency around this deeply horrific case shows a strong potential for public corruption, abuse of power, and failures in federal law enforcement. I think at the very least, the Department of Justice cannot be above oversight. That's what the charge of this subcommittee and the standing committee are. The amendment ensures that the department fulfills its most basic responsibility to report facts about the administration's actions, and it not only owes it to this committee and to the Congress, but in a much broader and a much deeper and much more important sense, owes that accountability to the American public. I urge support of the amendment, and with that, I'll yield back, sir.
I thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Certainly. Gentleman has asked for roll call. Sufficient support is evident. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Mr. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle. Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California.
Mr. Harder, aye.
Gentlelady from the state of Washington.
Ms. Perez, aye.
Are there other members wishing to change their vote or whose vote has not been recorded? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Gentlelady from Oklahoma recorded?
Mrs. Bice votes no.
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelle, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I move to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, sir. This amendment would do two things to strengthen the organized crime drug enforcement task force housed within the Department of Justice. First, in response to the more than 20% cut to the OCD ETF, the majority included in this bill, this amendment would restore full funding to the task force. Second, in response to the president's budget request, which completely dissolved the task force, this amendment would ensure that no federal funds may be used to dismantle this critical initiative. Over 40 years ago, my now favorite Republican President, Ronald Reagan, considering the alternatives, created the OCD ETF, he understood that if we were serious about improving public safety through fighting drug cartels, money laundering, and organized crime, we needed a coordinated, integrated strategic federal response that unites federal prosecutors, DEA agents, federal investigators, financial analysts, state and local law enforcement in a single focused task force structure. Since its founding, OCD ETF has expanded and adapted to meet evolving threats. It now targets not only major narcotics traffickers, but transnational criminal syndicates engaged in fentanyl trafficking, cybercrime, human smuggling, weapons trafficking, and financial crimes. These cases are prosecutor-led and intelligence-supported, which means they focus resources on high-value targets, not low-level offenders, but the command and control of criminal organizations. The program leverages existing personnel across the Department of Justice, DHS, Treasury, and more, meaning we get enhanced outcomes without duplication or ballooning costs. It is intelligence-driven, it is interagency, and it is results-based. And let's just pause for a moment to talk about results, because for all the talk about fiscal responsibility, this program has one of the best returns on investment in federal law enforcement. In fiscal year 2022, OCD ETF brought in $524 million in cash and property seizures and forfeitures. In fiscal year 2023, it brought in $423 million, almost offsetting its funding through its own success. It essentially paid for itself. Even FBI Director Patel said during my exchange with him at our budget deliberation just a few months ago, it's good ROI. He directly contradicted the president's budget request, which proposed completely dissolving the task force, but I am grateful for his honesty in talking about OCD ETF's successes. Dismantling this structure would not save money, it would waste it. OCD ETF's role assisting local law enforcement to fight organized crime is absolutely critical to ensuring public safety across the country. Without it, federal and local law enforcement will be extremely hampered in their ability to continue combating criminal activity. At a time when Americans are looking to us for real solutions, the administration is actively dismantling a legitimate and effective initiative that has successfully lowered crime in cities across the United States. Dismantling OCD ETF is not just reckless, it's a betrayal of the very public safety principles this body stands for. I urge my colleagues to support this important amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
This amendment would increase funding for the Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement Task Forces, OCDF, by $160 million without an offset, and prevent any funds in this bill to eliminate, dismantle, transfer, or dissolve the task forces. Let me take a moment to recognize the success this administration has had so far working with state and local law enforcement partners at dismantling illicit drug networks and having the courage to take the fight to the drug cartels, poisoning Americans across the country with fentanyl and other illegal drugs. Equally important is the fact the House CJS fiscal year bill retains the task forces on its own appropriation. Our commitment to the work of the task forces can't be underestimated or understated. This increased funding in this amendment, however, takes for granted the delicate balance the House CJS bill has struck between sufficiently funding agencies and reducing government spending. The House CJS fiscal year bill already includes increases for both drug enforcement and state and local law enforcement, which further underscores our commitment to these endeavors. I appreciate the intent of this amendment, but must oppose it and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this amendment. The Justice Department's organized crime drug enforcement task forces are critical to helping our country reduce the flow of illegal drugs into the U.S. and prosecute the people trying to bring narcotics into our country. States and local governments are up against increasingly sophisticated networks of transnational criminal organizations that traffic drugs, firearms, and people. But the DOJ's organized crime drug enforcement task forces provide vital support to our state and local law enforcement, bringing 1,200 federal agents and hundreds of prosecutors to this important anti-crime effort. Last year, for example, the Department of Justice's Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force co-led a 10-month-long investigation with New York State and our NYPD that led to a drug and firearms bust in New York City that included the recovery of 74 firearms, including 9 assault-style rifles, 8 assault-style pistols, and 4 ghost guns, over 2,100 rounds of ammunition, and 500 grams of cocaine with a street value of over $15,000. In February, the Deputy Attorney General put forward a memo highlighting the importance of the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, noting that it helps to surge existing resources to address the DOJ's core enforcement priorities: stopping illegal immigration, eliminating cartels and transnational criminal organizations, and ending illegal trafficking of dangerous drugs and human beings. And yet, just a couple of months later, the administration is trying to end this important resource that makes our streets safer and supports our local law enforcement. The Morelle Amendment will prevent the DOJ from killing this initiative. I urge the committee to send a strong message of support for our state and local law enforcement by adopting this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? I'm sorry, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. I appreciate the chair's comments with respect to additional funding that's going to state and local entities. I've been a federal prosecutor. I've been a state and local prosecutor as well. And I understand that the difference is that federal prosecutors have tools that state and local prosecutors don't. And that's especially critical with international cartels like the Sinaloa cartel, for example, or multi-state organizations like MS-13, which is international too, but it also crosses multiple states. So, for example, in the county that I was a prosecutor in, we had an MS-13 case that had grown out. I recognized that we could do a RICO prosecution because the scope of what they were doing, the number of murders and the like, the amount of money that was going through the organization and the drugs was bigger than what we could handle. And our local police department didn't have the tools, for example, for things like wiretaps. So I contacted the U.S. attorney at the time, that was Rod Rosenstein, who, as you know, later became the acting attorney general for Mr. Trump in his first administration. We did a joint prosecution there, and he referred and used the tools from OSADEF at Maine Justice, because this is what they do all the time. And they're experts in this area, and they do outstanding work with it. RICO is a very complicated statute. Title III wiretap investigations are very complicated, and if you screw them up, whatever you seize from the standpoint of wiretapped information can get suppressed if you don't do it correctly. It's important to have expert law enforcement efforts leading this operation. And by the way, this can take months. My ranking committee chair mentioned that that investigation took 10 months. Some of these take years. The one in the Eastern District of New York right now with respect to MS-13 began during the first Trump administration. So I don't know why we would want to get rid of this capability to prosecute these organizations that we've all been complaining about, especially with respect to fentanyl importation into the United States. Why don't we fund the prosecutors and allow them to lead the investigations that we know we need to deal with these kinds of crimes and deal with the presence of these international organizations that are doing violent activity, bringing dangerous drugs into our streets, firearms and the like, every day. Let's have the tools to fight back with it, because we know, like I said, we have great state and local law enforcement. They do fantastic work, but they don't have the legal tools, and in some instances, they don't have the resources to do what the Department of Justice can do in these kinds of investigations. Let's let them do that work. If you look back at what they've done over time, Mr. Morelle mentioned that they started during the Reagan administration. Their work with RICO helped that the mafia organizations that were so big in the 50s and 60s kind of ground to a halt. They're not totally gone, but they certainly aren't what they used to be back in the day because of Department of Justice RICO prosecutions. And Reagan ramped it up because of the increase of drug activities and the combination of guns with that on the street. And so that's when we had, for example, in Washington, D.C., 450 to 500 murders in 1 year. That's all come down in large part because of the work Department of Justice has done with the FBI, with the DEA, with other international organizations and Border Patrol and ICE working together on these kinds of cases. We can really make our streets safer. And the real kicker, as Mr. Morelle mentioned, is the amount of money they bring back from these prosecutions pays for the expenditures to cover that department. I mean, in some instances, they're almost making a profit, so to speak, that helps to not only pay for themselves, but pay for other functions in the federal government and the Department of Justice. It makes absolutely no sense to eliminate this group, especially right now when we're facing these kinds of challenges that get more sophisticated every day with respect to AI issues, because you know these cartels have the funds and now the talent to start using those sorts of things. So does criminal organizations based in China. You know, they have the activities that they're using with respect to drones on our border. State and local can't balance that out in the same way the federal resources can. Let's put our best team on the field, do everything we can to keep our people and our streets safe, and you don't lose any money. There's no cost from an expenditure standpoint because it really is covered by the money they bring in with the asset forfeiture and the seizures. I urge you strongly to support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the ranking member and my colleague and friend, Mr. Ivey, for their comments and their eloquence on the subject. I do think that it makes the greatest sense, and this is where I think the director of the FBI was being candid with us when he said there was a great ROI on this and that it makes sense to bring together different elements of the government to work together and to offer each their own expertise, and working together really can generate much greater results. I do want to acknowledge and thank Mr. Rogers for rejecting the president's call to eliminate this altogether. OCDF in your budget, however, is, in my view, dramatically underfunded. So, and a reminder, not only does this restore the 20% cut year over year, but this also prohibits the administration from using any federal funds to dismantle the task force should they choose to ignore the wishes of this Congress. So I hope members will understand the value of this as it relates to public safety of all Americans, and I would urge a yes vote on the amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support is evident. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle. Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to cast their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Washington?
Mr. Newhouse, no.
Gentleman from New York?
Mr. Lalota, no.
Gentlelady from Illinois?
Ms. Underwood, aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, we're trying to not miss anybody. Gentleman from Maryland?
Mr. Hoyer, aye.
Are there any others wishing to cast their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelle is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at desk, and I move to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment does a number of things. First and most importantly, it increases funding for inspectors general at the Department of Justice, NASA, and the National Science Foundation. There is so much talk of eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse in government these days. Inspector general offices are on the front lines of preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. And right now, we are placing them in a weakened position as it relates to these agencies. Specifically, the amendment provides a total of $66 million across the agencies to ensure that each IG office receives a 5.1% increase over the FY 2025 enacted level, the same increase already provided for the Commerce Department OIG in the underlying bill. This is a modest, measured investment with a significant return. Consider the contrast at NASA. While the agency is about to receive an additional $10 billion from the reconciliation bill, its inspector general faces a $7 million cut under the bill we're considering here today. The same dynamic applies to the Department of Justice. DOJ is getting an extra $3 billion, including massive increases to the Executive Office for Immigration Review. But again, the IG sees no resources to oversee this dramatic funding increase. Mr. Chairman, the amendment also repeals a provision recently enacted through the reconciliation bill that redirects the Space Shuttle Discovery from its longstanding home in Virginia under the Smithsonian Institution's care to a NASA facility in Texas. While the reconciliation bill provided NASA with $85 million for the move, experts at the Smithsonian estimate the cost of the move to total more than $325 million. It is unprecedented for Congress to remove an object from the Smithsonian collection and send it somewhere else. With this in mind, the amendment strikes the $85 million provided in PL 11921 for this relocation. Back in July, this very committee unanimously approved my amendment prohibiting the use of funds at the Smithsonian to transport the space shuttle. The amendment before us today continues along that path, ensuring this wasteful provision is never implemented. Taken together, the reforms in this amendment strengthen oversight and help safeguard American taxpayer dollars from frivolous spending. I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the intent of this amendment to increase funds for the Inspectors General accounts for Department of Justice, NASA, and National Science Foundation. However, this amendment does not include offsets for the increases and would cause the bill to exceed the allocation. Additionally, the amendment strikes a provision providing NASA to move the space shuttle in the newly enacted One Big Beautiful Bill. The ink is barely dried on this new legislation, and already my colleagues are seeking to amend and strike portions of it through the appropriations process. I can't support that effort. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Bing, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise.
It's actually Ms. Ming first, and then we'll come to the gentlelady.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of this amendment. Preventing waste, fraud, and abuse in government is one of our most important responsibilities. Yet the bill before us today cuts funding for the DOJ's Office of Inspector General by more than 30% and makes substantial cuts to the offices of Inspector General at NASA and NSF as well. These are agencies whose combined spending comprises the vast majority of the funds we provide in this bill. Cutting these vital entities that help to prevent waste, fraud, and abuse in these agencies is simply irresponsible. This amendment ensures that these inspectors general have the resources they need while eliminating an especially wasteful piece of spending from the recently enacted reconciliation bill. I urge adoption of this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Connecticut, ranking member of the full committee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. You know, inspectors general provide essential oversight for executive agencies, ensuring that taxpayer dollars are being spent according to Congress's instructions and are not being wasted or redirected for political reasons. While the Trump administration's ongoing war on science and American research capacity, as well as his campaign to weaponize the Justice Department against political enemies, former employees, and anyone else who gets on his bad side, it is more important than ever to keep a close eye on these agencies. Under the Trump administration, the NSF, National Science Foundation, has acted hundreds of grants for research on topics from artificial intelligence to PTSD in veterans, to STEM education for K-12 students, and more. And before this committee considered a single appropriation bill, President Trump and OMB Director Russ Vought directed agencies to freeze over $100 million in appropriated funding for NASA science initiatives. This administration has already fired or forced out nearly 1,500 senior staff from NASA, with plans to cut hundreds more. An irreplaceable loss of talent and of experience that will put strategic competitors like China in the driver's seat of space exploration. All of these directives came straight from the Trump administration. They do not care about the will of the Congress. They want to take money from wherever they want, whenever they want, and be answerable to no one. At the Department of Justice, there are more than enough concerns to merit supporting the Inspector General, whether that is Attorney General Pam Bondi's legal approval of President Trump's luxury airplane gift from Qatar, FBI Director Kash Patel's purge of FBI employees, or former senior official, now federal judge Emil Bove's dismissal of charges against Mayor Eric Adams. This has become a lawless department, which will attempt to hide from accountability at every turn unless we insist upon it. It's time for Congress to reaffirm its commitment to the idea and the purpose of inspectors general as nonpartisan watchdogs. The president began his administration by firing 17 inspectors general across agencies, including the Department of Defense, State, Housing and Urban Development, Veterans Affairs, Energy, and Transportation. Since then, 8 of those fired IGs, who together oversaw $5 trillion in appropriated funds and 3.5 million federal employees, sued the administration, and the president's own lawyers have admitted in court that he did not follow the law in firing them. Regardless of which party is in power, no administration should be able to fire watchdogs and avoid accountability. Inspector General offices deserve our support, and the American people expect their tax dollars to be spent according to law. We should support this amendment and support the funding for inspectors general. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is interesting when we're at a point when we're expanding responsibility and expenditures in the Department of Justice and Homeland Security, et cetera, the notion that we would be uninterested in expanding the role of Inspector General or giving them enough resources to monitor all the new expenditures is mystifying. This is essentially like saying, I don't want to have an accountant, I don't want to have an auditor because I'm afraid of the bad news or because I don't want to be held to a standard which we should hold to. We're stewards of the public trust. We're stewards of American taxpayer dollars, and inspector generals go a long way to not only providing financial stability and financial oversight, but also of management oversight, and can give us a roadmap on how to continue to improve the work of our agency. So this budget, by not acknowledging that, in my view, actively hurts our ability to partner with IGs to conduct oversight and investigations into the Department of Justice, NASA, and the National Science Foundation, something that I think this committee would want to do, would want to make sure that we're continuing to fulfill our obligations. So I hope the members will reconsider the funding levels and will fund these watchdogs to ensure their compliance with the law is done. And with that, I urge adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support is evident. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro.
Aye.
Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Aye. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my number 1 amendment, which would strike Section 568 from this bill. I offer this amendment in support of public safety and victims of gun violence. And like I think everybody in this room, gun violence is on our mind. With the tragic murder of Charlie Kirk, the shooting in a Colorado school, one at Kirk at a university, Colorado school, and I'm sure, sadly, shootings in many of our communities, whether they are rural, suburban, or urban. So I am very mindful that we are all worried about gun violence. As drafted, Section 568 limits ATF's ability to carry out its Demand 2 program. ATF's Demand 2 program was created in 2000 to improve law enforcement's ability to trace guns used in crimes by imposing additional reporting requirements on firearms dealers whose guns have been traced to criminal activity. Since 2000, the year 2000, ATF has regarded a Demand 2 designation as an important indication that a seller might be a popular destination for criminals to purchase firearms. Since the year 2000, ATF has updated its regulation for Demand 2 one time. That was in 2018, during the Trump administration, when the threshold of guns recovered in crimes was raised from 10 in a single year to 25. You can imagine my surprise seeing an amendment about the 2018 ATF regulation being attributed to the Biden administration, as we saw on the updated list of amendments, as it really is not true. It was not a Biden initiative. It's a 25-year-old bill, as I said, revised during the first Trump administration. Under current guidelines for Demand 2, a firearm dealer is subject to the program only if, and let me be clear, within a single calendar year, at least 25 of that dealer's firearms are recovered in crimes, and those guns were sold within the past 3 years. The time to crime, 3 years. Let me repeat that. 25 or more separate firearms sold in a single store found at crimes in a single year. In fact, just so you know, only 2% of gun dealers in the United States are subject to the Demand 2 program. And more than 80% of gun dealers do not have a single firearm traced to their store in any given year. So 25 is quite a threshold. So what happens to the 2% of gun dealers subject to Demand 2? They simply have to file quarterly reports. All they have to do, file the reports of saying what guns, used guns, they bought back into their stores. This allows ATF to trace guns where the original purchaser has sold that gun to another, a different dealer, which in some instances may be done to avoid reporting requirements. That's it. A quarterly report for firearm dealers who have at least 25 of their firearms recovered by law enforcement in criminal activity with a single calendar year. What's worse in this change in the law? High volume sellers under this criteria would be able to diminish their crime gun traces as a percentage. You read on page 113 of this bill. They would be far less likely subject to the program. For example, if I am an FFL and I sell 10,000 guns in a single year, that seller, I, would not be subject to the Demand 2 requirements unless I sold 250 guns found at crime scenes in a single year. This language hides the ball. In reality, it raises the threshold, and it is quite drastic. It strips the program of its efficiency. The Demand 2 program makes America safer by trying to keep firearms out of the hands of criminals. It helps law enforcement trace and prevent violent crime. So why would we roll back a program like this? Why would we make it easier for dangerous criminals to get guns? Let me be clear. I am not clear. I'm actually really puzzled. How did this language get into the bill? Why would anyone want to kill the Demand 2 initiative that helps FFLs and law enforcement curb and solve crimes? If I were an FFL, and I am not, let me be really clear, I'm not, I would appreciate the Demand 2 program because if my shop sold 25 guns or more in a single year that showed up at a crime, I would want to know that and figure out how to stop that. So today, I urge my colleagues to vote yes to stop the pandemic of arms going to dangerous people, large and small, hold FFLs accountable, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For far too long, the federal government has pushed the boundaries of law-abiding citizens, especially when it comes to the Second Amendment. I'm proud that the House bill maintains strong Second Amendment protections. Over the last 4 years, America witnessed an ATF that regulated through political impulses. This amendment would once again jeopardize this hallowed protection by striking a Second Amendment protection in the bill. I oppose this amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. A gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, the ranking member of the subcommittee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this amendment. The Demand 2 program is an important tool for helping law enforcement fight gun violence. The program has aided ATF's law enforcement efforts by helping identify lax business practices among some firearms dealers. It has provided us with invaluable data on who is supplying crime guns. Section 568 of this bill weakens this critical law enforcement tool. This rider should be struck from the bill. I urge adoption of this amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Not, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the gentleman. Again, I would ask everybody, if you would, briefly turn to page 133. Don't we want to be able to help law enforcement trace guns that are connected to crimes? If you own a firearms store, if you are an FFL, wouldn't you want to make sure you knew that your guns were not routinely showing up at crime sites? Mr. Chairman Rogers, with all due respect, this does nothing to harm the Second Amendment. Not one thing. People can still go in, buy their guns, and sell their guns to the firearms dealer. Background checks completed. It does nothing to harm the Second Amendment. It helps law enforcement trace guns, crime guns. It's the only guns they're trying to trace. As I said, if I were a firearm dealer, I would want this protection. I would want this reporting so I could figure out what was gone wrong in my stores. Please support the Demand 2 program. Started in the year 2000, not under the Biden administration, which seems to be an infection. An infection. If you take a look at what happened here, who added that language, that it was some Biden sickness? This was not a Biden thing. This is not a revenge thing. This is 25 years of trying to trace guns that are connected to crimes. Please support the amendment. Please support public safety. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support is evident. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Aye. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amedee? Mr. Amedee, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Klein? No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Clyburn? Aye. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? No. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Aye. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman? No. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Aye. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle? Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to, are there any members wishing to cast their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Maryland?
Mr. Ivy, aye.
Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, no.
Are there any other members wishing to cast? Gentlelady from the state of Washington?
Ms. Perez, aye.
Are there any others wishing to cast or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Thank you. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I have an amendment at the desk, and I move that the reading be dispensed.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise tonight, in support of my amendment number 2, to provide funds for the DOJ's Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative. Community violence intervention and prevention programs are a federalist approach to reducing crime and making America safer. Instead of the federal government telling states what to do, community violence intervention and prevention programs give states, localities, and local law enforcement the resources and the freedom to combat crime themselves by addressing their specific needs at the local level through federal contributions. This bill, unfortunately, completely defunds these programs that so many local law enforcement agencies across our country rely upon. So this amendment, my amendment, would provide flat funding for these programs at $100 million. That's a restoration instead of zeroing out the program. The DOJ launched community-based violence intervention and prevention initiatives in 2022 as part of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This legislation was passed in direct response to a series of mass shootings, including those in Uvalde and Buffalo. And it was passed as a result of the chronic problem of gun violence in many communities. These programs identify those who are at higher risk and work to reduce violence through targeted, community-centered interventions. This DOJ initiative seeks to prevent and reduce violent crime in communities by supporting comprehensive, evidence-based violence intervention and prevention programs based on partnerships among community residents, community leaders, local government agencies, victim service providers, and community-based organizations, law enforcement, hospitals, researchers, and other stakeholders. In short, these programs work. This is not the time to roll back bipartisan legislation that is making our schools, our children, and our cities, our country, a safer place. Every state, town, and community across the country is unique, and I call on my colleagues to support this proven approach to crime reduction that so many local law enforcement agencies rely upon. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady and the gentleman from Kentucky. Chairman Rogers is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud that the House bill maintains strong support for state and local law enforcement, including increasing funding for the Burn and COPS hiring grant programs. This amendment directs funds towards the Community Violence Intervention Program, a progressive grant program championed by the Biden administration. Further, as drafted, this amendment does not properly offset spending in the bill. It's for these reasons that I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment. The Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative's approach to interrupting cycles of violence has proven to be one of the most reliable and cost-effective ways to reduce community violence, and I believe my colleagues like to save money. Studies have shown that when faithfully implemented, for every $1 invested in a CVI program, a community can save up to $41 in medical and criminal legal expenses. By disrupting cycles of violence, CVI-PI reduces gun violence, homicides, arrests, and incarceration, and also improves community police relations. This is a common sense solution that we should all support for our communities. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the chairman. I thank both chairmen. I thank our ranking members as well for your support and for the important information, Ranking Member Meng, that you offered. You're absolutely right. In response to the notion that we can't afford this, we simply can't afford this, I would argue we can't afford not to do this. Community violence interruption programs work. They save lives. They reduce gun violence. The economic cost of gun violence in any community is extraordinary. So the offset is real. It is offset to the economy. It's offset to the society and the families. I urge our friends here to support this. Don't think it's poison because somehow it happened during the Biden administration. When I was hoping to become an appropriator, I heard the old adage, there are Republicans, there are Democrats, and there are appropriators. I had hoped we would be appropriators and we'd rise above this infection that if anything touched Biden, we must get rid of it. Unfortunately, I guess with other vaccines, we haven't had the vaccine. I ask you, please support this. This is money well spent. It will save lives in your communities and mine. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. I'll do it again, but I would ask the gentlelady just to follow me when I'm. No, actually you didn't, but that's fine. We're going to have the vote.
I apologize.
That's quite all right. I would just ask. It's late, but again, thank you, and we will have the vote. Sufficient reports there. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to cast their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Harder votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to cast their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I move that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I thank you, Chairman Cole. I rise this evening in support of my amendment number 3 to provide justice for the survivors of sexual abuse, and I'm hoping for bipartisan support on this. This amendment would require that no funds made available by this act may be used by the Department of Justice to withhold, redact, or delay the release of non-classified investigative records relating to the Epstein-Maxwell case. For far too long, children, especially young women or girls, have been abused by the rich and elite, who have the resources to buy their way out of being held to account for their crimes. This amendment is about accountability, deterrence, and justice. But accountability, while a necessary first step, is not sufficient. We, members of Congress, must also stand together to meet this moment to protect our children and to ensure that nothing like the Epstein affair ever happens again. I'd like to share a lesson from my home state of Pennsylvania. In the wake of the horrific child sexual abuse that came to light with Jerry Sandusky, Pennsylvanians responded with action. Child advocacy centers, which are integral to prosecuting and preventing child sexual abuse, arose throughout our state. 15 years after Sandusky was held to account, Pennsylvania now has 41 child advocacy centers, including one near and dear to my heart, Mission Kids in my own Montgomery County. It is a nationwide leading child advocacy center. Pennsylvanians learned from this tragedy, met the moment, and built the infrastructure necessary to prosecute and prevent our children from being harmed like this. But accountability was necessary for that. I look forward to working with my colleagues to protect our children and to prevent this from happening again. But first, we need accountability. We must bring these abusers to justice. I know everyone in this room wants that. We also need to know how this went on for so long. Without that knowledge, how can we possibly prevent something like this from happening again? I stand today with survivors and offer this amendment in support of justice, deterrence, accountability, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to prevent anything like this from ever happening again. But first, we must hold these child sexual abusers to account. I ask for support for my amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the reasons stated before, I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Bing, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment. Like the other amendments related to this matter, this is about transparency and accountability. To date, this administration has only released documents that are mostly old news and heavily redacted. They are not sufficient to help us get the faux truth of this terrible case. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Dean, for this amendment, which I rise in support. This amendment that says no funds may be used by the Department of Justice to block the release of records in regards to the Epstein-Maxwell case. Look, folks, here's what we know. Federal prosecutors uncovered evidence of an extensive sex trafficking operation that ran for 25 years. 25 years. It involved rape, coercion, and the abuse of hundreds of victims across multiple properties. I want to say that again. 25 years of sex trafficking of hundreds of victims across multiple properties. And yet, believe it or not, only 2 people have ever been charged and convicted: Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. But we all know this. The story of Epstein is not just about one man. Survivors have made it clear that he could not have caused this abuse or created this abuse on this scale alone. Others recruited girls, scheduled, transported them, opened doors, and looked the other way. And powerful figures may have participated themselves. For survivors, knowing who else was involved is about justice and dignity. They deserve to know who enabled their exploitation and who profited from their silence. And for the public, it's about trust. If the wealthy and well-connected can hide behind privilege and secrecy, then equal justice under the law is nothing more than an empty promise. This is bigger than one predator. It is about whether our society will confront systems of power that shield abusers, or whether we will continue to let silence buy protection. Survivors need the truth, the public needs transparency, and only with full accountability can justice be done. I hope we will all support this very good amendment. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleagues for rising in support of this amendment. As Ms. Frankel said, 25 years of trafficking, of abuse, of sexual assault, rape, at least $1 billion flowing through JP Morgan Chase, and who knows what other banks. It isn't that Mr. Epstein could have done this all himself or with the aid of Ms. Maxwell. Others participated in this horrible trafficking, rape program of children. And those predators have been gotten off scot-free. The victims deserve transparency. Many of you have talked about transparency for years. This administration talked about transparency in the Epstein files, with the Department of Justice and the Attorney General famously saying she had the binder on her desk. She had the list on her desk. Don't you want transparency for the sake of our children? I ask for a yes vote.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call's been requested. Sufficient support is evident. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Spice. Mrs. Spice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siskamani. Mr. Siskamani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Aye. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur. Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle. Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, no.
Another gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Elzey, no.
A gentleman from New York?
Mr. Lalota, no.
A gentlelady from Nevada?
Miss Lee, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean's recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I have an amendment at the desk, and I move that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I rise this evening in support of my final amendment, number 4, to provide funding for 2 evidence-based programs that reduce recidivism, improve public safety, and protect our children and our veterans. For 3 decades, treatment courts have brought together public safety and health professionals to prevent fatal overdoses, strengthen families, and make our communities safer. Treatment courts across the country have reduced recidivism by as much as 58%. And have saved the American taxpayer an average of $6,000 for every single person they serve. In short, treatment courts work. I know that is the case in my district. In my district back home in Pennsylvania, we have what is known as the Big 4 treatment courts: drug courts, DUI courts, mental health courts, and veteran treatment courts. I look forward to working with all of you to expand these programs. But in the meantime, I offer my amendment today to fund 2 programs to the level they are at the Senate CJS bill. Number 1, veteran treatment courts are an alternative to incarceration for military veterans and service members whose involvement in the justice system is rooted in substance use disorder, mental health disorder, or trauma. These courts connect veterans in crisis with local, state, and federal benefits and treatment services available to them through military service. Our veterans risk their lives to serve our country, and I call on my colleagues to support this amendment for increased funding for veteran treatment courts. The second item in this amendment is about keeping families together and protecting our children. On any given day in the United States, 2.7 million children have a parent serving time in prison or in jail. According to the National Institute of Justice, the impacts of parental incarceration on children include psychological stress, antisocial behavior, academic suspension or expulsion, economic hardship, and criminal activity of their own. Parental incarceration creates a generational cycle of trauma that the child bears. This amendment seeks to curb or end that. This funding request, which is also in the Senate CJS bill, supports family-based alternative programs that are court-based and designed to prevent separation of parents and children in the first place. Instead of incarceration, these programs provide services and resources, counseling, parental classes, stabilization supports as alternatives to jail or prison. Our children deserve better and shouldn't bear the burden of having an incarcerated parent when it is not necessary. This funding request does just that by keeping families together, by protecting children. I call upon you, my colleagues, to support families, children, and veterans by voting yes on this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Rogers, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment increases funding for the Veterans Treatment Courts program. I've long been a supporter of Veterans Treatment Courts and maintained the enacted level of $32 million for this program in the fiscal year bill. This amendment also funds the family-based alternatives to sentencing program. This program is eliminated in the bill, but I want to emphasize that states and localities who wish to fund the program have the flexibility to utilize burn grant dollars to fund the program. This approach allows local communities to determine what is best instead of the federal government. Further, as drafted, this amendment does not properly offset spending in the bill and would cause the bill to exceed the allocation. It's for these reasons that I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this amendment. As I have said in the past, I take my responsibility to those who bravely served our nation very seriously. I have also spent my career focused on legislation helping American families and children. Veterans treatment courts seek to treat veterans suffering from trauma, substance abuse, and/or mental health disorders while helping ensure public safety. These programs address the root causes of criminal behavior and focus on underlying issues. Family-based alternative justice programs also help parents access services to stabilize the home and end intergenerational cycles of justice involvement. These programs reduce recidivism and increase public safety. Studies show that participants in these programs are less likely to reoffend. We must continue to support and restore these critical programs that keep our communities safe, help veterans, families, and law enforcement, and prevent violence. I appreciate my colleagues' amendment and urge your support. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, and I thank you for the consideration of this amendment as well as my other amendments. I ask you to think about it and think about our veterans, think about our families, think about the children who have incarcerated parents and the impact that has on them. We know these programs work. And rather than just being subject to trying to grab some grant money, as important as that is, why wouldn't we want to have sustained federal partnership in these programs? And so the offset, Mr. Chairman, is the societal savings and the direct dollar economic savings that these programs provide. I thank you all for considering this amendment, and I ask for an affirmative vote.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would actually like the amendment read, please.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment offered by Ms. Escobar in the bill after Section 599, insert section blank. None of the funds appropriated or otherwise made available by this act or any other act may be used in carrying out any federal law enforcement activities unless participants in such an action visibly display their employing agency's name or widely recognized initials, the agent's legible badge or identification number, and last name. Provided, nothing in this section shall be implemented that may compromise the integrity of an ongoing undercover operation.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, when we were debating the Department of Homeland Security appropriations bill, my colleague, Mr. Aguilar, and I brought forward an idea, an amendment, to have federal law enforcement agents, specifically ICE agents, either display their badge number or their last name. And we were actually hoping to come together in a bipartisan way to find a bipartisan amendment to the bill that would accomplish that kind of identifier. I'm sorry to report, we're not going to be successful in that. I'm still open to it and would still love to do that, work together toward a bipartisan compromise on this. In the absence of that, though, I am using this time so that I can talk about the issue that communities like mine and communities across the country are facing. And in thinking about how I was going to discuss this with all of you, I thought, I'm going to do a little research. I want to know why police departments have uniforms and badges to begin with. And what I discovered was, and it makes perfect sense, policies for uniforms and badges for law enforcement were created to establish a recognizable, authoritative presence, which helps deter crime and promotes public trust. It also promotes coordination, enabling officers to quickly identify each other during enforcement operations. It encourages accountability because officers are identifiable for their actions and their conduct. Badges actually go back to medieval times. They were designated for an individual who would be known as a defender, tasked with ensuring safety and following the rules. I don't know if you all have seen many of the videos that are circulating on social media and that have been in the news. I don't know if you all have heard from your constituents about the way that ICE is engaging in many communities, but there is a real fear and a real terror that is out there in our communities as a result of what is happening with ICE in America today during the Trump administration. We are seeing a number of federal law enforcement agents who are not just masked, but they are plainclothed, they are driving unmarked vehicles, they are literally snatching up people from the streets. I have seen videos of them breaking car windows to pull people out. I saw a video today of a pregnant woman dragged out of her car by federal law enforcement and pinned to the ground. This is not acceptable. It should not be acceptable to anyone. And in fact, it weakens the bond between law enforcement and communities, a very critical bond that creates public safety. With the one big beautiful bill, we are very quickly going to have an additional 10,000 ICE agents in America. And with the recent Supreme Court ruling that essentially green lights racial profiling, communities like mine, a community that is 85% Latino, we are going to see even more fear in our communities, and it erodes the public trust. It makes us less safe. I'd like to enter into the record, and I'm running out of time, but there's 4 different articles that I'd like to enter into the record, 4 examples that I very quickly found of criminals impersonating ICE agents, because ICE agents no longer are wearing badges or uniforms, and they are in unmarked vehicles. There is a real threat. And colleagues, we cannot and we should not ignore it.
Just quickly, without objection, so they can be entered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly.
We have an obligation to ensure that the public feels safe and that law enforcement is accountable. There's no one who despises a bad law enforcement agent more than a good law enforcement agent. Let's help ensure that we create that accountability, and it starts with us ensuring that the status quo doesn't continue. And I'm willing to work with anyone on an amendment that would accomplish that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer and I withdraw my amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for that. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I move that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
I rise to offer the amendment that would restore full funding for the International Trade Administration, as well as the Economic Development Administration. This bill makes a more than 20% cut to the ITA at a time when their caseload is an all-time high. The agencies does critical work in strengthening the competitiveness of the U.S. industry and ensuring that American workers can compete on a level playing field. At the moment, the ITA has 115 active anti-dumping and countervailing duty cases against products sold by foreign producers and dumped prices or unfairly subsidized by their government. And a large portion of these cases are against China. Underfunding this agency, which is already strapped for resources, will cause delays in combating unfair trade practices. This translates to job loss for workers in Northwest Indiana and across the country. Throughout my career, I've sat across from many people who have been on the losing end of unfair trade, and I can tell you that the duties imposed by the ITA are vital in combating bad practices and protecting American workers. This bill will also make a significant cut to Economic Development Administration, which helps economically distressed communities, stimulating job growth. In my district, the EDA grants have directly supported improvements in water infrastructure, transportation planning, and environmental management. The EDA is tasked with facilitating critical investment. For example, the city of LaPorte, Indiana, received $2.5 million in matching funds from the EDA for water infrastructure improvements in my district to create 185 jobs and retain additional 230 workers. These dollars support projects that drive business growth and expand job opportunities in communities that need it most. I urge the committee to restore this funding, which supports American workers and manufacturing communities. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, Chairman Rogers, to respond to the amendment.
The House bill includes responsible levels of funding for the International Trade Administration and the Economic Development Administration. This amendment would increase funding for EDA and ITA without any offsets, exceeding the bill's allocation. While there are many priorities I would have liked to fund EDA for a higher level, we must be responsible with taxpayers' money. I must oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ming, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly support this amendment, which restores funding for programs that create and preserve good American jobs when working families need them most. At a time when our families are struggling with the high cost of living, we should be doubling down on job creation, not slashing the programs that help American businesses compete and win. Yet this bill, as written, guts EDA grants by over 35%, walking away from investments that have created hundreds of thousands of jobs and revitalized struggling local economies, primarily in rural areas. EDA grants are not handouts. They are investments that create opportunity in communities that have been left behind. Just 7 months ago, Congress reauthorized EDA for the first time in 20 years with strong bipartisan support. I know many of my colleagues here know how important these investments are for their constituents. So why are we slashing programs that we just modernized and endorsed? The timing of the ITA cuts are even harder to defend, given the unprecedented chaos that President Trump's tariffs have unleashed in our global economy. Small and medium-sized businesses are drowning in rising costs and struggling to navigate unpredictable trade policies. Yet this bill fails to invest in the lifeline that ITA provides. The businesses that ITA helps don't have armies of trade lawyers. They rely on ITA to help them export, understand regulations, address trade barriers, and navigate the global marketplace. ITA's anti-dumping and trade enforcement work also protects American jobs from countries that don't play fair. You can't make America great by making it harder for our American businesses to compete. I appreciate my colleagues' amendment to restore critical investments in EDA and ITA and urge your support. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which funds the Economic Development Administration and the International Trade Administration, two agencies which are essential in our fight to level the playing field for American workers. The EDA provides grants and assistance for distressed communities that have suffered from economic trends like offshoring, as well as from natural disasters. It helps communities like Red Lodge, Montana, which was awarded a $2.9 million grant for roadway and stormwater infrastructure improvements that will support business growth in the city and improve the city's resilience against future flooding. The EDA's Disaster Supplemental Grant Program has made available approximately $1.45 billion to support economic recovery activities following major disaster declarations. Just in the last year, they have funded projects to help communities hit by disasters in Kentucky, Virginia, Florida, Puerto Rico, North Carolina, Washington, California, and more. EDA helps small businesses as well. In 2017, Romeo Chocolates received a $50,000 loan from the EDA's revolving loan fund, which helped him acquire furniture, equipment, and working capital that helped that small business expand its operations by establishing a permanent retail location. And it helps larger manufacturers. It helped Newport Biodiesel, Inc., leverage $400,000 in loan funds to finance the cost of purchasing and installing new biodiesel tanks for their businesses, which turns used cooking oil into clean burning fuel and employed 27 people. Last year, it was reauthorized on a bipartisan basis, allowing it to make investments in high-speed broadband, increasing the resources for technical assistance of local economic development projects, and supporting the expansion of facilities for workforce training, so that the EDA supports job creation, innovation, opportunity, particularly for areas of the country that have suffered economically. And the International Trade Administration helps to fight unfair foreign trade practices, like when countries flood American markets with underpriced goods in an effort to put American competitors out of business. They also help American companies get a foothold in foreign markets, like Universal Synaptics, a Utah aviation technology company that was able to secure a $1.5 million contract with an Indonesian company through a trade mission organized by ITA specialists. And ITA helped JQ American, an oil and gas energy equipment company based in California, successfully secure $5.3 million in sales for energy projects in Oman and beyond. American companies exporting American product isn't that what this administration claims that it's all about. ITA helps to monitor imports of products like steel and aluminum. It ensures that we can maintain a level playing field for American businesses and workers by preventing spikes in low-standard metal imports from abroad. Maintaining stability in these markets is essential for our national security and industrial base. ITA helps protect against dumping of foreign exports into U.S. markets. There are currently nearly 800 products, from wind towers to garlic to biodiesel, that are being monitored by ITA to prevent the dumping of goods. This bill would kneecap our ability to enforce those orders, many of which were imposed under the first Trump administration. President Trump promised to fight for American workers, but since taking office, he's turned his back on them. He has cut programs like Medicaid that families rely on, attacked protections for workers at the Department of Labor, instituted chaotic tariffs that are driving up costs for households by over $2,000, according to the Yale Budget Lab. Now Republicans are cutting the agencies designed to help workers, American workers and businesses. The results speak for themselves. We have lost nearly 78,000 manufacturing jobs since President Trump took office, including 12,000 jobs this August alone. We should be investing in agencies and programs that help create economic activity, or those jobs will continue to disappear. Our communities will continue to suffer higher costs. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I rise in very strong support of the Mervan amendment, and it's about jobs in this country and investment. With unemployment at a 3-year high and manufacturing jobs already down over 78,000 since the beginning of this year, America's economy is sending a clear warning, and that's why the EDA is especially important, as well as the International Trade Administration. Inflation, as we all know, continues to burden families. Food costs are up nearly 3%, and most of the other goods about 2.7%. And I'm hoping that in placing this on the record, as this bill goes to conference, we might be able to help with additional funding for the EDA and the International Trade Administration. The EDA and the Department of Commerce help put people back to work, and that's what we want. The EDA helps to fund projects in communities across this country in partnership with those communities to make it easier to start or to expand businesses. They really do have excellent advice. And with all we're going through with these trade wars now, we have to really look at the International Trade Administration to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow and that we export more than we import. That's hard, but we have to keep aiming at that. And also, the trade promotion that they do at the Department of Commerce is really important, and removing trade barriers by trying to negotiate and to expand markets abroad. It's easy to say, hard to accomplish. Just in the field of agriculture, I want to put on the record that we do have an export crisis. Back in 2018, that particular period of time cost farmers $26 billion in agricultural losses and ended our 60-year streak of agricultural trade surpluses. So the curve bent there in the wrong direction, and we really haven't picked up. Soybean exports to China, our largest buyer, collapsed from, get this, $12.3 billion to $3.1 billion. as China permanently shifted its purchases and suppliers to Brazil and to Latin America, and we've lost that market share. The ongoing trade war has caused us another 39% loss in the markets. The numbers prove it. And American farmers are losing critical edge in markets they had dominated before. Not a single soybean shipment to China was booked by American farmers this year. That's a shocking number. The International Trade Administration is our farmers' lifeline, providing market intelligence, removing trade barriers, and promoting American agriculture worldwide. And finally, I wanted to say that the enforcement powers of ITA are really important, used to hold foreign nations to account in their anti-dumping and countervailing duties. I can't tell you whether it's steel, so many other products, all the problems we have in manufacturing and agricultural America, trying to get a level playing field. And ITA has levied more than $31 million just in fraud by these companies. So a little bit more spent brings more back as we try to hold these companies and countries accountable. So I really urge my colleagues to support this amendment to help create jobs at a time when our country really needs it, and to protect American farmers and manufacturers from any glitches in the economic agenda that is causing more inflation and really deeply hurting our economic growth this year. And I think this is a very constructive amendment. It's not hundreds of millions of dollars that are being asked for, and I would ask for support of the Mervan amendment. And hopefully, as this bill moves forward, it can be tucked in as we try to repair and work with the Senate. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to close in regards to the economy of our nation. And as I mentioned before, for 15 years, I was a township trustee in the region of the largest steel producing area in the nation. And when there are conditions beyond control and people lose jobs because of trade cheats or subsidized steel or aluminum coming into our community, I genuinely sat across from those individuals who lost their job, lost their health insurance, and didn't know what to do next. And so when we talk about reasonable investment, this is a reasonable investment as we go with the new economy of tariffs, to understand that you have to have an enforcement agency that protects against our adversary, China, whose Belt and Road philosophy is to outsmart us when it comes to circumventing our trade policies from foreign countries and bringing it into this nation so they could sell their subsidized steel. So bottom line is, if it's not today, maybe tomorrow we can work in a bipartisan way to protect the workers that we all stand for. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Indiana. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient amount of support is evident. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelle? Mr. Morelle, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Nevada.
Ms. Lee, aye.
Are there any others wishing to change their vote or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Don't call anything yet. We got somebody coming. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that my amendment be not read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I first got elected 2.5 years ago, I missed my baby, I missed my husband, I missed the quietness of my home, and it was easy to dismiss the metric ton of letters I was getting about Hunter Biden's laptop. It was not what I felt I came here to do. And, you know, candidly, like a lot of people were dismissing it, and it was a joke to Hunter Biden's laptop. It's so easy to engage that instinct. And I was able to stop and think about this and lift open the hood on it. And what I started to understand was that what a lot of folks who were writing me were saying was that they have a conviction that your last name or a good lawyer can inoculate you from the consequences of your actions. And it was not about just a laptop, it was about our justice system. And, you know, I've been listening to the debate on a lot of the Epstein stuff, and my 8th grade English teacher just sent me a book. It's a Scottish theologian named John Bailey, and I wanted to share it quickly. This is a prayer from 1936. O Lord, forgive me for my failure to apply myself to the standards I demand of others, my blindness to the suffering of others, and the time it takes me to learn from my own, my apathy towards wrongs that do not impact me, and my oversensitivities to those that do. Lord, forgive me for my failure to be true even to my own standards, my excuses in the face of temptation, my choosing the worse when I know the better. Forgive me for my slowness to see the good in others and see the flaws in myself, my hard-heartedness towards the faults of others, and my readiness to make allowances for my own. My unwillingness to believe that you have called me to a small work, and my brother or sister to a great one. And I offer this amendment with humility and with a conviction in my own heart that I don't live up to these standards all the time. My amendment is simple. I will not be requesting a roll call on it. We've done that enough, and it hasn't changed the outcome of this work. My amendment is very simple. I'm not trying to score a partisan point. I'm just asking for clarity. I'm asking for your help in affirming and reestablishing American confidence in our justice system. My amendment says that we're not going to transfer these funds until we have the details about why Ghislaine Maxwell was transferred from a maximum sentence prison to Club Fed. I'm not trying to be partisan. I'm not asking you to engage in that. I'm just asking for your help in restoring our role in oversight and American confidence in our belief that your last name and your good lawyers should not change the outcome of your consequences. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The chair recognizes Chairman Rogers to address the amendment.
We thank the gentlelady for that report, and I move that we I oppose the amendment and ask that others do the same.
Gentlelady from New York, Ms. Bing, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment. We have an important oversight responsibility on this committee, which this amendment supports. This is about transparency, accountability, and justice. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Committee for their consideration. I request your support. Lend me your eye, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. Chair recognizes Mr. Womack for the purposes of a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion here in just a minute, but earlier today we considered and passed an amendment by voice that I could tell when it was being discussed was somewhat confusing, and there seemed to be some complications with kind of the technicalities of the issue that was subject to this amendment. And because of that, and because I feel very strongly that we passed that amendment in error, I am going to move to the chair now that we reconsider the amendment offered. I think it is Clyde number 3 that was offered sometime middle of this afternoon. Clyde number 3. And I move that we reconsider that particular amendment. And as I understand the process, in order to be able to do this, we'll have to vote on the motion to reconsider and then reintroduce the amendment.
Okay. Members are allowed to speak on the motion before we actually vote on the motion.
Okay.
So are there any members on either side wishing to speak on the motion? Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford's recognized.
Yes, sir, I will be brief. Having talked to both parties, I truly believe Mr. Clyde's heart was in the right place with this. To be quite honest, I didn't know how I was going to vote on this. If my name was called, I would probably vote present. I just think we need more information. And as we work through this process, I believe the intentions of Mr. Clyde are good, the intentions of Mr. Womack are good. I think we can come to a resolution and then bring it back and bring some substantive change, if needed, where Mr. Clyde sees fit, and through the authorization committee as well. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there others wishing to speak on the motion to reconsider the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close on his motion.
Okay, well, I didn't really take my 5 minutes in discussing. In a matter of closing, before we vote on the motion to reconsider, part of the issue that I have with the vote that was taken this afternoon was that while it has been, while the sponsor of the amendment says the amendment was prepared at 8 o'clock this morning, nobody in this room got it until well after lunch and a short time before the motion or the amendment was offered for consideration by this committee, which I think is not consistent with the spirit of how we deal with amendments to appropriation bills in a markup like as important as this one. Further, I don't believe that this particular subject belongs in an appropriation bill and is best left to the authorizing committee. So I do, and I'll be able to speak a little bit more on the historical context of the issue at hand if in fact we do reconsider the vote and if indeed we do debate that motion again. And I yield.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question. Well, that's right. I'll just read that.
So the way I understand this.
Actually, there is no debate on the, if we adopt the motion, we just go straight to a vote on whether or not to remove it. There's not a debate. We've already debated the amendment.
So we won't redesignate the amendment and then have a debate on it?
No, that's what this is about. We don't redebate.
In my discussions with a parliamentarian, we would consider the motion to reconsider, and if it passes, then we would redesignate the amendment and basically start over.
Well, I was not part of that discussion, but I'm talking to the same parliamentarian you did. Oh, no, you actually spoke.
We'd have to start with a new amendment or something, but I'm okay with that. I just think that I've made my case to the extent that I think I can with the time limits that I have, and I would respectfully like to reconsider that particular vote.
Okay, the question's now on the motion offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the motion is not adopted. Seeing no further amendments, I now recognize Mr. Adderholt for the purpose of a motion.
Mr. Chairman? Can I take 1 second?
Let's hold for 1 second. The ranking member and gentlelady is recognized for a question or a comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know with the motion that's going to be made and voting, et cetera, that there's going to be mayhem and people are rushing for the door to bolt out of here. But I wanted to take a moment just to say congratulations to you and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the work that you have done. This is unbelievable. Yes, that you deserve all of this applause, and I will just say, with the tensions high, with the differences that are there, you remain calm and steady and so fair in your deliberations that it's proud. We're all proud to serve with you as leading this committee, and so thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just want to thank my friend and my partner of many years. Thank you very much. It's an extraordinarily generous and gracious thing to say and do, and I appreciate it. And I hope, as we have our discussions on other matters, that we can continue to work together and get these bills moving and get the time that we all need to bring a compromised product to the floor where we can work together.
We'll do it.
But again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You want to? Sorry?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, well, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go back and repeat that so people knew what we were doing. Okay, the questions now on the motion to favorably report the House fiscal year. So Mr. Adderholt has a motion to make.
Mr. Chair, I move to favorably report to the House the fiscal year 2026 Commerce, Justice, Science, and related agencies appropriation bill at this time to the floor.
Okay, questions now on the motion to favorably report to the House the fiscal year 2026 Commerce, Justice, Science, and related agencies appropriations bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient support is evident. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? Yes. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amadei? Mr. Amadei, aye. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, no. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzy? Mr. Elzy, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Kaptur? Ms. Kaptur, no. Mr. LaLota? Mr. LaLota, aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelle? Mr. Morelle, no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse? Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye.
Let me get this for 1 second. We'll find out. Ms. Frankel
You
vote?
voted aye. I'll fire on no for Mrs. Frankel.
Thank you. Are there any members wishing to vote or change their vote? Or just to be sure, check on your vote? Clerk will tally. Yes, it's been a long process. Thank you, well done. On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 28. The motion is agreed to. 3 days. 3 days. I ask unanimous consent the staff be permitted to make technical conforming changes to the bill and report just approved, seeing no objections. 3 days, so ordered, without objection. There being no further business, the committee is adjourned.